And good morning, my wonderful friends. TGIT. Woo, a lot going on. Did you all hear about that crazy madman at the Kansas City Chiefs victory parade yesterday? Still trying to wrap my mind around that. I was going to go live last night, but one of our friends that was there was way too shaken up to talk. That's Kansas City girl. She was telling us on Monday she was going to be there. And so I was like, well, I'm just going to lay off. There's enough coverage of it right now. I don't want to upset her more. Kat said that upset me a lot. Hello, Sagittarius. Hello, Vicky. They are just coming into the courtroom. Just coming in right now. Who did I miss? Luna, Connie S. made it in. Gaelick's in here. I think I said hi to everybody else. True Crime Beat snuck in. How you doing, True Crime Beat? Nubian Max is here. Preschool Granny. Can always count on her, that's for sure. Indie Girl. Indie Girl's listing in the background. Chris Melcher, my neighbor from another state. What's your weather doing right now? Friend Pat made it in. How is everyone doing? I do want to send a special shout out to our friend, hey Jack, hey Lisa Biss, our friend Christina. Ladies, you will know what I'm talking about. She said her husband has the man flu. So I had questions. I said, you ladies know what I'm talking about. I said, are we talking fever, stomach, aches, pains, head, throat, what's going on? It's even worse, everyone. It's even worse. He has the sniffles and a tickle in his throat. That means Christina is going to have a lot on her plate today because it looks like he's not going to work. So let's say a special prayer for our friend Christina and send some get well to her. I did have an important question. Christina, do you have alcohol on hand? Do you have alcohol on hand? This is very important. We can get you some. So please, let's lift our friend Christina up in prayer.
Please be seated.
Oh, they're ready for court, just in time. All right, see you guys at the break. Of course, I'll be in here chatting.
Okay, everybody's here. Waiting.
So Mr. Agati had to file something this morning. He's on his way, but he should be here within 5 minutes. He filed something in this matter.
What'd you say?
He filed something in this matter that the clerk should have received this morning.
Did you receive it? Okay. Okay. You want to approach so you can tell me what it is?
Uh-oh, someone's downstairs at the courthouse filing something in this matter. And the judge is saying, do you want to let me know what it's about? Let us all know. I'm dying to know. I guarantee Mushroom Head, she's about to shit. And yeah, Juicy Tequila Bobo, let me tell you what, this girl is sick. She caught it from her husband. I spoke to her on Monday. And if you've ever spoke to JTB, you can't get a word in edgewise. She's a talker. She's a conversationalist. She can hold her own. She was gasping for air. I felt horrible. Horrible. So we want JTB to get well as soon as possible. As soon as possible. Good morning, Angel P. How are you, darling? Let's take a second and welcome everybody. Deep breath and say, you know what? We almost made it to Friday. And you know what? Day 7 of the trial, and we're all still friends. Mary is thinking about what they could be filing. She said maybe more charges for Kayla. Something that the proffer wouldn't cover. I like how you're thinking. I just assumed that it was going to be more evidence. Now, I don't know how they're going to squeeze that in, but we've seen it happen before. I can't remember what trial it was now, but at the 11th hour, they got more evidence in. Well, what's her name right there? I just can't get past the mushroom. Dickhead, she's already not having it. She's not having fun. Yep, Jules is here. She's right above you, Angel. Jules is here. She's been busy spoiling that new grandbaby. So what do you guys think it is? Evidence or Kayla? You're right. It was the Murdaugh trial. Do you think it's evidence or Kayla? Because Dickhead's going to be sweating through her polyester badly blended suit fast. She's not liking it. They keep showing the empty chair, wanting to figure out what it is. Helen's voting for evidence. We're all mad here saying, think it's something to do with Kayla. If Badero saw the top of that attorney's head, he would have the crack ready. Tanya says Kayla. Ooh, Slim's saying it could be Badero. I don't know. I think Badero was pretty forthcoming on the stand. I mean, he's no salt of the earth dude, but he was forthcoming. And when he said, I'm just trying to help, and she was like, help? Help who? Help who? The prosecution, find out who murdered this little girl. She didn't like that. That was quite you could hear a pin drop in that courtroom. That's something the jury needed to hear. That's what we're here for. We're here to put away the person that murdered Harmony. Thomas said judge might have to file a motion too. I don't know, but the judge would have to file a motion. I mean, it's her courtroom. She either agrees with it or she doesn't. Rapper has a new name. His new name is Crime Lines and Lies. It says, Brooks, your channel is dying. You're really going to have to find a hobby. You really, really are, Rapper. I know that's not your real name. No? It's old.
The new witness.
Please be seated.
Oh, I guess, yes. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Apologies.
Okay. I was told you were going to file something, but I don't see any, but I just checked with the clerk's office.
Yes, Your Honor, if you could approach.
Yes.
Okay, going is a process. Did you file it or did you not? You know those people that are always going to do something? Well, I was going to build an in-ground pool. Oh? Well, I don't see anything out there. Well, I'm going to buy a shovel first. Well, that'd be a good thing. I hate when someone says they're going to do something. Well, do it. Tell me after it's done. The judge is right there. Either have it filed or don't. Let's take a vote. What kind of a hobby should Rapper get into? Rexy likes diamond painting, and she's really, really good at it. Dana is really good at her needlepoint. What would be a good hobby for Rapper? Slim says crocheting. Have you thought about maybe golf, Rapper? I don't know. Avy's in here. Fishing. Avy said card making. Rapper, why don't you try that? Ice fishing? Yeah. Fun to Ski has a stellar idea for you, Rapper. This would take up a lot of your time. A job working 9 to 5. Look at that. You seem to have a lot of time on your hands. Wow. Scrapbooking? You could scrapbook about your job? Hunting? I don't know. Cliff diving, Wendy said. We're here for you, Rapper. So far, I'd say Fun to Ski won. Gaelic Girl just gifted a Crime Lines and Lies membership. Let's thank our friend Gaelic Girl not only for the donation to the channel, but for expanding the family and making it rain. Yeah, we got to find a hobby for Rapper. Thank you again, Gaelic. We've been friends for a very long time. And all your support of this channel, the way that you share the videos in other areas and everything, never goes unnoticed. Love you very much. Margaret's here from Scotland. Maybe Rapper could take us, a trip to Scotland. He's not done. He's not out of accounts. Nope, not at all. Walking Dead said draw a picture. Kiki, take a long walk off a short bridge. It's getting interesting. Yeah, Rapper, we're here for you. Just because you're in a bad mood doesn't mean we're not friends anymore. Oh, he could make his own channel. Troll himself. Yes. I love that. Yeah, one of our friends, and she normally catches the replay, she'll send me pictures. She goes to a lot of garage sales and stuff. And she's not buying 10-cent coffee cups or anything, but she always buys puzzles. And this isn't like a 12-piece puzzle. We're talking thousands of pieces. I'll tell you about it on the next break. Anyway, they're super gorgeous. We framed some of them.
Who's the first witness? Oh, right, DNA. I don't know. But I'm not so worried about it anymore now that I've started. What do we put your? Oh, it's a different witness. Never mind.
So, Your Honor, if you wish to get the jury in, that's fine. I'll be ready by the time they're here.
Okay. Please bring in the jurors. All rise for the jury, please. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Alan Ackroyd Gonzalez. Mr. Allen, or Mr. Ackroyd Gonzalez, you can remain standing and just raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
You have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. Is there some water in front of you? And when you're ready, if you can just start by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
Excuse me. Alan Ackroyd Gonzalez, ALANACKROYD hyphen ISALES.
Mr. Ackroyd Gonzalez, where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by DNA Labs International.
And how long have you been employed there?
I've worked at DNA Labs International for roughly the last 2.5 years.
What is your current assignment with that organization?
I'm currently a senior DNA analyst.
And what is a senior DNA analyst? What do you do?
DNA analyst examines evidence connected to crime scenes for the presence of biological material and seeks to obtain DNA profiles from whatever biological material they find.
And what's your current role and responsibility in that as a senior DNA analyst?
Well, as I said, I conduct analyses on evidence, write up reports as to my conclusions, testify as necessary. In addition to that, I also participate in continuing education, proficiency testing, training newer analysts in the protocols and procedures of the laboratory, and any other duties I can perform to help the lab function smoothly.
Before you were employed by DNA Labs International, where were you employed?
Prior to DNA Labs International, I worked for the Defense Forensic Science Center, which is the forensic laboratory for the armed forces.
And let me back up for just a moment. DNA Labs International, where's that organization based out of?
That's based out of Deerfield Beach, Florida.
You mentioned your prior role with, I think you mentioned the defense. Can you just repeat?
Defense Forensic Science Center.
Defense Forensic Science Center. How long were you employed by them?
I worked there for roughly 10 years.
And when did you start with them? What year?
I started with them in 2011.
Can you tell these jurors about your background, your education?
Well, I got a bachelor's in science in biology from Haverford College, and then a master's in forensic science from Virginia Commonwealth University.
And what year did you graduate from? Did you say Haverford College?
Haverford College, yes. I graduated in 2008.
And what specialized training and experience do you have for your current position?
Well, every laboratory will have its own training plan for DNA analysts. So my first job with the Defense Forensic Science Center, I passed their specific qualifications. And after that, when I was employed at DNA Labs International, I then passed their specific training plan. And in addition to that, I participate in proficiency testing, continuing education, keeping abreast of developments in my field.
Have you testified previously? I know you said that that's a function of your current role, but have you testified in a superior court?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell the jurors what your experience includes with that? How many times have you testified?
To date, not including depositions, I've testified in 2 hearings and 2 trials, not in this jurisdiction, however.
DNA Labs International, is that an accredited organization?
Yes, it is.
And what is its accreditation?
Well, it's recognized as a laboratory that can be trusted to follow proper protocols and procedures, keep to guidelines set by the FBI. And accreditation was given by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
You mentioned proficiency testing. Can you tell the jurors what that is?
Essentially, a proficiency test is a mock case submitted by an organization outside my laboratory in which they know what results I should get from DNA analysis on the evidence they send us. And I have to properly follow my lab's protocols and procedures to get those correct results. That demonstrates I can properly do the job.
So that's proficiency testing in general. Have you completed proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
What were the results?
I passed every proficiency test.
Approximately how many samples have you performed DNA analysis on in your career?
This is a very rough estimate, but I would say that I've worked on approximately 30,000 samples in my career at this point.
30,000?
Yes.
Have you ever been recognized as an expert in the field of forensic analysis, DNA analysis?
Yes, because I've qualified as an expert witness in other jurisdictions.
Your Honor, the state moves to qualify Mr. Ackroyd-Azales as an expert in the field of DNA analysis.
I have no objection to him giving his opinion. The court finds him so qualified.
And you mentioned testifying in depositions. Did you testify in a deposition in this specific matter?
Yes, I did.
And during that deposition, did you reference reports that you had written in this specific matter?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors how many reports you've authored in this case?
I wrote 6 reports for this case.
The material that you referenced during that deposition, that was the defense's opportunity to ask you questions. Do you have those here with you today?
Yes, I have them.
And would referring to those items, those reports, the material that you authored in this case, would that help your testimony?
Yes, it
Being
would.
able to refer to that information.
It would be helpful.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this witness be allowed to reference his case material as necessary.
Upon request as necessary.
Thank you. So, Mr. Ackroyd-Azales, this jury's already heard from an analyst, a DNA analyst before, but just generally, can you describe what DNA is?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the basic building block of life. It's present in all living things.
And can you tell the jurors where it's found in the human body?
DNA is found in the nucleus of the cells within a body.
And does DNA differ cell to cell?
Within a single organism, DNA does not differ from cell to cell.
How about person to person?
Person to person, yes, the DNA does differ. That's the basis of DNA analysis.
And can you just explain for the jurors, can you just walk them through the steps of DNA analysis?
So there's a couple key steps that had to be performed once a sample is collected from evidence. First is extraction, in which that sample is exposed to a combination of heat and chemicals. Now that serves to break open whatever cells are present in a sample and purify the DNA within it. Following that is quantitation. All that means is just measuring how much DNA is present in that extracted sample. And if there's enough DNA, the step after that is amplification. Now, the human genome, that's a lot of information. I don't need to look at every bit of that. I'm just interested in roughly 20 or so genetic markers, what I call loci. And that's enough for me to differentiate the DNA from one person to another. So the way amplification works is that it makes millions upon millions of copies of just those genetic markers in a sample. So once that's been done, the last step is injecting that amplified sample into a genetic analyzer. And essentially this instrument just translates that amplified sample into a DNA profile that I can interpret and analyze.
And you mentioned your lab's accreditation. Does your lab follow standardized protocols and procedures?
Yes, it does.
And you mentioned a review process. Can you just describe what that review process is for the jurors?
Well, a review that my reports always have to go through is a technical review. So another qualified analyst has to review my work, make sure that they agree with my conclusions, and that I wrote up my results appropriately.
Mr. Acro-Gonzalez, I want to switch gears and I want to talk about your work on this case. And again, if you need to refer to your notes at any point, just let us know. But did you conduct DNA analysis in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what known DNA samples were you provided during the course of your work on this case?
To be clear, DNA sample references that the laboratory worked at or DNA profiles that were provided but from another agency.
Let's first talk about DNA profiles that were provided by another agency.
If I can refer to the reports. DNA profiles for Harmony Montgomery and Adam Montgomery were provided by the New Hampshire Department of Safety Forensic Laboratory.
And that DNA profile for Harmony Montgomery, do you know where that came from? What that was, where that profile was developed from?
That was taken from a toothbrush, presumed to have been Harmony Montgomery's property, and as such was taken as an alternate reference for Harmony Montgomery.
Two known profiles is what you mentioned receiving. During your work on this case, your involvement on this case, did you develop another profile?
Yes, we
Go ahead.
we received a reference sample for Crystal Sori, and we developed a DNA profile from that sample within my laboratory.
And was that from a buccal swab?
Yes, it was.
So now that we know about these known samples that you received, I want to talk about your work on this case, specific items that you processed and analyzed. Before we get there, though, can you just describe the 4 steps that you go through when you receive a swab, when you start with a swab or a cutting of an unknown DNA sample?
Well, as I explained earlier for the DNA process, we go through extraction, separating the DNA within the cells in the sample from the rest of it, quantitation, measuring how much DNA there is, amplification, making copies of just the genetic markers that I look at in a DNA profile, and then injecting that amplified sample into a genetic analyzer. And that's what gives me a DNA profile that I can look at and interpret.
During the course of your involvement on this case, did you receive an item MER 3D RL13?
Yes.
Okay. And so let's begin with that item. That's already been admitted in this case as States Exhibit 74, and it's marked MER 3D RL13. What is that item? Can you tell the jurors?
If I can go to the report.
Please.
That item is pieces of sheetrock with heavy stains. A piece of sheetrock with heavy stains, excuse me.
Piece of sheetrock with heavy stains. Did you perform DNA analysis on that item?
I performed DNA analysis on samples taken from this item.
Okay. And how many samples were taken from that item?
2 samples were taken from this piece of sheetrock, one from the left bottom corner of the staining, and one from the center edge of the staining. And these 2 samples were combined together to go through the DNA process as one sample.
And can you just explain why you do that and how it works?
Well, why 2 samples were combined?
Yes.
In this case, it was presumptive that that staining all came from the same source. It also tested as indicative of blood. So we went on treating that as from being from the same person.
And you said it tested as indicative of blood. What does that mean for the jurors?
So we did what is called a presumptive test for the presence of blood. So that's generally considered a presumptive test is very sensitive for whatever material it's testing for, but it's not considered confirmatory, as in it's not considered specific to that material. So in this case, we only did a presumptive testing. So all I can say is that blood was indicated on this item.
So you combined the 2 samples that you received. What were the results of your testing?
At the end of the DNA process for that sample, The resulting DNA profile indicated at least one female contributor. However, due to some ambiguity in the profile, I interpreted it as two contributors.
And what was the ambiguity? Can you explain that?
Well, there are known side effects of the DNA process that can at times indicate that there's another contributor present. Basically, those signs weren't conclusive enough for me to say that there was definitely at least two people there, but it was suggesting that there were two people. So as a result, my language was that I interpreted that profile as two people.
What other conclusions were you able to draw from those samples in your analysis?
In comparing that DNA profile to the reference profiles from Harmony Montgomery, Crystal Sorey, and Adam Montgomery, none of them were able to be ruled out as possible contributors to that mixture.
Did you perform a likelihood ratio on those results?
Yes, a likelihood ratio is essentially a comparison of two competing ideas. In this case, I'm saying that for this DNA mixture, one idea is that the DNA profile is explained by the presence of one of the references and an unknown person, versus the other idea being that the DNA profile is made up of two unknown people. So by comparing those two contrasting ideas to explain the evidence, I can generate a likelihood ratio which says which of those propositions we say is more likely than the other.
And what was the likelihood ratio with respect to the profile that you received from Harmony Montgomery?
The DNA, I'm reading directly from the report, if that's all right.
Any objection?
No objection. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
The DNA profile from the sample is approximately 4.1 billion times more probable if the sample originated from Harmony Montgomery and an unknown person than if it originated from two unknown persons. And this analysis provides very strong support for the proposition that Harmony Montgomery is a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from this sample.
And you just said very strong support. Why use that phrase, very strong support?
Well, we use a verbal scale to describe the strength of likelihood ratios. And the strongest language that I'm allowed to use is very strong support. And that begins when a likelihood ratio is 1 million or greater. And in this case, as I said, the likelihood ratio is 4.1 billion.
And can you explain the significance of that number, 4.1 billion?
Well, just to give us a scale, a sense of the numbers, a million is a 1 followed by 6 zeros, if you're ever lucky enough to see it on a check. A billion, on the other hand, is a 1 followed by 9 zeros.
So we're still talking about States Exhibit 74. That's MER 3D RL13, the piece of sheetrock that you mentioned Did you conduct further analysis of that item?
Yes, as I said, I also conducted comparisons to Adam Montgomery and Crystal Sorey. In comparing Crystal Sorey to this DNA profile from the piece of sheetrock, the DNA profile obtained from the sample is approximately 12 times more probable if the sample originated from two unknown persons than if it originated from Crystal Sorey and an unknown person. In this case, this analysis provides limited support for the proposition that Crystal Sorey is not a contributor to the mixture obtained from this sample.
Any other analysis that you performed with respect to those samples?
In comparing Adam Montgomery, the DNA profile obtained from the sample is approximately 18 times more probable if the sample originated from two unknown persons than if it originated from Adam Montgomery and an unknown person. And this analysis provides limited support for the proposition that Adam Montgomery is not a contributor to this DNA profile.
Still with respect to States Exhibit 74, MER 3D13, RL13, which the jury saw yesterday, just for clarification. Did you test another sample of that item at some point during your involvement in this case?
Yes, in a report after this one that I just described the results from, another sample was taken for testing.
And why was another sample taken for testing?
Well, we received permission to use a amplification kit different from the one that is originally approved for the New Hampshire State Police.
Can you walk us through the process of that second sample that you took, or third sample rather that you took?
Well, I should say that we requested this permission because the DNA was very degraded, we could see on the sheetrock. And the kit that we wanted to use was an upgraded version of the one we had used before. So it tested for more genetic markers, and we would be able to perform more conclusive analysis, I should say.
Now, you just mentioned the DNA that you observed on that item. It's only for being degraded. Can you explain to the jurors what that means?
Well, DNA is not a very strong molecule, I should say. There's a lot of different environmental factors that can break it down. That includes ultraviolet light, exposure to heat, chemicals, cleaning agents, strong acids and bases, prolonged immersion in water, bacteria. So all that can serve to break down DNA. So there's not many places just out in the world where DNA won't be attacked in some fashion.
How about time? Does time have anything to do with
Well,
degradation of DNA samples?
Generally speaking, yes. The longer DNA is exposed to any of those elements, DNA is going to break down even further, with more time, with more exposure.
The third piece that you tested, can you walk us through your analysis, the process that you used?
Let's just flip into that report. So this is still that item, the piece of sheetrock with the heavy staining. An additional sample was collected from approximately 3 inches of the bottom of the stained area. And again, blood was indicated on that sample. And the DNA profile obtained from this sample definitively indicated a mixture of at least 2 individuals.
Were you able to draw any conclusions based on your analysis?
In comparing Harmony Montgomery, Crystal Sorey, and Adam Montgomery to this new mixture, again, I wasn't able to conclusively exclude, they could not be conclusively ruled out as possible contributors to the mixture.
Did you perform a likelihood ratio as you did with the prior samples?
Yes, I did.
What were the results of that likelihood ratio?
In comparing Harmony Montgomery to this mixture, the DNA profile obtained from the sample is approximately 1.1 trillion times more probable if the sample originated from Harmony Montgomery and 1 unknown person than if it originated from 2 unknown persons. And this analysis provides very strong support for the proposition that Harmony Montgomery is a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from the sample.
And that terminology that you just used, the very strong support, that again is the highest level of support that you can provide. Is that correct?
That is the strongest language that I'm allowed to use.
And can you explain the significance of that number, 1.1 trillion?
Well, a trillion is a million multiplied by another million. Or to put it another way, as I was saying, a million is a 1 followed by 6 zeros. A trillion is a 1 followed by 12 zeros.
You mentioned 2 contributors, 2 potential contributors. Was there a second profile that you were able to obtain from that item?
Sorry, do you mean was I able to perform a likelihood ratio for that second contributor in the mixture?
Correct, yes.
I wasn't able to conclusively, I was able to perform a likelihood ratio for Adam Montgomery and Crystal Sorey to that mixture. For Crystal Sorey, the DNA profile obtained from the sample is approximately 1.5 times more probable if the sample originated from Crystal Sorey and 1 unknown person than if it originated from 2 unknown persons. But we consider that uninformative if a likelihood ratio is between 1.1 and 2, because that's just not strong support for either proposition. In comparing Adam Montgomery to that mixture, the DNA profile obtained from the sample is approximately 69 times more probable if the sample originated from 2 unknown persons than if it originated from Adam Montgomery and 1 unknown person. And this analysis provides limited support for the proposition that Adam Montgomery is not a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from the sample.
Just to clarify, from that third sample that you took, how many profiles were you able to obtain? How many profiles did you obtain? DNA profiles?
It was only 1 DNA profile, but I could see that there were at least 2 individuals within it.
And what does that mean for the jurors?
Well, essentially, I was only able to, we treat it as identifying Harmony Montgomery in that mixture, given the likelihood ratio. But I was not able to conclusively identify the additional second contributor in that mixture.
The second contributor, what can you tell the jurors about that profile?
Well, it was a very partial person. There was not a lot of genetic information for that person in the DNA profile. So I would not honestly expect to be able to identify that person even if we had obtained the reference that matched that person in the evidence.
And what does that mean scientifically, a partial person?
Well, essentially that there just wasn't a lot of genetic data. There wasn't a lot of DNA from that second contributor present in the DNA profile.
So I want to turn your attention now to another item. Did you have occasion to test samples from MER 3D RL14 and 12? That's DLI number 22-07495.01.
I'm sorry, can you say it again?
The DLI number or
The DLI number.
yep, it's 22-07495.01. And just to clarify, DLI applies its own numbers to items that it receives. Is that right?
Yes, I did have occasion to perform DNA analysis on that item.
And sorry, you were looking at your notes when I asked, but DLI, when you process items, you apply your own item numbers to that evidence. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And so this item has previously been admitted as State's Exhibit 81. What is that item? Can you tell the jurors?
That item, 22-07495.01, that is two rails screwed together.
And I think you answered this already, but did you perform analysis on that item?
Yes, I did.
How did you perform analysis of that item?
Well, there was staining visible on this item, so blood was indicated on the rails that were screwed together. And following that, the sample was collected from that staining for DNA analysis. And already went through the DNA process, and the resulting DNA profile of that indicated at least one contributor.
One contributor, no.
Yeah, a single contributor.
What results and conclusions were you able to draw from that?
Well, Harmony Montgomery could not be ruled out as a possible contributor to that DNA profile.
And just as with the prior samples, were you able to perform a likelihood ratio?
Yes, I was, in comparing Harmony Montgomery to that DNA profile. The result of which was the DNA profile obtained from the sample is approximately 1.4 trillion times more probable if the sample originated from Harmony Montgomery than if it originated from an unknown person. And this analysis provides, again, very strong support for the proposition that Harmony Montgomery is a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from the sample.
Again, can you explain the significance of 1.4 trillion?
Well, again, the language for very strong support for a proposition that starts when a likelihood ratio is 1 million or greater. And a trillion can be explained as a million multiplied by another million, or a million is again a 1 followed by 6 zeros, and a trillion is a 1 followed by 12 zeros.
I want to turn to the other items that you analyzed during the course of your involvement with this investigation. And so I want to go through those items individually and talk about the conclusions that you were able to draw, starting with an item LH, a pillow with rope drawstring.
Yes, I have that in front of me.
What conclusions, if any, were you able to draw from your analysis of that item?
Well, staining was visible on the pillow with the drawstring, but no blood was indicated on this item. And following that, 2 samples were collected from the item for DNA analysis, one from the rope and one from the exterior of the pillow. However, no DNA was detected on either sample, so we didn't do any further analysis past that point.
How about item BE017? BE017.
BE017 was a clear, thin zip tie Again, there was staining, visible staining, but no blood was indicated on the zip tie, and an insufficient amount of DNA was detected from a sample collected from it. So again, no further analysis was performed.
I want to turn your attention to item number JP88. Did you test that item?
Yes.
And what conclusions, if any, were you able to draw from your results?
This item was a pink child sock. Apparent hairs were visible on the sock. We did not conduct any analysis on that. We did take a DNA sample from the interior of the sock, and the DNA profile obtained indicated a mixture of at least 3 individuals with at least 1 male contributor. And furthermore, Crystal Sori could not be ruled out as a possible contributor to that mixed DNA profile.
And did you further analyze that in another report?
Yes, I did.
What were the results of that additional analysis?
If I can flip to it. And further reports, I was also able to compare the DNA profile for Harmony Montgomery and Adam Montgomery to the DNA profile obtained from the sock.
What conclusions were you able to draw from that comparison?
Well, first, in comparing Crystal Sori, probabilistic genotyping results supported their exclusion as a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from the interior of the sock when a proposition of 3 overall contributors was considered. In comparing Harmony Montgomery, again, the probabilistic genotyping results for Harmony Montgomery supported their exclusion, again, as a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from the interior of the sock. And comparing Adam Montgomery, the probabilistic genotyping results for Adam Montgomery, again, supported their exclusion as a contributor to the DNA profile previously obtained from the interior of the sock when a proposition of 3 overall contributors was considered.
Any other conclusions you were able to draw from that item?
No, that was all the analysis that was done on that item.
I want to turn your attention to JP 216-C. Did you have an opportunity to review and analyze that item?
Yes, I did. This item, sorry, one moment. This item was a cutting from a sweater.
I'm sorry?
This item was a cutting from a sweater, JP 216-C.
Okay. What, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from your analysis of that item?
Blood was indicated on that cutting. However, an insufficient amount of DNA was detected from a sample taken from the cutting. And because of that, no further analysis was performed.
I want to turn your attention to MER 3D1A. Did you have an opportunity to analyze that item?
Yes, this was a metal cutting.
What, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from that item?
Blood was indicated on this cutting. However, an insufficient amount of DNA was detected, and therefore no further analysis was performed.
Turning your attention to MER 3D-B, were you able to analyze that item?
Yes, this was a lab cutting of stained drywall backing.
What, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from that item?
Blood was indicated on this cutting, but an insufficient amount of DNA was detected, and therefore no further analysis was performed.
Turning your attention to JP 251-1, were you able to analyze that item?
Yes, this was a section of string.
And
Blood
what if-
was, I apologize. Blood was indicated on the string, and the DNA profile obtained from the string indicated at least 1 male contributor. Crystal Sori and Harmony Montgomery were excluded as contributors to that DNA profile, and Adam Montgomery as well was excluded as a contributor to that DNA profile.
And that was in a later analysis, is that right?
Yes.
And just to clarify, you said the defendant Adam Montgomery was excluded, Crystal Sori was excluded, and Harmony Montgomery, they were all excluded from that DNA profile?
That's correct.
Understood. Turning your attention to MER 3D-A2, did you have an opportunity to analyze that item?
Yes, this was another lab cutting of stained drywall backing. Blood
What-
was indicated
Go ahead.
on the cutting, and the resulting DNA profile obtained from the cutting indicated a mixture of at least 2 individuals with at least 1 male contributor. However, due to the complex nature of this mixed DNA profile, it was inconclusive for comparison purposes.
Turning your attention to JP 216. JP 216, were you able to analyze that item?
If I can, I'd have to go to the report that it was analyzed in. JP 216.
Correct.
Okay, this was a sweater with stains.
Were you able to analyze that item?
Yes, blood was indicated on the sweater, and a sample was collected from a possible blood stain on the wearer's right side for DNA analysis. However, the resulting DNA profile obtained from that sample indicated a mixture of at least 4 individuals with at least 1 male contributor. And due to the complex nature of that mixed DNA profile, it was inconclusive for comparison purposes.
Turning your attention to MER 3D-RL3, did you have an opportunity to analyze that item? And if it helps, it's DLI item number 22-07494.01.
Yes, I have it. Yes, I did have opportunity to analyze this item. It is screws and a rail.
What, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from that item?
From the rail, blood was indicated on the rail, and the result was the result of which was that a sample was collected from the staining. However, an insufficient amount of DNA was detected from that sample, so no further analysis was performed.
I want to turn your attention to a final item, TSC 8. Did you have an opportunity to analyze TSC 8?
I'm sorry, can you give me the DLI item number?
I can have just a moment. It's 22-11851.
Yes, I did perform analysis on this item.
And what was that item, or what is that item?
It is the carpeted floorboard from an Audi.
You said from an Audi?
Yes.
What, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from that sample?
No blood was indicated on that carpeted floorboard, and a sample was collected from the entire surface of the item for DNA analysis. But no DNA profile was obtained from the sample.
So, Mr. Acarotis-Salas, I just want to summarize. You were able to develop a profile from MER 3D-RL13.
Sorry, I need to flip back and see what item that is. Yes, I was.
And that was 4.1 billion times more likely to be Harmony Montgomery and an unknown person.
From one of the samples taken from that item, which was the piece of sheetrock with heavy stains, yes, that was the resulting likelihood ratio.
And when you tested another location on that item, you were able to obtain another likelihood ratio.
That is correct, yes.
Specific with respect to Harmony Montgomery, what was that likelihood ratio?
That likelihood ratio was 1.1 trillion times more likely if that DNA profile had originated from Harmony Montgomery and an unknown person than if it originated from 2 unknown people.
And you were able to develop a profile on the item MER 3D-RL4 and 12.
Yes.
And can you remind the jurors what that what the likelihood ratio was for that item with respect to Harmony Montgomery.
That item was 2 rails screwed together, and the resulting likelihood ratio in comparing Harmony Montgomery was that it was 1.4 trillion times more probable if the sample originated from Harmony Montgomery than if it originated from an unknown person.
1.4 trillion.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Azalis, Ackroyd Azalis. I have no additional questions for you, Your Honor. I pass the witness.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
One of the reasons that states would say a state lab like New Hampshire that does DNA sends items to you or DLI labs
Mhm.
is because you do a different type of DNA analysis than most other places in the country, right?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're asking.
The genotype probabilistic testing.
Yes. So probabilistic genotyping is what is used to perform likelihood ratios. Essentially, that's a combination of statistical methods and biological concepts to help in DNA analysis.
And what that does is, like, complex means more than one can mean more than one DNA sample, right?
Well, in saying that a DNA profile is complex, that can potentially mean that that sample is from more than one person. That's possible.
It could mean that the DNA sample was somewhat degraded,
That's possible.
and it could mean that there's less of a sample.
That's possible. Yes.
Okay. And there's other reasons that people, well, for the most part, I'm going to call it PGT, probabilistic genotyping. Is that what?
We usually just do PG, but I will understand what you mean if you say that's what PGT means.
Okay. Because I will stumble over the words if I have to do it each time. PG is essentially a way to get better information from less DNA or more complex DNA.
Compared to traditional analysis methods, yes.
Okay. So if there was like a finding of 2 sources on a DNA sample, but the lab wasn't capable of further analysis, it might come to you.
That's possible.
Okay. And probabilistic genotyping is actually a computer algorithm, right?
Computer software is used, yes.
Okay. And it combines all possibilities and runs whether or not the likelihood of this possibility being achieved. Why don't you explain?
Well, essentially, you're asking how a likelihood ratio is performed.
What it means? Yes, how it's performed.
Essentially, the software makes at the start random guesses as to what genetic, well, what I should say, what alleles, so what specific genetic markers apply to each contributor in a mixture, and in what proportion for each of the genetic markers that we look at. And by comparing that, and then for each successive guess that it does blind, it compares to the actual DNA profile, and it can see how closely or how badly it fits the actual data. So as a result of that, it makes successive guesses as it goes through what's called Markov chain Monte Carlo. So essentially, as it's making these random guesses, it does assess whether the next guess is better than the previous guess. And as a result, it kind of narrows in on what the actual genetic alleles, what DNA profile applies to each contributor in a mixture.
And a person who compares DNA profiles can do the same thing, but it would take an astronomical amount of time, right?
A computer can do it in a fraction of the time that I could do it by hand. Yes.
Okay. And when you hit numbers like trillion, billion, things like that, that the DNA probabilistic result is 1.4 billion. You said it's very strong support for the DNA profile matching another person.
To I would say that it's very strong support for the proposition that the DNA profile resulted from the person who's being compared, as well as however other unknown individuals are present in that mixture.
Okay, so one of the things is this can't make a match,
I can't conclusively say it's someone's DNA or not. No.
but the likelihood is so high that you might be able to accept it as a match.
I can't say that.
The likelihood that it is that person when we're in the billions and stuff is pretty high.
It is high, yes.
Okay. And you can have likelihood ratios right down to 2 that mean something, right?
Yes,
Because under 2, it's uninformative, I think you said.
that's correct.
Okay. So if we can sort of say it's probably somebody by a probabilistic ratio of 10 versus a billion, the more likelihood that it is that person at a billion is really, really high, right?
Well, a billion is a lot larger than 10, if that's what you mean. Yes.
Okay. And okay. Somebody might walk away from that pretty comfortable that it is the person that the matching says it probably is. The DNA is from that source that the probabilistic ratio says it is.
I can only speak to the statistical weight. I can't
Okay.
tell anyone to come to a conclusion.
So you can't conclusively say that Harmony Montgomery is the source of the DNA on the sheetrock or the rails, but the probability is very, very high.
That's fair to say.
Okay. Now, on the sheetrock, you found a possibility of 2 sources.
Sorry, we're talking about
MER 3D13, RL13.
yes.
Okay. And you weren't quite sure, but that probability was there, right?
I wasn't quite sure about what. I'm sorry.
Whether it was 1 source or 2 sources, but there was enough to raise that possibility.
For the first 2 samples that were taken, yes, it was at least 1 person, and there were some suggestions of it being 2 people, and as a result of that, I interpreted it as 2 people.
Okay. And then when you did the testing on the rails and the analysis there, that was pretty conclusively 1 source?
There was no indication of any other contributor being present in that DNA profile.
Okay, so if the sheetrock and the metal rails came together and the DNA that was on both of them was from the same source, can we conclude that there was only 1 source on the sheetrock?
Well, no, because I can't speak for how people in the past might have touched these various items, or who made what kind of contact, or how DNA came to be on an item. I simply can't speak to the activity that led to DNA ending up on an item of evidence.
Okay, so the possibility that the sheetrock had 2 sources and the metal rails had 1 source. The possibility that the sheetrock had 2 sources still exists, even though the rail had 1 source.
Yes, the DNA results support that.
Okay. And did you receive any profiles from Kayla Montgomery to compare?
Kayla Montgomery, no, we never received a reference for that person.
Okay. So I want to talk about some of the other testing that you did in this case. You reviewed it, some of them with the state, and let's talk about JP88, which was the pink sock. And JP, the jury has learned P stands for Pittman, who collected evidence from an Audi. And you found DNA on the child's pink sock, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And DNA degrades over time, right?
Yes.
And weather conditions can affect the amount of degradation.
Yes.
And weather meaning extreme hot and extreme cold, right?
Yes, those will both play a factor.
Other environmental factors such as mold and stuff like that might affect DNA degradation.
Yes, that's true.
And the jury has heard the condition that the Audi was in at the time that it was searched. You were able to obtain DNA from the Audi, right?
Are we still speaking of the pink child sock?
JP88, sorry.
I was able to obtain a DNA profile from the sock, yes.
And you were able to exclude Harmony and Adam from that DNA.
In comparing their DNA results by probabilistic genotyping, the statistics supported them being excluded.
Was it in this? It was a very high number, right?
10 likelihood ratio supporting exclusion, 10,000 or greater. We consider that this is the phrasing we use, that they support their exclusion.
And this was well above 10,000.
If you want the exact number, I need to go into the case file.
I don't need to, but it was a lot over 10,000, right?
It was at least 10,000. I don't remember the number exactly from memory.
Okay, but it is within your realm that strongly supports exclusion.
That's correct.
And you talked about 1 billion strongly supports exclusion earlier on other items.
I believe we were speaking of inclusion when I was.
Okay. So anyway, it strongly supports exclusion on the pink sock, right?
In comparing Harmony Montgomery, Crystal Sorey, and Adam Montgomery, yes, the resulting statistics all supported their exclusion from the pink sock.
Okay. So DNA survived the conditions that the jury has heard that the Audi was in, sufficient to make a comparison of DNA and make a determination that supports exclusion.
In this case, yes.
Okay. Now the JP 216 was a sweater with stains,
Yes.
and it was an adult sweater with stains.
I actually don't have that information in the reports.
Okay.
What size or to
Okay.
what person that sweater is intended for.
And I think the conclusion was at least 4 individuals on that.
For the sample taken from a possible blood stain on the wearer's right side, the resulting DNA profile was a mixture of at least 4 individuals with at least 1 male contributor, but it was due to its complex nature. Yes, it couldn't be used for comparison purposes.
Okay, so you're comfortable with the conclusion that it is at least 4 people contributed to the staining.
I'm comfortable with the conclusion that I got DNA from at least 4 individuals from the sample taken from that stain.
Okay, and that at least one of those individuals was male.
That's correct.
And did you determine if that staining was blood?
Blood was indicated on the sweater. Yeah, but I wasn't able to conclusively identify it as blood.
Okay. And again, blood can survive extreme conditions of very, very hot and very, very cold.
It's possible, and I don't know the exact weather conditions and what other factors might have come into play with where the sweater was found.
Okay. And if a conclusion of different testing was that it was blood on the sweater, you can't say one way or the other if that conclusion was correct or not.
I'm sorry, can you say that again? I'm
If
not sure I
other
understand.
testing revealed blood on that sweater, you can't determine whether that other testing was correct or not.
Well, if my laboratory or I didn't perform that testing, I can't speak for whoever did it.
Okay. And I guess the thing that I'm trying to get to is that DNA and blood, while it can be degraded by many different conditions, it can also survive in many different conditions, right?
That's fair to say. Yes.
And it can survive over years.
Possibly. Again, it depends on the specific conditions.
Okay. If I may have a moment. And I think the other was TSC8, a carpeted floorboard from an Audi, you testified? Or a piece of a carpet?
Carpeted floorboard
Okay. From an, did you say, does it
from
say?
an Audi. Yes.
Okay. And TSC8, do you know what those initials stand for?
TSC8. I don't. That was assigned by the New Hampshire authorities.
Okay. And in any event, on there was no blood nor DNA, right?
No blood was indicated from the staining, and sorry, can I just double check
Sure.
the case file quickly? There was DNA detected
Oh.
on the carpeted floorboard, but there was no, while it went through the DNA process, we weren't able to obtain a DNA profile.
Okay.
at the end.
Okay. No blood, but DNA.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything further from the state? Yes.
Mr. Acro-Dizales, you were asked about the type of testing that DNA Labs International conducts. Do you remember that line of questioning from the defense?
I believe so. Yes.
The defense attorney asked you specifically about your lab conducting a different type of DNA analysis than other places in the country. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes, it went into probabilistic genotyping, I believe.
And let's talk about probabilistic genotyping. That's a mouthful.
Yes.
Probabilistic genotyping, is that something that's not done in other places in the country?
It's actually a pretty standard method at this point. My laboratory certainly isn't the only one in the country that uses it.
And is this a new method?
It's been in use since 2015.
You said that this computer software that you use, it runs the tests in no time.
Well, far quicker than I'm capable of doing by hand.
And that's my next point. You are able to do this by hand. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
I want to talk about the likelihood ratios that you were asked about. What threshold is required for very strong support?
So again, going to the verbal scale used to describe likelihood ratios, When I'm able to describe a proposition as having very strong support, that results when a likelihood ratio is 1,000,000 or greater.
You were asked about a second contributor to the source from MER 3D RL 13.
Yes.
I think on direct, you said that second profile was really uninformative. Can you just explain that to the jurors?
So while I could see that there was a second contributor in this mixture, as I think I said earlier, there just wasn't a lot of data of that person. So there was enough for me to see that there was someone there, but not enough for me to feel that I could conclusively identify who that second contributor is.
During your involvement with those pieces of sheetrock, the metal framing, did you receive a known profile for someone, for a detective, Scott Riley?
I did not know.
Thank you. No further questions, Drew?
You said that this type of testing, PG, has been, your lab has been around since 2015?
No, it's older than that, but I don't recall the exact year it was established. However, the program used, StarMix, that employs probabilistic genotyping, that's been used in forensic analysis, DNA analysis, since I believe it's 2015.
Okay. And are there more than 8 labs now that apply StarMix?
I believe so, but I would need to check the numbers to be sure.
Okay, so it's growing, but at first, weren't you all the only ones doing it commercially?
That's possible. I actually don't know offhand.
Okay. In any way, in event, it's been verified and validated and everything else, right?
It's a respected and trusted tool for forensic analysis, yes.
Okay. But not necessarily every state has the ability to do it.
Well, investing in new technology, that's an immense, that costs a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of effort. So yes, it's not everyone uses it as of yet.
And that's why state labs might send it to a private lab to be analyzed rather than doing it themselves.
That's possible.
Okay. And the likelihood ratio, I think a little bit of confusion may exist. Very strong support. You mentioned the term thing 1,000,000, and then earlier 1,000. Do you need 1,000,000 to include somebody?
No, the verbal scale just describes the relative strength of a likelihood ratio. And I believe what you're referencing was when a likelihood ratio is 10,000 or greater supporting exclusion, that we treat that as excluding a reference from a mixture.
Okay. So it's like not even very strong support. Once you hit 10,000, you're excluded.
That is how we treat it, yes.
Okay. And
I'm sorry, just to clarify that point, I can't outright say they aren't there, but just that's what the statistics support. So that's why we use that language.
Okay. And on MER-3D-RL4 through 12, Adam was excluded, right?
Mr. Montgomery,
I'm sorry, yes.
he was excluded from that DNA profile from that item, yes.
But you also believe that that item had one source.
The resulting DNA profile only indicated one person, yes.
Okay. Sorry, I know it's very precise terminology and I'm not being so precise, so I apologize. On MER-3D-RL13, there was, that could have been 2 people, right?
Well,
2 sources, sorry.
in the first sample taken, it was at least one contributor that I interpreted as 2 based on ambiguity in the profile.
Okay.
The second sample taken at a future date, that indicated mixture conclusively of at least 2 people.
Oh, my misunderstanding. Okay. And then probabilistic testing, it was uninformative as far as Crystal was concerned and limited support that Adam was not a contributor.
We're talking about the second sample taken from a piece of sheetrock.
Yeah.
Or rather, I should say the third.
9/14/22.
Sorry, just to be clear, for the sample that was taken at a later date using a kit that was an amplification kit that we received approval for, yes, Crystal Sorey, the likelihood ratio for her to the mixture from there was uninformative, and there was limited support for the proposition that Adam Montgomery was excluded from that mixture.
Okay. And a conclusion that there's probably two sources and Adam Montgomery is probably excluded.
Well, there's limited support.
Okay. And there's no support on the other side that says he's included, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And like I said, that side can go down to 2 and mean something, right?
Well, at that range, again, we use limited support to make it clear that it's a small number.
Right. Thank you.
Further?
No, you're not.
All right. You may step down, sir. He may be excused.
Yes.
And you are excused.
May we approach?
Yes? I think it makes sense to have our mid-morning break now, so we'll break for 15 minutes. We'll be back at 25 up. All right, please rise for the jurors. Council, just approach for a minute.
Is it just me, or does D-Head, does she think she has like superior intelligence? He looked beyond annoyed. How many different languages does he need to speak to explain to her what his testing found? His scientific testing. What did Snow say? I did say Rockin' Robin said that she needs to buy the first round for old Mr. Wizard. I agree. What did Snow say? What did I miss? Hang on. Yeah, right there. Rockin' Robin said this poor guy was looking like, where's the nearest bar? That lady should be buying him the first 2 rounds. Geez, that's what I'm saying. He's going to need some kind of comfort after that, because that was ridiculous. He has more degrees than a thermometer. Not saying she's a stupid woman by any means, because let's face it. Not too easy to pass the bar. And as far as not finding Kayla's DNA, he's already pled guilty to moving Harmony's body around Manchester. He's already pled guilty to falsifying evidence. He's pled guilty to tampering. Question is, if she's trying to put doubt in the jury's mind that all of this was Kayla, well, then her DNA is going to have to be in some of these samples somewhere. That's it. Now, I do want to take our minds off of this for a minute, and I want to concentrate on our friend Christina. As you know, her husband is home with the sniffles, and he has a tickle in his throat. By the way, he is a superman. He's wonderful. But we all know what it's like when our husbands, boyfriends, fiancés, whatever, get the sniffles when they get sick. Turns out scientifically, man flu is a real thing. I did not know this.
It's that time of year when the change of seasons causes sniffles and sneezes. So some of you are probably hearing a lot of this.
Pam, can you call my mom?
You've probably seen that NyQuil commercial poking fun at the man flu. The idea that men moaning and groaning, exaggerating their cold symptoms and claiming they have the flu. Turns out there may be some science behind it all. One Canadian doctor says that men actually experience worse cold and flu symptoms than women. We've got a whole team on the deck to talk about this. We've got Deshauna Reed, Scott Peterson, and Sophia Yorkshevich. Sophia, we'll begin with you. Define.
Now, this I did not know. Men experience worse cold and flu symptoms than women? Or that we're just too busy taking care of the whole house, the bills, the kids, and everything. We don't have time to be sick. I'm perplexed. Sal said, not my husband. He just keeps to himself when he's sick. Don't ever lose him. Don't.
In the man flu.
Okay, so I'm defining it not in my own definition because there actually is an official definition in the Oxford Dictionary, and we're going to show it to you, and I'm going to read it for you right now. It says, a man flu is a cold or similar minor ailment as experienced by a man who is regarded as exaggerating the severity of the symptoms. That is not from my mouth. That is from the Oxford Dictionary.
Minor ailment. That's not
Exaggerating
That's not
is the other
complimentary, is it? No.
A lot of this, the reason we're doing this today is that Dr. Kyle Sue from Nunavut, the only doctor in Nunavut, so if he gets sick, we don't know how the community does without it, but he has found that it's actually an immunosuppressant. The testosterone is an immunosuppressant, and in a sense, your immune system's down, and then you get the man cold. But yes, that feeling that you just want to die. It doesn't last long. Tashawn is looking at me like, what are you talking about?
I've gone through that too.
Yes.
In all fairness, I've had the flu one time. This was in 2010. And after I got over the flu part of it, it became a respiratory infection. I wanted to die just to feel better. There was no moving, nothing. Man, I was sick. I almost had to be hospitalized. It was bad. High fever. I hurt like I'd been hit by a truck. Dang.
I'm trying to grapple with this idea that it would be worse for you, but I guess there's some science behind it. But I have to give some of the men in my family some credit. My grandfather, to this day, still goes to work Monday to Friday, and he will not call in sick. It takes forever for him to actually accept that he's not feeling well, and he still powers through. My stepdad's the same way. He won't miss hockey on Friday mornings. He plays downtown, and he will never miss a hockey day. And we'll tell him, you need to stay home, you need to sleep, and he pushes through. So I don't know.
See, this is the point. We feel awful, and yet we push through.
But John,
we feel awful. Wait, I got to get some help here. Peterson, help me out here. Bring your testosterone to the table.
Okay, I don't think it's going well for us, John. We're not on the winning side of this argument, but here is some official study that we dragged up from somewhere to say that we're not making it up, that we actually do feel pain as well a little bit here. Saying, here's a study from Hong Kong that they found that from 2004 to 2000.
I don't know if I want to trust a study from Hong Kong. I know I'm going to get some flack for that, but when I see these studies from Hong Kong, I'm like, ugh. Try that on the dude sitting in the recliner holding OJ right now.
2010 men had a higher risk of hospital admissions. So that's serious when we're going to the hospital. We're not making things up there, I would assume. And also there's an unscientific survey saying that men suffering from flu report taking more time off work than women.
Not in Tashana's family, obviously.
Right.
No, I guess there's an exception
Nor
there. So I don't know
Sophia's.
if that helps our case, but yeah, it certainly doesn't. We're being a little bit maligned because I guess we don't have a lot of things to complain about.
Well, I think maybe that's what it is. We really don't have a lot to complain about. So when it does hit us, it's this we're unprepared. It's our emotional immune system is
How
unprepared.
to handle it, right?
Yeah,
How do I
yes,
deal with
yes,
this
yes.
trauma?
It's emotional. I think
Don't
it's
Don't worry,
emotional.
we'll help you guys out next time.
Well,
Thank
the
you.
guy,
Got a few tips.
no, you won't. You'll throw a NyQuil bottle at us and tell us to get out of
Go
bed
on
and,
calling your mom.
and tough it out. Yes.
Yeah.
So there we go. So, thank you, guys.
You're welcome.
I don't think.
Just don't get sick any.
This is-
you know,
no.
couple days.
You were
No.
toughing it out at work the
I'll-
other day. You weren't feeling
Yeah.
so well. You
No,
know, you
no,
toughed it
it's
out.
You're pretty
See?
tough. You're pretty tough.
Again, it's not that we're not toughing it out. It's that we feel there's a period of time there, about 8 hours, when you're sort of coming down with it and you know you're going to have it, where if somebody said to you, if you die now, would that be okay? You'd go, anything would be better than that.
No, don't.
Calm down, dude. Anything would be better than this. Hell, we don't even ask for death when we're giving birth. Naturally. Get real. Torn it all. We just get through it. But we know women like that too. You guys have any girlfriends in your circle that everything is the end of the world? Everything? I mean, I'm talking everything. These are the people that tell you they post on Facebook everything. Everything. I had to stop at Quick Trip and pee on the way to work. Now I'm going to be late. Well, then why'd you take time to post on Facebook if you're worried about being late? You idiot. And I think about what JTB is going through because she is sick. And she got one of those doctors. Not going to tell any of her business, but she got one of those doctors that wants you to sweat through everything. No antibiotics. Look, we were born in the 70s. We got antibiotics for everything. And if an antibiotic wouldn't take care of it, damn Robitussin did. Or what was that shit in the green jar? Starts with an M. They put it all over your chest, kind of like Vicks. It was in a green jar. That stuff worked forever, and they just smear it all over your chest. And if that didn't work, you got more antibiotics. It's like mentholatum. Mentholatum, that's what it was. So man flu is real. Man flu is real. Broken Golf Doll said she was born in the 60s. Okay. What to do? Hang on, I had another one pulled up here and I lost it. Bear with me. Yeah, we need her better. I'm worried about her. This is more on man flu.
Man flu. The symptoms, high fever, severe aches and pains, and fatigue are similar to those found in woman flu, only much worse.
Simon! No! Hang on, what have you got?
Man flu.
For goodness sake, Simon, come on.
But
I don't see Christina collapsing to the ground with her husband going, no! Oh no, she came right into chat and was like, oh, he's got the man flu. I'm like, what is it? Fever? Stomach? Sniffles. And I was like, not the sniffles! That's the worst!
is it wrong to be so cynical? Is man flu real? We get the flu when respiratory droplets containing an influenza virus are sneezed, coughed, or spluttered around us. On the shell of the virus are spikes of two kinds of protein molecules. H spikes act like keys to get into your cells, and the N spikes release the genetic material that infects you. There are at least 18 types of H spikes and 9 types.
Okay, we got all that part. We understand that the flu is nasty and it's a germ. The man flu is what we're confused about. Or do your husbands, here's the thing, they'll get like, you're contemplating calling hospice when they get the sniffles, but the bastards will be out in the yard doing something, almost chop their leg off and refuse to go to the hospital. It's like, whoa, I see blood and that looks like an exposed bone. Oh, don't worry about it. I got to finish this project. Did I hear something pop? Yeah, that's just my shoulder. Throw themselves into the wall and it's like, oh my God. See, that would need medical attention. What are you going to do?
Types of N spikes. This gives rise to terms like H5N1 avian flu.
Chicken soup.
Simon, you've got to get up. You've got an interviewee waiting.
Just after an animation? When our immune system recognizes a foreign virus, immune cells flood the area and destroy the infected cells. But one sex may do this better than the other.
Simon, the interview.
Okay, just after I introduce him with his voiceover.
Dr. Jason Tydin is a clinician and immunologist at the Walter and Eliza Hall Institute of Medical Research.
So, Jason, do women have a better immune system than men?
Women do have a much more robust and enhanced immune response when their immune systems encounter various environmental pathogens, such as infections. The upshot of this is that with a much more robust response to infection in women, there are more cells and there's a stronger antibody response that enables clearance of the infection so that the severity and the duration is much less pronounced.
In comparison, the immune response in men is not only lower, making them more likely to get the flu, but also shorter, increasing the risk that the pathogen won't be cleared, so they'll have it for longer. But
this is what I'm talking about. First off, I want to say welcome to Got a Secret, Can You Keep It? New YouTube member. Let's say welcome to her. Welcome to the family. And there is the difference, one of the big ones, between men and women, besides the obvious one. I saw my youngest son pull a fishing hook out of his own finger. They're not meant to come out. I said, whoa, I see flesh. And I'm like, no, we're going to the hospital. We are going to the hospital. You need a tetanus shot. Finally, he did. He thought electric tape around it would take care of it. I'm like, no. And my husband does that. He can get hurt and he'll be like, oh, it sounds like that movie Roadhouse. Pain don't hurt. Remember that with Patrick Swayze? Pain don't hurt. It's like, oh yeah, pain does. Pain's a breaker for me. Can't do it. Don't like it.
why the difference? Well, our sex hormones are believed to play a key role.
Certainly, estrogen has profound influences on how the immune system works. More recent research has also looked at testosterone, and you probably should speak to Professor Mark Davis about that.
Oh, if I'd known that, I would have contacted
Hey,
him.
Simon, Professor Davis is on Catalyst.
That's handy.
What's it about?
All right, so what we discovered is that men with high levels of testosterone have much poorer antibody responses to a standard flu vaccine than either women or men with low levels of testosterone. And that fits with older data that says testosterone is an immune suppressant.
I think he's saying man flu's real.
Well, one question is, why would this be? And why would you suppress immune responses in males with higher testosterone? Well, because testosterone is actually a very useful thing to have in a battle or in a hunting situation where there's a lot of violence and potential for traumatic injury. So it both probably helps motivation as well as suppressing some of the downside, the injuries that males were more likely to sustain.
So perhaps man flu is the price men pay for wrestling wildebeest eons ago. But women also pay a price for their stronger immune system. While it helps to clear an infection, it then needs to switch off, or there's a risk of damage to healthy tissue. And the regulatory response to achieve this is more likely to fail in females compared to males.
It means that there's a greater risk that the female immune system will become pathological and damage healthy tissue, which is what happens in autoimmune diseases.
For instance, autoimmune thyroid disease or lupus is about 9 times more common in women. Multiple sclerosis, rheumatoid arthritis, about 2 to 3 times more common in women, and celiac disease about 1.5 times more common in women.
The World Health Organization recommends that more detailed research is needed into the differences between the sexes and their immune responses to infection and vaccination.
It makes sense. Currently, with most flu vaccines, men and women receive the same dose. But should they, given that their immune responses are so different?
But despite all that, could man flu simply be in our heads? Well, yes, the preoptic nucleus to be exact, according to neuroscientist Dr. Amanda Ellison.
Bless you. Well, the preoptic nucleus is an area of the hypothalamus that happens to be twice the size in men than it is in women. And it's an area that's very involved in our temperature regulation. Our temperature increases in order to make an environment that the bugs don't like. Now, if this area is twice the size in men, then it's reasonable to assume that maybe they might be more adversely affected than women are. However, it may also be true that because they have more resources to deal with the infection, that actually they should fare better than women do. But the differences between men and women and how they respond to infection would lead us to think that actually there might be something to this man flu malarkey.
So what's the final answer? Is man flu real? Jason?
Well, Simon, look, I really think it's real.
Mark?
Yeah, I think it probably is. I think it's very likely to be true.
And what about you, Amanda?
I think it's very real for men. Yes, I do.
And there's the answer. I think it's very real for men. Yes. Okay, well, they are back in the courtroom, my friends. Just a little bit of fun to help Christina get through her day. Let's see what they're doing. Still wanting to know what all that rigmarole was this morning. Lean on Me is back. She said, hello, everyone. I'm at work listening to this trial of Adam Montgomery, all this evidence, and still have no idea whom did the actual crime. I hope they both get it. Yeah. I don't foresee it in Kayla's future since she has a pretty stiff proffer. But we're seeing a lot of doubt in this chat. No one doubts that Adam is scum of the earth. Child abusing POS.
Everybody ready for the jury? Yes. Please rise for the jurors. Please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Miss Emily Watson, Miss Emily Thompson to the stand. Thompson, if you would please remain standing just for a brief moment, would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear it.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Thompson, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and then spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Emily Thompson, EMILY THOMPSON,
And Ms. Thompson, currently, what state are you living in?
Maryland,
And back in 2020, what state were you living in?
New Hampshire,
What city were you living in New Hampshire?
Manchester.
And let me ask you briefly, just so we can understand a little bit about your background. How far did you go in school?
I graduated in 2020.
From high school?
College,
From college. And what did you graduate with? What degree?
Bachelor's of Fine Arts degree in creative writing.
And let me ask you, back in the winter of 2020, so I'm talking about January, February, March of 2020, where were you employed?
Portland Pie Company here in Manchester.
How long were you working for Portland Pie Company?
I worked for them on and off for about 5 years. I started in 2015 up through the time the branch closed in 2020.
And that was right after COVID started, is that right?
We shut down just before COVID, shut everything else down.
Okay. So during your time there, what did you do at Portland Pie Company?
I was a delivery driver.
In the winter of 2020, let me ask you, did you ever work with an individual by the name of Adam Montgomery?
I did, yes.
And what did he do there at that restaurant?
I believe he was a dishwasher.
Did you ever see Adam Montgomery there with a bag in the walk-in cooler?
I think I did, but I couldn't say with any absolute certainty.
And what do you think you remember of that?
I believe I recall him either coming into the walk-in or leaving the walk-in with a bag.
Where was this cooler?
It was in the kitchen, between the dishwashing room and the exit into the main dining area.
And correct me if I'm wrong, it was my understanding that there were almost two different areas where you could be. There's the basically the ground floor, and then there was a basement area as well with additional storage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So were there any other coolers down in the basement, or just this one on the ground floor you're talking about in the main dining area?
There was a walk-in in the basement. That was where alcohol would be stored, beer, wine, etc.
And so which cooler are we talking about then? The one on the main floor or the one down in the basement?
Main floor.
Main floor. And I believe you stated a minute ago you thought you saw him carrying it either in or out?
Correct. It's been several years, so my memory is a bit hazy.
Did you yourself store personal bags inside coolers at Portland Pie Company?
No, I did not.
And how many times do you believe that you may have seen him doing this, bringing it in or out of this cooler?
Would have been just once.
Just one occasion?
Yeah.
Okay. And again, you worked there until it closed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. Thompson, thank you very much for your time. I don't have any further questions for you, but I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Okay.
We do not.
Any questions? You may step down.
Thank you.
We'd ask the witness to be excused, please, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
The witness is excused.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Mr. Cameron Gibney to the stand. Good morning, Mr. Gibney. If you would kindly remain standing just for a brief moment, would you please raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Mr. Gibney, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Yes. Cameron Gibney, Cameron, Gibney.
And Mr. Gibney, would you tell us what town do you currently reside in?
Hooksett, New Hampshire.
Hooksett, New Hampshire. Okay. And might need you to just scoot the seat in just a little bit more close to the mic.
Is that better?
Yep, that's perfect. Thank you. And how long have you been living in Hooksett?
For about 3 years now, originally from Manchester, but
You said originally from Manchester. How long did you live in Manchester before you moved to Hooksett?
for about 15 plus years.
Okay. Let me ask you, are you currently employed?
I am.
Okay. Where do you work?
I work over at Manchester Music Mill.
And what do you do for them?
Pro audio and installation.
Prior to that, do you have any sort of work experience in the restaurant business?
I do.
What is that?
So prior to that, I worked at Portland Pie in Manchester.
Were you working there in the winter of 2020? And by winter, I mean January, February, and March of 2020.
I did, yes.
What did you do at the Portland Pie Company? What were your job duties?
So I was originally a server, and then I became front of house manager about maybe six or so months after that.
As front house manager, let's say server, I imagine you're serving people food and waiting on them, correct?
Mhm.
Front house manager, what does that job entail?
So that job entailed doing taking care of the front of basically the servers and the bartenders and anything that happened in the front as far as management wise.
Did you ever meet a person by the name of Adam Montgomery there?
I did.
Okay. And how did you meet him?
Through work there. He ended up getting hired on a little bit. I would say a little bit probably before I became manager in the front. I did see him, and that's how I know him from.
Do you know what his job duties were, what you saw him doing for the business?
Yes, he was originally in the back in the kitchen area. I believe he did prep and cooked as far as pizza and food.
Just give me a permission to approach you.
Yes, you may.
I'm going to show you exhibit the United States 101. Do you recognize this person?
I do.
Who do you recognize him to be?
Adam Montgomery?
So that's the same person that you worked with?
Yes.
And in the winter of 2020, first of all, when did that restaurant close?
It closed, I believe, I am not 100% sure. I don't remember when it closed. I was there prior to that, a week before it closed, but I'm not too certain when it actually closed off the top of my head.
Let me ask, was it just kind of before the beginning of the COVID lockdowns or afterwards?
It was before.
Before, okay. And in the winter of 2020, did you ever see the defendant at Portland Pie Company with a bag?
I did.
Okay. And where did you see him with this bag?
Inside the actual restaurant and around the restaurant itself. Also, I've seen him inside of our walk-in cooler that we used to have. That was inside where the kitchen area was.
A walk-in cooler where the kitchen area was?
Yes.
Okay. And which floor was that kitchen area cooler on? The main floor or the basement?
Main floor.
Main floor. What did you see the defendant, Mr. Montgomery, doing with this bag?
He always would just place it inside the walk-in cooler on the lower shelf. Sometimes he would move it to a different location, but it was mainly on the lower left-hand side inside the cooler.
And I'd like to show you what's marked States Exhibit 52.
Mhm.
Do you recognize this bag, sir?
I do.
Okay. What does this bag look like?
It looks like the bag that was inside the cooler.
Is this the bag that you saw Adam Montgomery moving inside the cooler?
Correct.
How many times did you see him moving this bag?
either when he left or when he arrived to Portland Pie.
But it was more than once, I think.
Correct.
Where in the cooler did you see him put the bag?
It was through the actual walk-in itself, door to the left lower shelf is where it was always located. So how it sat was the door was like this. You walked around. There was a door to the right. The walk-in cooler opened, and then to the left of the cooler on the lower shelf, because there were like grates that were typically in there for like tomatoes and stuff.
Okay.
It was typically on the bottom shelf.
What else would be stored on that bottom shelf?
So it was we had like mustard and just a bunch of other condiments that were typically down there.
Did you ever see anyone else handling this bag besides him?
No.
Did you ever bring bags inside and store them in the cooler at Portland Pie Company?
No.
And do you know of any other employees that have brought bags such as that one inside Portland Pie Company and stored them in the cooler?
I do not.
Thank you, Mr. Gibney. I have no further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
We do not. All right, sir, you may step down.
We'd ask for Mr. Gibney to be excused, please.
Any objection? All right, sir, you are excused.
Your Honor, with regards to the state's next witness, it may be appropriate to take up the defendant's motion for this morning.
Okay. Counsel approach.
Okay, how many of you would ask your coworker, specifically your employee, you're the front of the house manager, hey, why are you putting the duffel bag in there by the mustard? Why do you keep bringing this duffel bag to work? I mean, if you live in your car, leave it in the car. What is in the duffel bag? You know, we can't have this. We can't have food contamination. Health department pops up quite a bit and they'll just do spot checks. Imagine them going in there and opening it up. I can't believe old boy when he went in there to get the mustard or refill ketchup or marinara sauce or whatever, didn't just take a quick peek. I mean, I get you don't go through people's things. Great point, JD. I would think he was stealing from him. And as a manager, I'd be like, why do you keep bringing this Under Armour duffel bag to work and insisting on putting it in our walk-in deep freeze? It's like I've worked at a restaurant before. I mean, there's a place where you put your purse and your coat and everything. You bring a duffel bag with you, someone's going to have a question. They're not going to assume there's a little girl in it, but they're going to be like, no, we don't store things in the freezer. It's where we keep the cheesecake. I'm just kind of wondering how terrifying was Adam really that nobody would cross him and ask him anything. He knew exactly where the duffel bag was. Bottom shelf by the mustard. After this trial, I'm on saltine crackers, man. And if someone gave him permission, what was that conversation? Well, why do you need to put the duffel bag into the walk-in freezer? If the health department shows up, they're going to want to know why there is something not food grade in this walk-in freezer. Adam doesn't appear to me to be a permission type of dude. I don't know him. Don't want to know him. And you know, that's the thing about these trials. Hindsight's a bitch, and they get on there, and sometimes I think they're just damn embarrassed. They're like, yep, nope, I didn't ask. I didn't think about it. We saw it in the Gannon case when Letitia's brother took the stand and said Letitia was really struggling with that one bag. She said it had softball equipment in it. She wouldn't let anyone touch it. The more he processed it, the more he thought about it, knowing Gannon's missing, knowing she's acting weird, knowing that this bag was unusually heavy, he called the FBI.
The court is gonna, what I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna send you to lunch yet. The parties have raised a legal issue that the court needs to review with the lawyers. That's not a matter for the jury's consideration. So at this time, we're gonna take a break. Depending on where we land, we'll determine whether or not we come back, we hear testimony, or whether or not the timing is such that I let you go to an early lunch. So at this point, we're just gonna call it a break. So have a drink of water, use the restroom. I'm not exactly sure how long this will take us. So just be patient, please. Thank you so much. All rise for the jurors. Counsel, you know what? I do want to read it before I hear arguments, so I'm going to step off the bench, read what you've written, and then I'll hear arguments from both sides, okay?
Thank you, Aaron.
All right. So for those of you that missed it, they're sending the jury out for another break because a legal issue has come up that the attorneys are going to have to argue in front of the judge. It seems that it's either something with the DNA expert this morning or the duffel bag at the restaurant talk. It can only be one of the two because it was just now raised. But what do I know? I thought she said she was just going to call it a day altogether. They already pulled something this morning, but I don't know which side it was. It was the prosecution. They said they were filing a motion. So, okay, they're reading. They're going back and forth. So they have to get ready for this. We're not going to be able to hear it. This is crazy. I mean, the testimony's already been heard by the jury from the DNA expert and the two employees from the pizza place. Kimberly said pizza, mustard in a pizza place. They also serve sandwiches and stuff. It's not just pizza. And when I kept hearing pie company, I thought they literally just... literally are making pies. No, it's pizza. It's like a Northeast term for pizza. They say pie. It confused some people in Minnesota one time because my husband still says pie. And he's like, is there anywhere around here we can get good pie? And she was like, oh, right here. We have peach. We have apple. We have cherry. We have chocolate. And he was all kinds of confused. And I had to explain. I was like, let me interpret. He means pizza. He means pizza. Let's go through some more of the timeline and compare it to what we know now. Here are, there's Crystal. I've had my ass smacked so many times and not in a good way in the last 2 years for not taking up for her. If you remember, if you've been following this case as long as we have around here, because some people came in later and that is perfectly fine. There's no pat on the back. I've been following longer. Whenever, doesn't matter. If you've been following since the beginning, those people, and I can name them real fast, that were defending her, they went bye-bye. Bye-bye. They're nowhere around. They're not covering the trial. They had nothing to say about her ridiculous interview on court TV. Does she deserve some sympathy? Sure. Sure, she does. She does. I think life handed her a bad hand for sure. She obviously doesn't know how to pick them because she went from one teardrop to another. That's the reason she still has DCYF in her face. She does not make good decisions. In this decision, when she lost parental rights, she had zero say in Adam getting custody of Harmony. Zero say. I can't make that any clearer. And it's something we asked about on this channel for a long time. What is the deal? Why didn't she step in and get her if he's that bad? She couldn't. She'd already lost her rights.
Lost custody when she missed a court date. Crystal wasn't there because she had to appear at the same time in another courthouse for another one of her children. That's when Adam gained full custody, despite being a career criminal with drug problems and money problems. Then after getting...
And let's talk about that. I know some people will say, well, she had to be there for Jameson. Listen, Jameson, all the paperwork was done. Jameson was about to be adopted. So that story is not entirely correct. I would really hope that Vinny would do a little more homework. But if that is 100% the truth, here's the thing with the courts. If you have already screwed up again and again and again and again and again and again, and one day you call for a favor, the answer, hands down, is going to be no, Home Skillet. You get your ass in here. We've been dealing with you since your daughter was born. You get in here. You're going to have to pick between court cases. Hopefully you make the right decision. Well, she didn't.
Getting evicted, Adam, Kayla, and the 3 young children ended up living in a car in the winter in New Hampshire. And this is where the story gets even more tragic. Harmony did not really vanish. She died. Prosecutors say she was beaten by Adam after she had accidents while living in that car. Adam says he did not do it. He just helped cover up the death of Harmony caused by Kayla. So now Adam is on trial as prosecutors try to prove that he's a child killer. Tonight, we go in depth into the latest evidence revealed in court. Then we take a closer look at what happened to Harmony's body after she died and where it was kept, from a duffel bag to a cooler to a dropped ceiling, as we continue our investigation into what happened to little Harmony Montgomery. I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments. And let me begin this hour by saying this is going to be another night that is not going to be easy. What happened here is beyond what should happen to anyone, let alone a 5-year-old girl with special needs. But we're going to go through the evidence. This is the trial for Harmony to get justice. She's not resting in peace, this little angel. Not resting in peace at all. Not just because of what happened leading up to her death and how she died, but what happened to her afterwards. And these details, this is beyond, beyond. We've covered stories that are horrifying, but this little girl is not resting in peace because of what these people did. Let's start with Adam Montgomery. He admits to the cover-up, right? He admits to knowing that she died and admits to covering up that death. So a lot of these facts that we're going to be going through tonight, I don't know if they're going to be contested necessarily. Because these are the things that are happening to her after she dies. So he's saying, I didn't commit the murder, but the stuff afterwards, okay, I know about that. And you have to ask yourself, when you hear the details of what was done with little Harmony's body and her remains after her death, why would you do this? Stuff her in a duffel bag, stuff her in a tote bag, do all these sick morbid actions that were done. Sick. And that's what we're going to talk about tonight. And that was part of the testimony. It's the story. And you know, Adam Montgomery and Kayla Montgomery, they have to live with themselves. But at the end of the day, to me, what you do to your little girl after she has died tells me a lot about what you thought about her before she died. So let's get you into the courtroom for some of this. Now, the family, evicted, living in a car, all these problems. At some point, they moved into a families in transition, a fit shelter. Okay, this is, Harmony is dead, but she's not resting in peace. She's not buried. People didn't come to pay their respects. She was not treated with any sense of love. She was put in a ceiling vent. Take a listen.
When you moved to the fit shelter, where was Harmony's body?
Adam put her in the ceiling in the vent of the room that we stayed in. You could smell a horrible smell that was coming through the vents.
Do you remember that horrible smell?
Yes.
Did maintenance come at some point while you were living there because of that smell?
Yes.
And what happened when those maintenance workers came?
Adam took her back down from out of the ceiling and brought the bag in the bathroom.
And what happened when Adam brought Harmony down from the ceiling?
That she was starting to smell and there was fluid leaking.
Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson was in the courtroom all day and has the big moments for us tonight. Matt, great to see you. A lot of information, testimony, evidence involving this fit shelter room ceiling. What can you tell us?
Very nice to see you as well. It was very interesting testimony. It was scientific, and it was so important for this jury to hear. So most of it, again, centering around the Fit Family Shelter, the ceiling in the room that they had stayed in, the panels that they slept under. Jurors first saw these pictures, and then parts of the ceiling was brought into the courtroom, and an evidence technician had to help with that. It was a big moment in court today. The jurors actually stood up, got out of their seats. They moved closer. They leaned over the railing of the jury box just to get a stronger and a bigger view of this key piece of evidence that they've heard so much about. The jury has heard so much testimony from Kayla about the ceiling and the prosecution's timeline of events. And then they were actually able to see that bit of ceiling and the stain for themselves.
Moments like that in the courtroom, to me, are the things that really a juror will take with them when they go into that deliberation room. You know, seeing the evidence, and when it's that large and it's that morbid in the courtroom, so powerful, so important. But when you think about why that stain is there, it is so incredibly tragic and sad. How about testimony
hitting the high points, but you don't have to repeat everything that you've got in there.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, in the motion I laid out the original filing and the argument, and the state provided the unsworn affidavit of a detective with regard to what Kayla Montgomery purportedly had said in the past. And it's not like there were quotes or anything like that.
The reality of it is, at where we are right now, you can focus on what testimony we have, and they can provide officer proof for what testimony they think is coming. I think it's not especially relevant if there are things within Ray Hill's affidavit that are not identical.
So, right, which is why I say I'm renewing, because the testimony did not come out as purportedly she would testify at trial. At trial, she was asked again about tools, and she talked about a conversation with Adam at her mother's, and during that conversation, she testified that Adam was apparently interested in her mother's grinder, or she may have only called it a power tool, and said that he wanted to take it to use on Harmony's body. And she then identified the State's Exhibit 63 as the item that she recalled her mother had. And if you will recall, 63 is the fuel grinder, Milwaukee red, and she identified her initials on the bottom of the photograph. Turns out that this was not something that she had initialed at a prior recording. It was during the trial prep that apparently that photograph was given to her. And as far as I know, before that prep, there was no mention of a fuel grinder ever. And I believe that photograph may have been part of the photographs. We introduced photograph defendant's eye, that was a circular saw that she identified as the image closest to the image of the power tool that she had seen in the house. It was an old power tool, and it was corded and looked most like the circular saw.
I'm sorry, she saw in which house?
Sorry, Union Street apartment. Then she identified, was shown a miter saw, which is defendant's Exhibit H, and said, no, that was not the saw that she saw. I do not know if State's Exhibit 63 was included in the photographs that she was shown back then. I assume that it was, because I think they had already collected this Home Depot information. But nevertheless, they go to a prep session with a saw, a photograph of a saw that she has never seen. She tells them this story, and on the stand, she tells them that she talked Adam out of stealing her mother's fuel grinder. So in regard to that, Christine Lubin testified she does not have a grinder. She's never had a grinder. She knew what the picture was of, and no, she had never had one. So the credibility with regard to that testimony has several layers, but essentially none. Then she also testified about tools and she did not see tools other than the scissors. She testified with regard.
She testified that she saw tools in the apartment, right?
The one that looked most like the chainsaw was in a box under the cupboard.
Okay, so it's not that she didn't see tools.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
What she identified as the corded circular saw was in a box under the kitchen. She did not see any tools other than the scissors in the bathroom, and it was a small bathroom. The only thing that she saw there, other than using the scissors, was a bag of lime. She testified that the photograph of the lime was the most similar to what she saw. She did not say that she could identify the lime, but the lime in the picture, and I forgot to pull it out, was the one most like what she saw. She did not say that it was a 40-pound bag of lime. And she did not see tools. She did not hear tools. She didn't see tools outside before or after Adam was in the shower for a time period with the body while she was out. She did say she didn't hear a power tool. She did say her neighbor's music was loud, but I think common sense with regard to power tools, if a power tool was used, it would have been heard. She did not, and she admitted that she was there when the body was in the bag and Adam was trying to zip it up. She did not claim that there was any dismemberment, as the state put it in their opening. She didn't say anything about pieces. I'm sorry, it's sort of grotesque to talk about, but she didn't mention anything other than lime and shower in the bathroom as far as activities that she was aware of. And tools, again, that she was aware of were only the scissors and the circular saw underneath the thing that was old. She also, although she claimed that she limited her time in the bathroom, she also testified that she saw Adam put the body in a trash bag on the floor in lime. She later retracted and said, no, he said that. She didn't see it. But in any event, she testified to both. So if that tool was there, she would have seen it. She did not. She assisted in closing the bag, didn't see any sign of dismemberment or tools at that point. She never ever saw any new tools in the house. And you may recall from the original motion, what was purchased in the receipt by some unknown person included extra blade and extra battery. And so she didn't see anything new tool related in the apartment at Union. She testified about, I think she testified about a call for service for taking care of the bathroom. In any event, the state will have, I believe, a witness to talk about a call for service.
Well, they did introduce the document regarding the call for service, so that's in.
Okay, and I think that she mentioned that, no, so I guess they're not going to call the guy for a call for service, but they have a document. I think she described a call for service, and if she did, she didn't do anything about that call for service vis-a-vis the events in the shower. So we don't know if the events in the shower happened, and she moved into the apartment at the end of February, and I think she said the 21st or the 22nd. And so there were a number of days prior to that call for service. And she did not say that it was the next day or anything, or the same day or whatever the complaint was. So we don't know if a day or 2 or 3 or 4 went in between.
I think the other thing you mentioned that you raised was the bank records. Do you want to discuss that?
Okay, and the bank records, they have bank records that show a withdrawal from Citizen Bank. The state put in its motion that Citizen Bank is about 0.4 miles from the Home Depot. I believe one of the officers will probably be able to testify that Union Street is over a mile from Home Depot. There's no evidence whatsoever of anybody giving a ride to the Montgomerys. There is testimony that when they got rides somewhere, it was sometimes through a service. There has been testimony about the number of friends, acquaintances of the Montgomerys that the police went out to talk to. It can be developed more, but there were a lot. There was also testimony about the crime tip line, and that people, as this was being publicized in the media, the search for Harmony, tips were coming in from the crime line, and they were following up on that. And there has been a discussion about the amount of media exposure. Nobody called in with a tip of a man walking down from Home Depot with a 40-pound bag of lime, a box of a power tool, and the like, nor has anyone called in who is perhaps an acquaintance of the Montgomery saying, oh, by the way, I think I gave him a ride. So there's no evidence whatsoever connecting the $500 purchase to a $400 purchase of lime at Home Depot. And finally, not in the motion, is that there's no evidence that the lime was purchased at Home Depot. There are other places that sell lime. I believe the testimony will be that they only searched Home Depot. So there is no connection. The state in their opening alleged that Harmony was dismembered by Adam, and they are seeking to introduce these tools to suggest that Mr. Montgomery had tools to cause that event, where there is no connection. And without that connection, the prejudice of this evidence so far outweighs any probative value that it should be precluded.
All right, thank you. I'll hear from the state. Go ahead.
As you said in the opening, press, you did not say dismembered. Most of what you just heard was the same argument that's been presented before with regards to the timing. Attorney Smith just mentioned with regards, and I'll just try to go backwards in order so I can address the different points coming on. Yes, that the Citizens Bank is across the street from the Home Depot on South Willow Street. There are many different ways to get back and forth in the city that don't involve calling a ride or necessarily a ride for it. The fact that there's no testimony or a tip of a person carrying a bag of lime and a power tool in a bag that came in does not make it any less relevant or less admissible for this Home Depot approach to occur. Let's go back to the timing. The Citizens Bank withdrawal is on the 26th. A matter of minutes, less than an hour, minutes later, at the Home Depot across the street, there is this purchase of lime. This purchase of lime with power tools by cash. Other purchases of lime that were made for the entire month of February, with the exception of one other one, were accounted for. And the other one was outside of this time frame. It was far later than after the O'Connell Lodge stay. We believe that Harmony was placed somewhere in the U-Haul, which we were going to get to in our witnesses later on. The testimony of cross-examination was just cited to you, but not necessarily the testimony of direct. Specifically, Kaylee Montgomery testified she did not see the body once it was in the bag. She also did testify that she saw that the bag was dismembered. There was no testimony on that. The call for service, Your Honor, the defense immediately brought up the fact that there was a call for service that had been introduced. Just to clarify, that's a call for service back at the Lake Avenue address, the Fit Shelter. The call for service to Union Street, which is the day after this Home Depot purchase, for a tub drain snagged as well as repaired. That will be coming in through a witness later on this afternoon, who works for maintenance at 644 Union Street, where they were living at the time of the Home Depot purchase, at the time of the bank withdrawal, 45 minutes across the street from the Home Depot for this Home Depot purchase. With regards to photographs of what Ms. Montgomery testified to, I believe her testimony was that the identification of the identification of the grinder saw, and it is important to use the right term, as Christina Lubin testified to and has described, that is a grinder, the photos that were shown. There's no chainsaw here, so I don't know where the term chainsaw is coming from, but there's no chainsaw that's been involved. We've talked about a miter saw, which is also known as a box saw. We've also talked about a cordless circular saw, and then we've talked about this grinder. Specifically, the testimony of Kayla Montgomery was that the grinder was a box she recalled seeing before, and I believe in her testimony at one point saying that she had seen it somewhere before, and then she recalled seeing it at her mother's house, she believed, and that Adam Montgomery stated that that was the type of saw that he wanted to use when he was talking about dismembering her, so that she had seen a saw, a new saw in a box. Ms. Lubin's testimony was that she did not own any such saw. It is this grinder. It is not for woodworking, which is what she testified she did in her spare time and on the side. So she doesn't own it. So the testimony we have is that Kayla Montgomery has seen it in a box. Adam Montgomery has talked about seeing that in a box and wanting to use that for dismembering, not that it's one that Christina Lubin owned. Yes, she did testify that there was a circular saw that was there. And she was very adamant with regard to it being a corded saw, not a cordless circular saw. But she identified the bag of lime when she was shown that by detectives, not at the proffer session, but back before in March of 2023. She was shown that photo of the lime, and from that SKU, the SKU, which is the identification number that a business uses to identify that particular item in their inventory and to make sales, and reports the sales of those on the receipt. She identified that bag with that SKU, and that SKU matched up to the purchase of lime that was made from the Home Depot less than an hour after the withdrawal of cash from their ATM account across the street. Yes, the Citizens Bank was a little over a mile away from the street, but there are a number of different ways that the defendant could have gotten there. Could have walked, could have taken a bus, could have used a private service to get there. The relevance is that it's their account that the money is being drawn from. That 45 minutes later, approximately so, it is a cash purchase that is made. It is one of only two cash purchases that is made of lime with the same bag that she identified, with the same SKU that she identified. That, oh, look, if we go to the receipt, we see that there is this grinder, the same type that she said, and she remembers seeing with the defendant talked about wanting to use to dismember. All of those goes in to make this particular purchase of lime, the purchase from Home Depot, admissible. And the jury can give it whatever weight that it deserves. The defendant certainly has plenty of different things that they can cross-examine on, but this is a question about admissibility, not about weight. And when it comes to admissibility, 403, as the court has ruled two previous times with regards to this, this is admissible, and there hasn't been anything about the testimony that's come in.
Evidence to show that it's relevant, that it has any tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence, and that the fact is of consequence in determining the action. There's no question about that. There has been significant testimony regarding the saws. It's not essential that she have identified the exact saw. She saw a saw in her own apartment, or the grinder. I mean, I think that there is sufficient evidence. There is evidence related to or there will be related to the bank account. I think the state has made an offer of proof, the proximity to the Home Depot purchase, the facts that were set forth in the original motion related to what the police did to narrow the issue related to both the cash withdrawal and the use of the cash for the purchase. She testified that although she didn't hear power tool being used, that there was music. She wasn't in there the whole time. I think that there is sufficient evidence to allow the state to bring in the information from the Home Depot. So for all of the reasons that I said in my original order, for the reasons set forth by the state today, and after having reviewed the motion to reconsider is denied. All right, everybody ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Please rise for the jurors. I guess for the record, I should also say that I think it's admissible under 403. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience. The legal issue that needed to be resolved has been resolved, and we can resume the testimony. The state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Eugene Wasson to the stand. And Mr. Watson, you can remain standing. If you can raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you'll provide this jury will be the truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury? Yes. You can have a seat and make yourself comfortable. And when you're ready, Mr. Wasson, if you can just start by giving us your name, stating it and spelling it for the record.
Okay. Real name is Eugene Robert Wasson, Eugene, Robert, Robert. Nickname Bob. Last name Wasson.
And you go by Bob, is that right? Okay. Well, Mr. Wasson, can you begin by just telling the jurors where you work?
I work at Home Depot, Manchester, Londonderry. So I was a Met supervisor. So
Do you travel between those two locations for work?
I now transferred to the Londonderry location. So I'm in that location now.
At some point, were you working in Manchester?
Yes.
So what are the dates of that? When did you transfer to Londonderry?
I transferred to Londonderry last April of 2023. Was in Manchester for 11 and a half years.
11 and a half years. What role do you currently hold at Home Depot?
I'm just a Met associate now. I mentally had to take a step down and became an associate instead of management.
Before you took that step down, you mentioned management.
Mhm.
What were your roles and responsibilities as manager at Home Depot?
I had vast different roles. Last position that I had was merchandising execution team supervisor. So I was in charge of about 20 people at the high. We did all the resets. So if you've been to Home Depot, we went in and did the Christmas resets and spring resets and pretty much get new merchandise out and stuff like that.
What is the Home Depot and the business of the business? What is the business of the Home Depot? Sorry, that was a
home improvement retail sales.
And so if you could just remind us of your current duties.
My current duties.
Yes.
are basically doing resets, getting sales and promotions ready and stuff like that.
I'm showing the defense what's been marked for identification of State's Exhibit 92.
Yes, you may.
Mr. Watson, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 92 for identification. Can you take a look at those items? So you can remove that paperclip, and if you like, you can remove the actual pages from the plastic.
You want me to remove these?
Yep. So you can remove it. And the final page, if you can just take a look at that.
Okay.
All right. Are you familiar with these documents, Mr. Wasson?
Yes. The spreadsheet kind of is something that you pull for a report if you're looking for something for receipts and transactions. And the last one is a receipt.
So let me ask you this, Mr. Wasson. Are these records typically held in the ordinary course of business?
It's something that if you had to look up receipts and transactions, then you would. Most people wouldn't get them.
Most people wouldn't, but employees of the Home Depot would. You're able to access those.
If you worked in a certain department, which I did, I ran the service desk, so I had to do audits on this stuff every so often.
And that last document, what did you describe that as?
Receipt from a transaction from the Manchester location on 2/26/2020 around 11:42 a.m.
Were you working at that location
Yes.
on February?
I'm just going to remind you both, this is a very big room, so it's really important that all the jurors are able to hear
Okay.
both of you. So if you could keep your voices up, please.
Sure.
Were you working at the Home Depot on February 26th, 2020, Mr. Lawson?
I was employed with them then.
How were you so employed at that time?
I was merchandising execution team supervisor at that point.
You said you had an opportunity to review these records previously. Let me ask you this. Are those fair and accurate to the best of your knowledge with the records that you reviewed prior to taking the witness stand?
Yes.
And at this point, the state moves to strike what's been marked for identification, strike the ID of Exhibit 92 and mark as full.
Counsel?
We rest on our prior objection.
All right. The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
Okay. So, Mr. Wasson, I'm going to ask you to just take a look at these items, and I want you to start with, it looks like they're in order still. What's the first date you're able to see? And I want you to go to the last date. From the first date to the last date, what is the first date you're able to read out on those documents?
February 5th, 2020 to March 4th, 2020.
And I'm just going to ask you to talk to the back of the room so the jurors can hear you. What is the first date you're able to see?
February 5th, 2020 to March 4th, 2020.
And if you can do me, so if you can count how many transactions you're able to observe on those documents.
About 33 of them.
33. Okay. And what do those documents capture? What are we looking at? What are the documents?
Different stores, different addresses, and store numbers. So there's quite a few of them for around this area.
And when you say different stores,
there's Manchester, Londonderry, Hooksett, So the different Home Depot stores in this section.
And are these transactions that we're looking at or something else?
They are transactions for the different times, and it looks like for a specific class that they were looking for.
Okay. And what is that specific class?
Looks like lime and gypsum. So anything under that category.
Are you familiar with what lime and gypsum is?
Yep. It could be anywhere from drywall to powdered or stuff for gardening.
Stuff for gardening.
Mhm.
Okay. Is there a specific SKU number associated with those purchases? And when I say SKU number, let me back up. Are you familiar with that term, SKU?
Yes, we use it every day.
Can you tell the jurors what it means? Let me ask you this. Is the Home Depot able to track specific purchases?
Oh, yes. We can look up different line items.
Okay. When you say line items, how do you look up those different line items?
Typing in the SKU number or description into our computer system, and you'll be able to validate what somebody has purchased.
Those specific SKU numbers, are they related to specific items that you sell at the Home Depot?
Yes,
Does each item have its own unique SKU number?
it does.
And are you able to make out the SKU number specific to those purchases? Let me strike that question. You mentioned a receipt.
The
Can you tell
receipt.
the jurors again what the date is of that receipt?
The receipt for the piece of paper is February 26, 2020.
And do you see one of the SKU numbers that you mentioned?
Limestone 221-104, which is unique for that one, for limestone.
What else do you see present on that receipt, Mr. Wasson?
Looks possibly like a tool, a fuel grinder, and a blade for a tool.
And that's a Diablo blade for
Yep.
the tool. What else do you see on that receipt?
Total cash, change given, the price of everything, each line item, and the total.
Okay. When you say the total cash, I want, if you can set the receipt down and turn back to the larger document. How many cash transactions do you see present on that list of 33 sales?
3.
Okay. And what are the dates of those cash transactions?
February 15th, February 26th, and March 2nd.
All right. And specific to this receipt, turning back to the receipt rather,
Which would have been the February 26th, Manchester location. Where is that? Sorry, my eyes got lost.
take your time. So you said February 26th, Manchester location. That's February 26th of 2020?
Yep.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier when you were reviewing the receipt that there was a cash total.
Yep.
What was the cash total for those items?
$400.
Sorry.
Oh, the total for the product was $396.35. Paid $400 and got change of $365 back.
So the person that made that transaction gave $400.
Yes.
And thank you, Mr. Wasson. No additional questions.
Good morning, Mr. Watson.
Good morning.
Can you grab that microphone?
Yes, you may. Thank you.
So let me introduce myself, Mr. Watson. I'm Jamie Brooks, and I represent Adam Montgomery. I'm also going to ask you a few questions. So
Exhibit 92 consists of 2 documents, correct?
You talk about this right here.
Yes,
There you
the exhibit in front of you now, Exhibit 92.
Okay.
There's 2 separate documents there, correct?
Yes.
And the first one is a document collecting all of the limestone purchases made at various Home Depot locations in New Hampshire from February 1st of 2020 through March 4th. Is that correct?
No, February 5th.
February
2020.
5th through March 4th.
Yes.
And if I may approach,
Yes.
let's take a look at that document.
That's the receipt. That's the pages. And
That's the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Where are the SKU numbers? Which page? You have a spreadsheet out in front of you, correct?
Mhm.
And this spreadsheet represents 33 separate purchases of some kind of limestone.
So the SKU number is right here, the 22104. This is all the 221104. Right
So
here.
these are all different SKU numbers then.
This is mostly the SKU number for looks like for the limestone.
What are these other
That's
lime
the-
gypsums?
So that's the subcategory. So it goes subcategory and then sub description. So there's like a big, how Home Depot does it is they have like a class of like hand tools. And then it goes into either a manufacturer, and then it goes into what kind of hand tool, and then it goes into the SKU specific. So it gets categorized in different things. So this is your start of your top class, and then it goes down to more specific of the SKU number. So it's like parent, kid, grandkid.
Okay. But all 33 of these are various limestone products?
It's all the same SKU number. Looks like there might be another. Yes, so it's all the same SKU number here, except for 2 of them, which is a green and grow limestone, which is a totally different product, but it's still a limestone category.
Okay. 33 purchases from, was it 5 locations? Manchester, Hooksett, Londonderry, South Merrimack, and Concord?
Looks like it, yep.
It's fair to say, though, that Home Depot is not the only store that offers limestone products.
There is other retailers that do sell limestone.
The next document, it is a receipt for a February 26th purchase,
Yes.
cash purchase.
Yes,
It does not, that receipt does not indicate the identity of the purchaser.
it does not.
And based on your managerial experience, Home Depot retains long.
I'm not sure on that. I never, as the position I was in, we never really had to go to the cameras unless we were asked to validate something. But we have no access to it except for loss prevention and corporate.
And those cameras and the footage obtained therefrom, to your knowledge, is it kept forever?
I'm not aware of, I'm not sure.
It's possible that it gets lost over time.
With the company as Home Depot, probably stays for a long time.
I don't have anything further. Thank you for your time, Mr. Watson.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you may step down. You are excused. Counsel?
Okay, I'm confident that this backs up what Kayla said about the saw the blade, the lime, and the bathroom. Does that make Kayla a great person? Nope. Because I would have either broke that door down. Well, I would have done something way before, so I can't even compare myself. Sis had a great comment. This is what it boils down to. If you were a juror, you would have to believe that Adam is so committed to Kayla that he moved Harmony around for months. He dismembered her in a bathroom on Union Street, and they will get to that evidence. They tore that apartment up all the way down to the sewer. We are going to get to that. I will not be surprised. Hang on, I got a cough. I will not be shocked at all if they don't bring in the whole damn refrigerator. But they're going to have to convince this jury that Adam is so enamored by Kayla. He loves Kayla so much. He is so indebted to her. He's so head over heels that...
Well, it's next witness.
Oh, shit. I'll be back. I'll continue that thought.
The state will call Detective Max Rayhill to the stand.
Detective Rayhill, if you can just stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're going to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Can you make yourself comfortable with some water there if you need it? And Detective Rayhill, if you can just start by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
It's Max Rayhill, Rahill.
And Detective Rayhill, I've called you a detective, but how are you presently employed?
I am a detective with the Manchester Police Department.
And how long have you been a detective with the Manchester Police Department?
I've been a detective for about 3.5 years, but I've been employed with the Manchester Police Department for 9.5 years.
When did your employment begin with the Manchester Police Department?
July of 2014.
And prior to being a detective, what was your assignment?
I was a patrol officer.
What are your duties as a patrol officer with the Manchester Police Department?
Responding to in-progress calls, accidents, thefts, doing proactive work, traffic stops, things of that nature.
And remind us, what year did you become a detective?
In 2020.
2020 until now. What are your current duties and what are your role and duties as a detective with the Manchester Police Department?
So I'm currently assigned to the General Investigations Unit, and we typically do general investigations, more specifically burglaries, thefts. I'm kind of more geared towards the violent crime and evidence aspect in the unit.
Any prior law enforcement experience prior to the Manchester Police Department?
I was actually a court officer at this courthouse and Manchester District Court.
And how long did you have that role for?
A little less than a year.
Detective Rayhill, did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did.
And what year was that?
2014.
Do you recall what class you were?
165.
And do you participate in regular trainings through the Manchester Police Department?
I do.
Okay. How often would you say you participate in trainings?
I try to do a couple to a half dozen a year. More so, I mean, since I've been employed there, I've done a wide array of different trainings. But since I've been a detective and before I became a detective, I started to do more trainings and towards the investigative aspect of of law enforcement.
So is it fair to say the trainings that you participate in currently are more geared towards your duties investigating?
Correct.
I want to switch gears, Detective Rahill. Were you assigned duties in your official capacity as a law enforcement officer with the Manchester Police Department regarding the investigation into the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery? I know that was a mouthful, but
Yes.
and just briefly, if you could describe for this jury what your role and participation in the case was, just a bird's eye view.
Okay. So I originally started working on the case early January of 2022, where we would help with searches, follow-ups, things of that nature. But I didn't actually get assigned the case with Detective Dunleavy until February of 2022.
You mentioned a Detective Dunleavy. Is that Jack Dunleavy?
Yes,
And what is your understanding of his role in this case?
the lead investigator.
And so what was that interaction like between yourself and Jack Dunleavy?
We had a good rapport, just going back and forth on different things that needed to get done.
I guess my question, did you split duties?
Oh, yes. Yeah, correct. Sorry.
And I think you said this, but your involvement in this matter began in January of 2020?
Correct.
2022.
Yes.
I want to discuss specific processing of an item, sealing.
Yes.
Can you describe your role and involvement in the processing of a sealing for the jurors?
Yes. So we arrived to process the scene June 4th of 2022.
Let me stop you
sorry.
there. When you say you arrived to process,
Oh, sorry. 177 Lake Ave, which is the Families in Transition building, also known as FIT. So we arrived there that morning to get consent from the CEO and the president of FIT, along with the occupants of room 1 in the FIT building.
and when you say we arrived, were you with other detectives?
Yes, I originally arrived there with Detective Dunleavy.
And when you arrived, what did you do?
We vacated the residence and to get it prepped for processing it.
Did you process the sealing specifically?
Yes.
And how did you go about doing that?
So when we walked in, there was 3 areas of interest, and the ceiling that we're talking about, MER 3D, that was further back in the residence of room 1. And so the processing of that, it was a huge piece of evidence. So we needed kind of all hands on deck when we actually took the ceiling down. And
You just mentioned the evidence number, MER 3D. What's
Yes.
the significance of the MER?
so those are my initials.
And so did you log that evidence in under your own name?
I did.
And why did you do that?
I was tasked with documentation and collection that day when we arrived to FIT.
You mentioned collecting MER 3D. Did you also collect a vent cover?
I did.
And what was that logged under?
I believe the vent cover was MER 3A.
At some point during your time, is it fair to say that during your time at the FIT shelter, you did more than just document the ceiling?
Correct.
What else did you do that day?
So after we processed the ceiling and packaged up and got it out of the residence, we ended up cleaning it to make sure that there was no dust on the ground. And we went and processed the scene with, or sorry, not the scene, processed the room and the bathroom with Blue Star.
And walk us through that process. What was your specific role in the processing of that room and the bathroom?
So my specific role was documentation of what we were doing, and I was with Detective Bombard and Detective Bergeron Rosa.
Just a moment.
Mhm.
So I want to switch gears with you, Detective Rahill. During your involvement on this case, did you have an opportunity to review Meta bank account records?
I did.
And specifically an account ending in 5270.
Yes,
And what is your familiarity with that account?
that is the bank account for Kayla Montgomery.
And to your knowledge, is that one that was a shared account?
Yes.
Objection. Source.
Counsel?
You would think the defense attorney would have no issue with
Objection
saying
sustained.
that's
Can I ask a
Kayla's
follow-up question?
bank account
So,
number.
Detective Rayhill, you mentioned your familiarity with the records.
Yes.
How did you go about collecting? Did you collect those records?
I didn't physically collect them.
Did another officer
Yes.
involved with this matter collect those records?
Yes.
How did they go about collecting them?
Search warrant.
And you had a chance to review those records?
Yes.
Do those records document that? Well, let me back up. You mentioned that this was a shared account.
Yes.
What's the source of that information for you?
On the record.
Your review of the records?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach this one?
Yes.
Showing that offense which has been previously marked for identification as State's Exhibit 138. So Detective Rayhill, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 138. I'm just going to ask that you take a moment and review those records.
Mhm.
Once you've had an opportunity to review those records. Thank you. So the records that I just handed you, State's Exhibit 138, are you familiar with this?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
It was the bank records for that card number ending in 5270.
Familiar with these records? fair to
Yes.
say? Okay. Your Honor, I move to strike the ID of State's Exhibit 138 and mark as full.
Any objection? Yes.
138.
138. The ID is not stricken on 138. You can proceed.
So, Detective Rahill, I'm handing you back what's been marked as State's Exhibit 138 for identification. Fair to say that's a pretty lengthy document.
Yes.
I'm showing you now what's been marked as identification for Exhibit 61. So if you can take a moment and review State's Exhibit 61, just look up when you're ready. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What can you tell the jurors what it is?
So this is a withdrawal from Citizens Bank at 688 South Willow Street. The transaction was.
And let me stop you there. You're familiar with it?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Is this taken from that larger record, State's
Yes.
Exhibit 138?
Yes.
Okay. And there's something highlighted on it.
Yes.
And I think you were talking about that just now.
Yes.
Is this item, State's Exhibit 61, is that a fair and accurate representation of a portion of the records that you have in front of you, State's Exhibit 138?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, the state moves to strike the ID of State's Exhibit 61 and mark it as full.
Any objection?
Other than overall.
Okay, other than the previous objection that was noted, the court will strike the ID and enter this as a full exhibit.
I'm going to take those exhibits back from you, Detective Rahill.
I'm sorry.
With regard to State's Exhibit 61, I'm going to put it up on the screen behind you. Is that the same document that you were looking at?
Yes.
And that yellowed in portion, what does that show us?
That shows a 500 withdrawal from 688 South Willow Street, which is the Citizens Bank.
And does it say the date on that document? The date and time of the withdrawal?
It does.
And you mentioned that it was 688 South Willow Street.
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what the date and time is?
It is February 26, 2020, and the time is approximately 11:20 in 13 seconds.
11:20 and 13 seconds.
Yes.
And what was the amount that was withdrawn?
It was $503.50.
Your Honor, if I may approach this. Join the defense, what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 92. I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 92. I'm just going to ask that you look at the back page, the last page of that document.
In the plastic. Okay.
Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a receipt from Home Depot on March Ave. The date. You want me to go into detail what it is?
Nope.
Okay.
You're familiar with it, though?
Yes.
Fair to say. Okay. So let's talk about 688 South Willow Street.
Yes.
What's your familiarity with that location?
So it's a close proximity to the Home Depot at 129 March Ave.
When you say it's in close proximity, what does that mean?
It's within half a mile. So South Willow Street and March Ave are connected. So they're very close to each other. Well, they touch each other.
Are you aware of how long it would take to get from the ATM to that Home Depot?
It depends if you walked or drove, but it would take about 10 minutes, maybe a little less, 9 minutes.
Have you personally made that commute from the ATM?
Driving wise, yes, but not walking wise.
What prompted investigators to get these bank statements?
These specific bank statements
This transaction specifically.
from the bank.
From the bank.
Okay. So we requested the MetaBank data for the Montgomerys to get a history of purchases. And when reviewing those purchases, we located this.
And did this specific one stand out to you?
Yes.
Why is that?
Due to the close proximity to Home Depot on March Ave and due to the fact that this was the day prior to a work order at the Union Street address, 644 Union Street.
What's your understanding of who lived at 644 Union Street?
Adam and Kayla Montgomery.
With respect to that Citizens Bank, did officers request surveillance footage from the Citizens Bank?
Yes.
Did you receive any?
No.
If I may approach again. I didn't hear if you permitted that.
You can approach the witness.
So Detective Rahal, I'm handing you what I've shown the defense. It's marked for identification as States Exhibit 91. And I'm just going to ask that you take a look at that document and look up when you're done.
Okay.
Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
Can you tell me what it is?
So this was a request for video in regards to the ATM that they did not have. And we also wanted the actual transactions from that ATM, which they did not have either. And this is,
go ahead.
This was requested. I actually don't know when this was requested.
Fair to say several years ago.
Yes. Yeah.
And then this is a newer document from, can you read the date on it?
Yeah, the top date says January 18th, 2024.
But you recall several years ago requesting that footage.
Years ago, and yes, a year ago.
In terms of your experience as a detective with the Manchester Police Department, do you typically request surveillance footage?
Yes.
Is it typically available?
It depends on when you ask for it. Depends if the incident just happened or it's something that is past tense and the video is no longer there.
And in this case, you mentioned beginning your involvement in January of 2022.
Correct.
The purchase that we're talking about. Can you remind us of that date?
Yes, it's February 26th of 2020. So almost 2 years before.
Okay. Is that typical for your experience as an officer with the Manchester Police Department, as a detective with them, that they wouldn't still have this footage?
Correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to strike what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 91 and mark it as full.
Any objection? Subject to the fire. The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
So no surveillance existed, no transaction existed.
Correct.
It did exist through the Meta Bank.
Correct.
What was the next step in the course of the investigation into this specific purchase?
So due to the close proximity to this transaction, we requested Lime purchases from Home Depot.
Was that a specific Home Depot or was it multiple Home Depot locations?
We requested multiple Home Depot locations.
And with respect to States Exhibit, what's been admitted as States Exhibit 92, is that reflected in States Exhibit 92?
I haven't fully looked through this.
Oh, please do.
I just did the back page, sorry. Is there papers in here?
There are.
Oh, okay, so there's more in there. Yes. There's multiple locations on here.
Okay. Which locations do you see?
Merrimack, Manchester, Hooksett, Londonderry, and Concord.
During the course of your... Did you have an opportunity to review those documents once they were received?
Yes.
And that was during the course of your involvement in this investigation? And do you recall when those items were received from Home Depot?
We requested them on in August of 2022, and we received them about a month later.
What specifically were investigators looking for with respect to the purchases?
We were looking for line purchases
Why were you looking for line purchases?
due to a statement made by Kayla Montgomery.
And I asked you to look at the last page of that material, the packet that's in front of you. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, so this is the receipt from a transaction at Home Depot on March Ave.
I'm just going to ask you to turn to the TV monitor behind you. Is that consistent with what you're looking at, the papers that you have?
Yes,
What is that?
it's a receipt.
And I want to talk about the receipt. You mentioned the ATM transaction at 11:20 in the morning on February 26th of 2020. What is the date and time of this Home Depot transaction?
11:42 a.m.
That's roughly 22 minutes after.
Correct.
And I want to discuss the amounts. Does that receipt tell you the amounts?
Yes.
And can you just point them out to the viewers?
Yes, it was $396.35.
And it says cash there.
Yes.
What's your understanding of what that means?
So the transaction was paid with cash, $400 in cash.
What's your understanding of the size of the line bag that was purchased?
It was a 40-pound line bag.
40 pounds?
Yes.
And what additional items were purchased during that transaction?
So there was a Milwaukee M18 fuel grinder, which is also known as an angle grinder, size 4.5 blade. There was also a Diablo 4.5 blade purchase and an M18 Milwaukee battery.
So Detective Rahill, I'm handing you what's been published as State's Exhibit 63. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
And is this consistent with what is represented on that receipt?
Yes.
Was there a specific item number associated with the limestone?
Yes.
And what is it, if you can read it from the receipt there?
So it's 4 zeros, and then it's 221104.
And again, the jury's heard that's an item number specific to that item.
Yes.
So Detective Rahill, I'm showing you what's been published as State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what it is?
So this is a screenshot of lime bags that are sold at Home Depot that was presented to Kayla Montgomery during our third proffer with her in March of 2023.
The item that I just showed you, State's Exhibit 62, if you can just turn to the monitor behind you. Is that what's reflected on the monitor?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of presenting this to Ms. Montgomery?
To figure out what lime that might have been used in the disposal of Harmony.
Without saying what she said, was it bag indicated?
Yes.
And can you point the bag out that's indicated?
Yeah.
That was indicated that bag.
Yes.
You didn't say. Now, we talked about a specific item number. Is that present on this item?
Yes, you can't see it in that screenshot though. I don't believe.
Were you able to compare the item number from this exhibit with the item number from the receipt, the Home Depot receipt?
Yes.
Are they consistent with each other?
Yes.
Sustained.
How did you compare those?
By researching and finding the SKU number associated with that bag.
Did you compare that to the receipt?
Yes, and that bag is
Sustained leading.
What was the result of that comparison?
Yes.
Detective Rahill, you mentioned doing research to find the SKU number of that particular bag. What research did you do?
I went on the Home Depot website and searched for that specific lime.
And did you compare that?
I did.
What did you compare it to?
I compared it to the receipt that we received from Home Depot, and they had the same SKU number.
Was that the same receipt that you just looked at?
Yes.
So the item number that's indicated in the previous exhibit is consistent with the Home Depot receipt that you reviewed.
Yes, it just didn't have the 4 zeros in the front, but it was 221104.
Carter, may we approach the bench?
Yes.
This is a good breaking point. So we're going to break for lunch now. Please come back at 1:30. I remind you, do not discuss the case with each other or with anybody else. Avoid any media, social media, or other coverage regarding this case. Don't do any independent research, and we will see you after lunch. Thank you so much for your time and attention this morning. All rise for the jurors, please. We don't need the detective now. So I'll ask you to step down. I'll remind you during the lunch break. The lawyers will communicate with you about that further.
What would you like me to do?
You can leave it right there,
Okay.
and the lawyers will do it. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
thank
All right,
you.
very good. Okay, counsel, we're gonna take one more minute to discuss the issue that you want to discuss. So, approach. Why don't you approach?
All right, gang, what are you thinking? I'll go back to what I was saying earlier before the judge cut me off. So they're going to be at lunch for the next hour. It's been quite a wild morning. Sis had a really good comment, really good point. They're going to have to believe, the jury's going to have to believe, just one, that Adam is so in love with Kayla that not only would he cover for such a horrific crime, but that he would move Harmony all around Manchester, New Hampshire, dismember her, get a U-Haul, and go over the Tobin Bridge and put her God knows where. I don't think Adam cares about anyone except Adam. This is going to be a very hard sell. I see now why they started with Kayla, because every little ounce that the detectives say, they're proving her story. I know a lot of people argued with me and they were like, well, nobody's going to believe it since Kayla said it. And I was like, look, they have to investigate what she said. They have to have proof. She can't just say it and they start rounding people up. All Adam cares about is himself. He would have thrown her under the bus in a heartbeat. All right, let's look at more of what Vinny put up last night.
Regarding the smell.
Yeah, and to your point, it was a very somber day in court today. Not many people were whispering to one another. There was not exchange of glances. Everyone was just laser focused on what these witnesses had to say. And many of them were the detectives that went to this shelter, the Fit Family Shelter, not far from the courthouse. They went into that room and they said right away they could smell death. Take a listen.
There was an interview that was conducted and information was obtained that maybe that the child was placed in that apartment for a period of time.
You mentioned an interview being conducted. Was that with Kayla Montgomery?
It was. As soon as I removed the cover, I knew I could smell what I know is decomposition. I knew I could smell a dead body. It's a smell that you just won't forget.
And can you just tell the jurors what your experience is with that smell?
I mean, I've been to many, many death scenes, many autopsies. I've smelt it many times.
Those stains turning out to be human blood. That's something that these jurors won't forget. And these witnesses, these professional police officer witnesses, were telling the jury that they will never forget this case and what they experienced.
And hearing that testimony about the smell,
I've heard that before in other trials, particularly the Casey Anthony trial. Her trunk smelled that same smell. I think it was 7 or 10 witnesses came into court, testified about it. Obviously, in that case, the jury thought maybe it could have been pizza. Hopefully, in this case, the jury understands. And I think there's a lot of evidence that will place the remains of little Harmony in that ceiling. Now, this is important, right? Because a big part of the defense case is that, oh, it's not me, it's Kayla. How does the jury know, or what will the prosecution argue is the evidence that links Adam Montgomery to putting little Harmony up in the ceiling?
That's a good point, because again, the defense is pointing the finger at Kayla, but as for the fingerprints that they were talking about today, none of them are Kayla's. So we heard from several experts about how the items were removed from the ceiling, how they were tested, how it turned out to be blood. And then the other key takeaway evidence today was that the fingerprints on the ceiling that was removed from that shelter was Adam's. Take a listen.
So metal ceiling, a vent, and a section of drywall. Did you have an opportunity to analyze those items?
Yes, I did.
And based on your analysis, were you able to develop friction-rich details for those items?
I was able to document friction-rich detail on MER 3D, which was a section of drywall with metal framing, as well as MER 3A, which was a ceiling vent.
Were you able to identify the person that deposited that print?
Yes, I was.
And who was it that you identified?
Adam Montgomery.
And all of this evidence and this testimony, very key to the case. And the state has been very methodical in making these points and presenting the evidence. But this really goes to the covering up of the crime. And Adam Montgomery is not disputing the fact of falsifying evidence or abuse of a corpse, but the jury will still have to decide those. That's still on the jury form.
Yeah, it's an interesting place that they've kind of, the way they've sort of couched this whole thing, that it was Kayla, I knew about it, but I didn't do it, but I did this. At the end of the day, I can't imagine a juror saying it's okay. And Adam Montgomery's still not in the courtroom, right?
He hasn't shown up to the courtroom. Today was day 6. If you include the jury view, he's given the choice each and every day. He hasn't shown up to court, and I'm also being told that he's going to have the choice on verdict day, on the reading of the verdict, if he wants to be there or not.
Unreal. But the case continues. Matt Johnson, I know it's freezing cold tonight up there in New Hampshire, so we appreciate your time tonight, and stay warm.
Thank you.
All right, folks, when we come back, we've got a lot to get to. We are going to trace what happened to little Harmony after her death from place to place to place. Where did they put her, and what is the evidence, and what does it all mean? We'll get to that, plus coming up next hour.
In the Grand Teton National Forest.
My grandparents had a big section of land northeast Oklahoma. And when an animal would die, they had lime. So that way, when they buried the animal, the smell wouldn't seep through the earth. Now, I don't think Teardrop is any Farmer Brown. And I'm telling you what, every trial we go through gets more and more unbelievable. We have a few to get through this year. I think we're going to be covering Sarah Boone, Lilaney, little Quentin Simon's mother. She's going to trial at the end of this year. And her mom is a lot like Kayla's mom. Even with all the evidence right in her face, she's still taking up, in a way, for her daughter. You can still love your child and not take up for him. I mean, you can't just turn it off. You can still love your child. Let's go through the timeline. Oh, sis. Sis goes, I hate Leilani. I hate her. I do too. Kat calls her Lazy. Lazy. Well, she is, and so's her mother.
Did you see him put Harmony in that duffel bag?
Yes.
How did he put her in there, Kayla?
He like folded her in half and put her in the double bag.
Unreal. We're talking about a little girl, a little 35-pound girl, 5 years old, with special needs. Killed and then folded and put into a duffel bag. We're going to walk through what Adam and Kayla Montgomery did with Harmony after she passed away. Let's bring in our guests who are going to help us through all of this. Joining us tonight in Michigan City, Indiana, private investigator and founder of Victim News Online, Erica Morse is with us. In Boston, Massachusetts, Boston 25 reporter Bob Ward, and in Jacksonville, Alabama, forensic death investigator, host of the Body Bags podcast, and professor of forensics at Jacksonville State University, Joseph Scott Morgan. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I'm going to walk through a timeline, location by location, and try to make some sense of this. I don't know what it is. We're not really making sense of it because it doesn't make sense. But try to understand what's going on and what's happening to little Harmony through all of this. We begin on December 7th, 2019. Adam and Kayla discovered Harmony dead in the backseat of the car at the intersection of Webster and Elm. Matt Johnson, our reporter, was there the other night. Adam, according to Kayla, places Harmony's body in a duffel bag. It's the middle of the day. They walk the bag back to the Colonial Village, where they place it in a snowbank by the dumpster. And this is apparently the day that Harmony dies. Bob Ward, Matt Johnson was at that intersection. This is the middle of the day. You've got a dead child, and we're going in the trunk, getting a duffel bag and just like putting her in it?
Yeah, the fatal attack happened just before that on their way to Burger King. Adam and Kayla had gone to a methadone clinic. That's where they started the day. Little Harmony has accidents in the back of the car. Adam loses it. They still go to Burger King. Then after the fatal attack, they have their sandwich, they eat, and then the car breaks down in the middle of the road. And all of a sudden they have a problem. They've got a bigger problem with poor Harmony being dead in the car, but now the car breaks down. And I guess Harmony, what the testimony was that she was covered in bruises. So he kept her underneath a blanket in the back seat. And after this fatal attack, she was underneath the blanket. So when the car breaks down, help is going to arrive. So he reaches into the trunk, pulls out this duffel bag and goes back into the car and puts Harmony into that bag. And it then walks away and puts it's all happened near the apartment complex, and puts that body, the duffel bag, into that snowbank. And then the testimony is that over the next 20 minutes, Kayla and Adam got high. They were doing heroin and crack cocaine while little Harmony is in that bag.
Let's move one day forward to December 8th, 2019. Adam, Kayla, and the boys, remember there's two young children, younger than Harmony, are living in Anthony Bordero's blue Audi when the battery dies. The duffel bag with Harmony's remains goes in the trunk of Anthony Bordero's blue Audi while the car is being jumped. Erica Morse, this is really where, these first 2 days, I can't imagine how anyone, whether you're on drugs or not, is able to even do this. All right, we'll take the body, we'll put it in the duffel bag. It's cold, it's New Hampshire. Let's keep the body on ice. And that's what they're doing here.
So we talk about how criminals aren't exactly the smartest bulbs in the bunch. And this is a prime example. This was, you know, I don't think it was a premeditated attack. I don't think he intended to kill his daughter, even though he definitely abused her on multiple occasions. And when this occurred, this was just a panic. This was just a fly by the seat of their pants reaction, so to speak, with no thought put into this. There were 2 other children in the vehicles with them over the course of these 2 days, for God's sakes. And this wasn't even being hidden from Harmony's siblings. So, you know, not a lot of brain power being used on these thoughts and these decisions. Unfortunately, it is a series of just pathetic choices. And we now, as we learn about this, Vinny, it's heartbreaking. It is impossible for our logical minds to believe that this occurred. And many of us who work in this field, we have the same. We have to remind ourselves that Harmony is no longer suffering. And the reason we have to say that is because that's how we can continue to actually do this work. Otherwise, we get caught up in those moments, and it's too hard for us as well. Think about those law enforcement investigators on the ground, that gentleman that testified, and the ones who responded, and the ones who smelled that decay. Those are pictures and images and smells they cannot get out of their senses and out of their psyches. Those are the things that keep guys and gals up at night, having nightmares. And so this whole thing just, Vinny, I mean, I when I texted you about it last week, when he stood up in court, I was so angry. I said, we knew it. We knew it for 3 years. Every single one of us said it. And this has just been a bag of lies.
I want to move ahead now from December 8th to mid-December to the end of December of 2019. Under the porch at Kayla's aunt's apartment on South Main Street. Kayla, Adam, and the 2 boys go to Kimberly Simmons, the aunt's home. Adam puts the duffel bag with Harmony's remains under the porch. Joseph Scott Morgan, we're now talking about, she dies on the 7th. She's placed in a snowbank, goes into a trunk, snowbank. Now in December, they're moving and they're putting her under the porch. We're in New Hampshire. What's happening to Harmony's remains during this time?
It's a slow movement in decomposition because the cool air, the ambient environmental temperature does retard the process, as opposed to, let's say this had been in Middle Florida. You had mentioned the Anthony case a little while ago. That heat speeds everything up. And so the idea that this would be in a cooler environment, however, he's really taken a risk here, because when you place this bag containing this precious little angel's remains in this environment, they're out of your control at that point in time. You know, placing them beneath the staircase like that, anybody could find her. And so it gives you an idea about the state of mind of this individual relative to how these remains are being treated. She is still, and I'm going to be very blunt, she is still decomposing. It's just at a slower rate. It's not until you remove her completely from the protection of the cool and remove her remains from them, do you get this acceleration in this process of decomposition.
Would you suspect the smell that everyone's talking about to be present at this point, or not yet?
If you had opened that bag, yes, most definitely, there would have been an odor. And here's the thing that I'm kind of curious about, and of course we'll never know the answer to this question. The liquid that we'll find out about relative to the staining, I don't know if that liquid is resulting, or they're calling it blood. I don't know if that is what we refer to as purge fluid that comes from a decomposing remain, or if that's trauma related in some way, where he had traumatized her to the point where she had a laceration perhaps and was bleeding from it. I do know this. He had beat her multiple times, Finn, and that last attack on her, I am convinced it was the coup de grace. It pushed her little body over the edge. It would not surprise me that she had already had some blood vessels, perhaps in her brain, that were already ruptured. And that last blow that he struck as he lashed out at this precious darling was probably the thing that finally killed her in the end.
Let's track some more of the movements of Harmony's body. Again, mid-December to the end of December of 2019 is the time frame here. Christina Lubin's minivan. Kayla's mom picks Adam, Kayla, and the two boys up in her minivan, and the duffel bag goes with them. Christina Lubin's home. The duffel bag is placed outside near the side entrance of the building near the trash. The duffel bag with Harmony's body is placed in the red cooler where it remains.
Okay, hold on. Let's talk about this for a second, because I agree with Joseph Scott Morgan 100%. Matter of fact, when the probable cause came out and the horrific details, we know way more now, but the horrific details came out where, excuse me, it's in my throat, where Kayla said he offered 3 to 4 punches in the head. Now, don't get me wrong. That's bad enough on a 35-pound little girl. And remember, he's sitting in the front seat. So it's not like they're in a boxing ring. And I remember Angel P saying to me, it's because she had already been abused so many times before that last bout with him, she probably already had something wrong with her because he beat her so much. And he backed it up. And I do agree with that.
For a few weeks. And Bob, as we see what they're doing here, like they are now showing up at relatives' homes, whether it's the aunt or the mom, minus one child.
That's right. And they needed a place to live. They were living in that car because they were evicted out of a home on the other side of Manchester. And they ended up over there at Kayla's mom's house. And I think the testimony was that they saw the cooler there in the hallway. And that's what gave them the idea to take the body out of the duffel bag and put her into that cooler. And then that cooler is in this common area of this triple decker for weeks while they're staying over there. I did interview from a distance the mother, and she told me about a visit in Thanksgiving time, when the last time that she saw Harmony, and they were looking for a place to stay. And then the Kayla's mother said when they came back, Harmony was gone, but Adam and Kayla had told her that Harmony was now with her natural mother in Massachusetts. So that's where that lie starts. The first time I understand that lie is told to anyone is when they go back to that house on the west side. But Harmony is there. She's in that cooler in the hallway, and anybody in that triple decker who lives there could walk right by it as they're coming down the stairs and going outside.
And Erica Morris, we're talking about these lies, right? You know, you have children, you visit relatives, they want to see the kids. They want to see the kids. But in this case, because Harmony was the stepdaughter of Kayla, they had the easy out to say, oh yeah, she's with Crystal, she's with mom now. And that is part of the tragedy here, because a child is gone, a child is missing. And in this story, this case, it's 2 years before the search begins.
Vinny, aside from the fact that you have unfortunately at this time, a non-custodial parent asking questions, because mom was asking questions during this time period, but she was being ignored because she had lost custody. She had to deal with some things, but as I understand it, she worked her family service plan and she got back on track. We've talked about this multiple times. If it were not for that FSSA worker, Vinny, I don't know how much longer this would have gone on. That food stamp worker who began asking questions about Harmony's whereabouts, why she wasn't placed in school, why nobody could account for her, when they were receiving state benefits for her. It was that social worker, that caseworker's first inquiry that really launched this entire thing. And then to top it all off, you I will always say this, Vinny, your coverage specifically of Harmony's case, in my opinion, made all the difference in the world. I think I counted back in my notebooks 9 or 10 different appearances that we've done alone, not counting the ones you've done with other folks. You kept this story going, Vinny, and I need you to know that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right now, it's time to get justice. The trial's begun. Our guests are staying with us. When we come back, we will continue retracing what happened to little Harmony.
Adam put her in the ceiling in the vent of the room that we stayed in.
This is now, we're at the point here where she's taken out from the cold, put in this ceiling vent, and that's when the smells begin and everything else. We're tracing what Kayla and Adam Montgomery did with little Harmony after she was killed inside that car. So taking a look at the movements of body. Still with us, Erica Morse, Bob Ward, and Joseph Scott Morgan. Okay, we're continuing this morbid journey. Let's go to December 30th to mid-February of 2020. So, it's a couple months here. First at the FIT shelter, the Families in Transition shelter, Harmony's body placed in the ceiling vent. When the maintenance workers come to investigate the smell of Harmony's body, she is then moved to the bathroom. Harmony's remains are transferred from the duffel bag now to garbage bags, which are placed inside the CMC diaper bag. Harmony's remains are put back then into the ceiling vent. Now they've got a body that's decomposing. The smell, the neighbors can tell they need to do something. And apparently, Kayla puts the remains in a stroller, goes down to the Portland Pie Company where Adam works. And the Harmony's remains are put in the freezer during some of Adam's shifts at the Pie Company, which is a pizza parlor. So it's the freezer where they keep the food. He's bringing his daughter to work, her body, and putting it in the freezer at work. Bob Ward, these details, excruciating, and we can't forget that they basically get away with it for 2 years. Like,
yeah, they
don't get caught doing any of this.
No, and they had to take, when they put her body into that smaller bag, they held that bag up, well, a bag just like it in court. There it is. It's a small bag. It's like a diaper bag, a tote bag, something you get at Barnes & Noble. That's the size of it. So that's what 35-pound Harmony Montgomery is in. And the idea is that they walked that with, Kayla had her stroller and her other 2 kids and that bag, and would walk all the way through Manchester down to the Portland Pie. And that's how Harmony was getting in and out. And how Adam, that's where that Chase Bank is there on the screen. That was the Portland Pie Company back when all this took place. And he would go to work, and I think he was a dishwasher there. He'd put the body in there in the freezer to stop the decomp. And I guess at the end of the shift, I'm not clear on this, but at the end of the shift, he would take the bag with him. So he tried not to be too far away from the bag. And I guess in his mind, that would stop the leaking in the ceiling back at the FIT shelter.
All right, Joseph Scott Morgan, let's talk about the leaking in the ceiling, and then I guess the apparent refreezing of Harmony.
Yeah, a few moments ago, Ben, I mentioned this idea of retarding the process of decomposition through cool. Let's back up just a second and think about what this ghoul has done with this precious little angel. He's placed her in a vent, HVAC, right? And it's New Hampshire. let that sink in. And what do you need in order to be comfortable up there? You need warmth, you need heat. So we've gone from just slowing the process down to now you're accelerating the process if in fact heat is traveling through there. And even if you don't have direct contact with heat, say for instance, in some kind of ductwork, heat rises in all locations. We know that. It's part of physical science. We learned that in the 8th grade. And so now she's subject to that. So that area above the apartment is hotter or warmer than that area below. And so you're going to get the staining that comes about as the body continues to, if it's frozen, it will thaw. That creates leakage. And not to mention, at a molecular level, you've got cytoplasm and these cells that are breaking down, and that's where this leakage comes from. We call it purge fluid, and it's staining everything. And you know, the police officer was right. You could see this in his eyes. Vin, for those of us that have worked in these environments for so many years, nothing ever numbs you to it, and you recognize that smell. You don't have empirical data to say that that is in fact a human body. But when you have been around so many and you smell that smell, it's something that haunts you and it stays with you. It still stays with me to this day. I can never escape it. Just like the gentleman that was on the stand a few moments ago. So that really echoes. It resonates with me what he was describing up there. When they opened that ceiling, they were able to take that panel out.
Erica Morris, I'm still trying to understand Kayla Montgomery in all of this. And, you know, taking the stroll down Main Street in Manchester with 2 little ones, and then the little bag with Harmony's remains to bring her down to work. I still don't understand. I don't understand where that comes from. And as much as she's such an important witness for the prosecution, this is someone whose actions are in step with Adam at this point.
I'm torn right now and have been for a while on Kayla. First of all, she got a sweet deal, very sweet deal out of this whole situation. Probably not appropriate given what we're learning now. Kayla, very young, very immature, very high. And you know, I think I was talking with one of your producers. I think it was fentanyl, heroin, and crack that they have admitted to using. That's a pretty hefty combination, and that'll fry a person's brain. But aside from that, I also question if there's some DV going on here, because easily influenced, easily maybe controlled or manipulated, maybe saw Adam for what he was not. But I just have to question her mental state as a whole. As a mother, there's just nothing that you could ever do to put me in that position, plain and simple. Yes, she's a young mother. Yes, she's immature. I just don't get it. Like, I go back and forth. Is this domestic violence? Is this her acquiescing? Is this her playing along? Because I don't think she's the one who did it. I don't. I think she participated in the cover-up extensively, but yeah. I don't think that she
I agree.
Responsible.
I agree with you. Let's move now to the end of February of 2020. To 644 Union Street apartment. Harmony's remains kept in the refrigerator, thawed in the bathtub, placed in a bag of lime, the bag placed back in the freezer. Here's Kayla Montgomery on the stand talking about this.
Adam was trying to de-thaw her body.
When you say Adam was trying to de-thaw her body, what was he doing specifically?
Taking the clothes off of her. And putting her in the bag of lime.
And when he was trying to de-thaw her body, where was Harmony's body at the time?
In the bathtub.
And that's when you saw the bag of lime?
Yes.
Did you see Harmony's body in the bathtub?
Yes.
I want you to tell the jurors what you saw of her body in that bathtub.
I saw Harmony in the bathtub, still folded together the same way that she was left in the bag when we took her out of the car. And she just looked like she had just barely any skin, like she was just a layer of skin and bone. And she was all bruised up.
There they are taking.
Okay, if that isn't hard enough to hear. Sis said folded together. I missed this testimony. I believe it was Friday on our show and Monday. Of course, Kayla had the nerve to complain about how bad the smell was. Thank you, Gaelic, for the super sticker. Thank you, baby kisses. Yeah, the fridge is going to be bad. I don't know when that's going to happen. Now, the pink sweater they're referring to is one that Kayla had on. Nobody knows where Harmony's clothes are at because Kayla brought scissors into that bathroom and she cut her clothes off of her as he was thawing her. Defrosting, she said. Defrosting Harmony. As if she's a Thanksgiving bird. Now then, I was today years old when I found out he also purchased things at Home Depot because the tub was clogged up. Now, they were renting on Union Street. As you know, when you rent an apartment, a condo, a duplex, a house, something like a plumbing issue, you can call maintenance, you can call your landlord, and they will come fix it. For those of you that say it doesn't work that way where you live, well, it works that way where they live. It works that way where I live. But he went and he got the supplies to snake the bathtub. Why, you ask? Because imagine what the maintenance people were going to pull out of there. We're not talking about Kayla's hair from washing in the tub. No. She already said he was defrosting her. She just had one little small layer of skin and you could see her bones. That's what clogged the tub. That's what clogged the tub. No way. He was going to let Mr. Furley come in there and unclog that. Well, thank you, Mama Kay, for the super sticker. That helps immensely. Thank you so much, my dear friend. These are people that they save their money for things like heroin, Fent, and the Coca-Cola for their nose. He doesn't care about home maintenance. I imagine that purchase stuck out like a sore thumb, knowing how they normally spend their money. Think about it. They're eating at Burger King, putting gas in the car, whatever, getting a sandwich here, getting a sandwich there. And then suddenly they take out this big chunk of money. Well, it's got to do with Harmony. They're damn sick is what they are. And brace yourselves because they're going to wind up bringing that refrigerator in there. I asked earlier, not because I'm ignorant, I was just making conversation. Do you think they're really going to bring it in? Hell yeah, I do. I do. Connie had a great point. She said, and they're using Harmony's money. They're using Harmony's money to buy the tools to unclog the bathtub from her remains and dismember her.
Taking the refrigerator out. Bob Ward, this is the apartment that you're in, correct?
That's right. The day after that refrigerator came out, the day after the search, I went up there and the tenant let me in the apartment. And those are the pictures from my story that I produced. Then it's a tiny apartment, a tiny one-bedroom apartment. And I wanted to see what the FBI, what the Manchester police took out of there. And you can see the floorboards and the various items that they took out. Where the refrigerator is on the back wall, that is where the bathroom is. We didn't have time to get a picture of that, but that was where the bathroom was. And the bathroom is absolutely tiny. And, you know, that testimony that Kayla gave was among the most ghoulish things I've ever heard. She said this process of him trying to break down Harmony's body took hours, that he talked about getting a saw to help with this. You know, they also talked about getting a NutriBullet blender to try to help with decomp. There's the police picture of that bathroom. It is absolutely tiny, just enough room on the side for the bathtub, the toilet. And he was running the water, getting steam in that bathroom just to steam it up to try to help with just dismembering little Harmony's body. And this went on for hours.
Let's get to the final thing we know from spring of 2020. There's a mini fridge in a Manchester Econo Lodge. Apparently that's where the bag or Harmony was placed, in this mini fridge. And then Adam leaves with the remains in a U-Haul truck that's rented by someone else at the Econo Lodge. Joseph Scott Morgan, we have about a minute left here. A bag of lime. What's that? Is that going to do anything?
Yeah, it can. It goes to, but also just from a legal standpoint, Vinny, this goes to state of mind on his part, I think. I don't want to step over in your territory, but he's prepping for this. He understands, at least basically, that with lime, it's going to mask the smell. And some people will say that it speeds up the process of, decomposition of biological substances. And so that's what he is purposed to do, Benny. And I think that this whole thing centers around his idea of, he's been fighting with this idea of being separated from the body, because if he has the body, he has control over the body. He has to get somewhere like water to deposit her remains. And I think that's probably what happened.
And as we know, the remains still have not been found. He obviously knows the answer, but has not revealed it. Bob Ward.
Well, this is disturbing as hell. I can't thank you guys enough for being here. By the way, I'm not closing down the show. When I start thanking people, they start jumping out thinking the show's over. But these trials are tough, and people have things going on in their own lives. You know what I mean? And so it really gets to them. It really does. And I just have to bring this up. When we get to the end of a case, and I see, people in chat, and I remember poignant things, which you guys all say brilliant things that they've said. I still refer to Mama Kay when I think it was our second show. She said Jameson saved Harmony. And I repeat it all the time because she's right. I did not know about the food stamp worker that was asking about Harmony. Well, I would think in her department, she could have said they need to produce this child for me. They're still getting benefits. Well, that didn't happen. So either she asked a few questions or she dropped the ball. So I can't give her the credit. Snow said, we said it on this channel first. It was a day after they brought that refrigerator out, and Jennifer Coffindaffer was arguing with people on Twitter about how the FBI would have to replace the refrigerator. Nobody cares. We're talking about the one they had brought out with hazmat and bio stickers on it. Miss FBI. We said on this channel, Snow said, oh, I remember it. We said Harmony was in it. They're not just going to take it just because Jennifer Coffindaffer might need an extra fridge for her garage. No. Man, and you guys have hung in here because people did full on shows talking about what an idiot I am. Snow goes, oh, I do remember that. By the way, Misty Doo, are you working too hard? She said Step Meth needs to be charged for her part in abusing Harmony and not reporting her murder. She made a deal with the devil, or they did. I don't think that's going to happen unless they find something else. If not, she's out in May. Then it's going to be tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock until she finds the next teardrop, has another child, and gets jammed up for drugs or whatever again. Thank you for the super sticker. All right, let's watch something funny. Oh, look at this. Janet Brown, new member. New member. Welcome to the family. Love your hair. That is gorgeous. Love your hair. You girls are always reminding me I need to get to the hair doctor. That's what I call Lindsay. She's the person that does my hair. I call her the hair doctor. All right, let's listen to something funny until they start again. That music was messing up. It was giving me a headache. Got to find a new video to take our mind off of things. Comrie had a great idea because during Gannon's trial, and I think during the Murdoch trial too, we did a lot of cooking shows. So Barb has a few questions, same questions we have. In the opening statements, they made it clear that there is going to be a lot of circumstantial evidence. A lot. Here's an example. I didn't see it rain last night, but I saw water all over my porch and my sidewalk. So I know it rained last night. I don't think any elephants came into my yard and pissed all over the place. So the jury is going to have to understand that while they do not have Harmony's body, which this is a reason why so many DAs say, I will not touch this case without a body. I'm not going to do it. I know people scream and yell in Summer's case all the time, in Michael's case and stuff like that. And they say, they do it all the time. They do it all the time. They do it all the time without a body. What's all the damn time? It's very rare that they do. They have to have very, very significant evidence to move forward without a body. Well, they haven't gotten to that yet, Barb, and I don't know how they're going to, but it's going to be circumstantial. It's going to be circumstantial. They're going to have to, his fingerprints, he was the one that was hiding her body the whole time. He was the one that bought the tools. He has the history of the abuse against her. No one else does, only him. So it's circumstantial. This might explain it a little bit.
Hi, this is Mike Haber. Thanks for asking me, can I be convicted with only circumstantial evidence? Yes. Well, that was another quick webisode. Look, in order for a police officer to arrest you for any crime, a cop needs to have probable cause. This means that a cop has to be convinced that there's at least enough facts and inferences available to make a reasonable person believe that there's a good probability that you committed a crime. And this can happen without any direct evidence at all, and based purely on circumstantial evidence. The same holds equally true for a conviction, meaning you can be convicted with no direct evidence at all and only circumstantial evidence. But the standard for a conviction is significantly higher than mere probable cause that's required for an arrest. In order to convict you, the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you committed the crime. Here's an example of a purely circumstantial case. There's a dead body. There's testimony that the deceased and I knew and disliked one another, that we had recently argued, and that I had made a verbal threat to kill him. There's also proof that I own a .357 Magnum and that the deceased was shot and killed by a .357 Magnum round. Someone says, although they did not witness the actual shooting, they did hear a gunshot, and within seconds, they saw someone matching my height and weight fleeing the scene. Further, my cell phone records confirm at the time and date in question, my cell phone was in the area where the shooting occurred. Is this enough for an arrest? Absolutely. Any reasonable person could infer that this set of facts points to me as the shooter. I've got both the means and the motive. But is it enough to convict me? It could be, but that decision is going to be left to a jury, not to me. Thanks for your question. I appreciate your having asked it, and I invite you to ask me more. Please remember at Haber, PA, it's all about reasonable doubt. And if you like this video, please subscribe. We'll be putting out more soon.
Sarah, DNA is not circumstantial evidence. I did have myself muted. No. If my DNA is on something, That's direct evidence. It's only linked to me. It's like he explained. Somebody hears a gunshot, and around that time, somebody is shot with a gun, and common sense, that person is going to be a witness, which is why I have argued about Jody Sue Brown for so long. If that scream is unfounded, then she didn't hear shit.
Hello, this is Attorney Agla Mercy, and this is your Mercy Minute. Today, we're going to talk about the difference between direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Now, for those who take night classes at the University of Criminal Minds or the Law School of Law and Order SVU, this minute's for you. Now, direct evidence proves or disproves a fact directly. Direct evidence is based on a witness's personal knowledge or observation of a fact. That's direct evidence. So, for example, if I see it rain outside, I saw the rain outside. Now, circumstantial evidence is different. Circumstantial evidence is evidence that does not point directly to a fact, but it's inferred. That means that there's a reasonable assumption that it happened. So, for example, if I go outside.
Hell, girl, I said that too. That was my metaphor. Good for you. And I just pulled that up. Alexa said, when you said Sarah, my Siri came on. That is funny. That is funny. So the jury is going to have to lean on common sense and circumstances. Barb said, when she said he would take the fall for her, I was like, oops. Who said that, Barb? I never heard Kayla say that. She'd be crazy to say that on the stand. I never heard her say that. No, she's the state's star witness. She's telling him exactly what she saw.
And I see there's water on the car, there's water on the ground, there's water in the street, I can make an inference that it rained. Okay, now do I know when it rained? No, but I can make an inference that it rained. So that's the difference between circumstantial and direct evidence. Now let's put it into a criminal justice scenario. For example, if I see somebody smoking marijuana, that's a personal observation. That's direct evidence. But if I go into a room and I smell marijuana and I see a roach in the ashtray with marijuana and I see somebody with red eyes smelling like marijuana, that's circumstantial evidence that that particular person was smoking marijuana. So that's the difference between direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. That's your Mercy Minute. Goodbye.
I like her. She's sassy. All right, they're going to be back in the courtroom in a second. I'm going to put it up because I have got to get something to eat real quick. So talk amongst yourselves. Then I have to brush my teeth. I will be just a second. Does anybody want to come up and talk? Well, Kayla's crazy if she, I know she said stuff in her prison letters. I missed her saying that on the stand. She's crazy for saying that when, well, her whole get out of jail free card is to say that she has nothing to do with Harmony's murder. They're going to excuse the tampering with her body and keep her in there for the perjury. I would have given her a good 8 years for concealing a crime like that. Oh, the defense got her to say it when she was going through all that. Oh, that she's still in love with him and everything. Okay. We already heard she said she'll be his ride or die or anything. I'm just really hoping that they were very selective with this jury and that they're able to put all of this together. It's really all Harmony has. That's all Harmony has. Oh, you're back.
Please be seated. Attorney Agati, if you want to get Detective Rahal back, we can start with him on the stand.
Yes, Your Honor. Sure. Back is up and running, and then I will.
And I don't have those other documents, just FYI.
No, Your Honor, there were, the person who was assisting us in drafting them had missed 2 edits. I made corrections to those 2 edits, and I've asked them to submit them, and I asked them for that about 10 minutes ago. So it may just not be in yet.
Okay, so the pleading is not going to be identical?
No, it will, Your Honor. I'm sorry. I should say redactions rather than edits. I apologize. There
because-
were 2 areas that had not been redacted out that you had asked to be redacted, and I said, no, these are included.
Okay, but it's the identical pleading.
Yes.
Because that's the
identical.
pleading will be open to the public. And the
That's
other one-
correct.
okay.
That's correct.
All right, Detective Rahal, when you're ready. All right, Detective Rahal, if you would just come back up and take the stand, please. And while you're doing that, you can have them come in. All rise for the jurors, please. Please be seated. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. So, Detective Rahal, just a few more questions for you. During your involvement in this investigation regarding those records that you received from the Home Depot, did you attempt to obtain surveillance footage from the Home Depot? Surveillance footage of specifically that February 26th transaction?
Yes.
Were you successful in retrieving that, obtaining it?
No.
Can you tell the jurors why not?
It was the date that we needed was too far back from when we asked for that, on the date that we asked.
Detective Rahal, would you recognize the defendant if you saw him today?
Yes.
Yes, you may.
Detective Rahal, I'm showing you what's been marked. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize the individual depicted in that image?
Yes, that's Adam Montgomery.
During the course of your involvement in this investigation, the homicide of Harvey Montgomery, did you make an arrest?
Yes.
Who did you arrest?
Adam Montgomery.
The same Adam Montgomery I just showed you an image of?
Yes.
And when did you make that arrest?
It was October. I don't know the exact date, but it was back in October of 20. It was back in October of 2022 at the Valley Street Jail, which is 405 Willow Street, the Hillsborough County Jail.
If I can have just a moment. No further questions. Thank you.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
When Kayla was on the stand, she was asked questions about purchasing drugs from Mr. Badero on the day that she claimed Harmony died. And she testified that she couldn't remember if she got the drugs from Badero. Did she tell you on June 23rd, 2022, that she got drugs? She went up and got drugs from Mr. Badero. I think she claimed after they had come back from Burger King, but before the car broke down.
I'm not sure. I would have to refer to my report.
Sure. I'm going to show you a copy of the transcript. Actually, show you the official. And do you recall being present at her June 23rd, 2022 interview?
Yes.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of her transcript, would that assist you?
Yes.
It points you to page 224. And this is actually what I'm going to ask you about, but you can read before or after the word.
Okay.
And she actually told you all of you in that room, that she was the one that went up and purchased the drugs from Mr. Badero, right?
That's correct. She says that.
And she even was able to give you a reason why she remembered that she was the one that went up.
Yes. Do you want the page marker?
I do. Thank you.
It's okay.
Do you recall the photograph of that fuel grinder?
Yes.
And that was a photograph that Kayla initialed for you, is that right?
No, I don't believe so. She initialed the lime bag.
Well, were you present for the December prep session with Kayla Montgomery?
No,
December of this past December?
correct. I was not present.
Okay. You were present for Kayla's March
16.
16?
Yes, I was.
2023 interview. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That was also called a proffer,
Yes.
right? And during that proffer, you came with some photographs, right?
Yes.
And is States Exhibit 62 one of the photographs you came with?
Yes.
And that was the pictures of several types of line, right?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm going to ask you about that in a second. Also, I'm going to show you a copy of States Exhibit 63. Did you go with a copy of this photograph?
I don't recall. I'm not sure.
Okay. Is it possible?
It's possible, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of what's been marked Defendant's Exhibit I. Did you go in with this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you a copy of what's been marked Defendant's Exhibit H. Did you go in with this photograph?
Yes.
And you had been to collect the receipt from Home Depot prior to that March 23rd, 2023 interview, right?
Yes, we received those before that interview.
Okay. And is one of the things in the interview that you wanted to talk to her about was tools?
Yes.
And was Exhibit 63 one of the tools you wanted to talk to her about?
We wanted to talk to her multiple tools. I honestly don't recall that specific tool.
Okay. Well, I will start with the photograph of the lime. You had already gone to collect information from Home Depot, right?
Yes.
And you had collected receipts for something that was purchased that day.
Yes.
And one of the things that set you to looking at purchases that day was mentioned by Kayla in June of 2021.
22.
That lime was in the Union Street apartment used in the shower.
Correct.
And so you were in part looking for purchases of lime.
Correct.
Right? And when you came across this receipt at Home Depot, it talked about a cash purchase of lime, right?
Correct.
And the purchase of the lime was $5.38, right?
That sounds about right. Yes.
Okay, and that was for a 40-pound bag?
Yes.
And did you also do research on what lime does?
For the soil,
Uh-huh.
it raises the pH.
And it reduces growth in bacteria?
Yes. I don't know if I can't answer that question.
Okay. So the only information that you have is putting it on lawns to increase the pH.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And the $199 item that was purchased, it only has a bunch of And this is from, sorry, Exhibit 92.
We're talking about Exhibit 92 now, or are you talking about the previous exhibit?
I thought that's what was referring to previous exhibit. I'll withdraw that objection.
Okay.
So this is one of the pages, and I'll have it all together, of what's been marked as States Exhibit 92. And after the limestone, there was an item that is referenced for $199, right?
Okay, hold on a second. Council, could you approach for a second?
$199, right?
Yes, there's a transaction here for $199.
And in your research, you discovered that that was a battery,
Correct.
$200 battery, right?
Yes.
And then the next item was a Milwaukee fuel grinder, right?
Correct.
And how much was that?
$179.
And this purchase of the fuel grinder came with a battery, right?
I don't know.
You didn't check?
I don't know if it came with a battery.
Okay, it came with its own blade.
I don't know that.
Okay. So if the state said on opening that he bought an extra blade and a battery, that information would not have come from you.
Correct.
So that is almost $400 for a cordless tool, right? And a battery and a blade.
Correct. And lime.
And the lime was only less than $10.
Yes.
So when you took this photograph of various items of lime to Kayla to identify, you only had lime bags from Home Depot, is that right?
That's correct.
And when you asked her to point to the lime bag to see if she recognized it, she said she circled this.
Foundation.
Overruled.
If we can approach, Your Honor.
Okay. The objection is sustained.
When she circled this item, she didn't circle it as the item. She circled it as most similar to the item, right?
Correct.
She did not identify this, even though it's circled as the type of lime that she recalled, right?
Correct.
And she did not circle it as the same packaging as she recalled, right?
Correct.
It was just the most similar of the four that you gave her from Home Depot.
Correct.
And you didn't go to any other place to check about other lime purchases in the area,
Correct.
except for the Home Depot purchases, right?
Correct.
And the Home Depot purchases in the 1 month period had about 33 purchases of lime at various Home Depots.
That's right.
Okay. So it is something that is purchased in the winter time.
Yes.
And you know, if it reduces smell.
I don't.
Okay. So then I'm going to go on to. Did you subpoena Tabitha Scott for grand jury testimony?
Did I don't believe so.
Okay. All right. So you went with photographs to talk to Kayla about potential tool searches, right? Tool that may have been used.
Yes,
Not that you had information that tools were used, you just wanted to talk to her about tools.
that's correct.
And you had information that led you to believe that perhaps a purchase of lime and a tool was made sometime around the time of what Kayla described as a shower at Union Street and manipulation of the body.
Is that a question? I don't. Can
Okay.
you rephrase that?
It was very poorly phrased. Break it down. Your discovery of what you think was connected or could have been connected, the line to Union Street apartment events that Kayla described. When did you make those discoveries?
Of the lime purchases,
Uh-huh.
well, we subpoenaed them. We subpoenaed Home Depot a couple months after her last proffer, where she mentioned the lime. Sorry. So we discovered them 2 to 3 months after we spoke to Kayla about the lime.
So about September of
2022.
22.
Correct.
And then you wanted to talk to her about tools, right?
That's correct.
And since you had a tool that seemed to be connected with at least one purchase, this would be one of the tools that you would want to talk to her about.
Yes.
And so you can't remember, but does it seem likely that you took this picture with you?
I can't recall, but yeah, like I said, I can't recall if we took that specific one.
Did you take a picture of this tool? Maybe not this one.
Like I said, I can't answer that. I don't know. I remember the miter saw and the skill saw or the handheld saw, but I don't remember that one specifically.
If she hadn't described any tools as being used in the shower, why would you take a circular saw photograph?
To check to see if any of these saws or tools were used.
And if you had no information about tools being used in the shower, why would you bring a picture of a miter saw?
Just because she might not have been familiar with different saws, so we wanted to give her a couple different photos to show her.
And if you were wondering whether a fuel grinder was used, you probably wanted to bring a picture of a fuel grinder too, right?
Yes, that seems likely, yes.
Okay. So, you had Kayla describe the tool that she had said was in the apartment, right?
In the apartment, yes, correct.
And not in the shower or anything. This was just something that she recalled was in the apartment, right?
Correct.
And you showed her a picture that was neither the miter saw or the circular saw, right?
Yes.
And was that probably the fuel grinder?
No, I believe it was the circular saw.
Okay. I'm going to try a little bit slower then. Do you recall showing her a picture that she said, no, that wasn't it?
No, I don't recall that.
I'm going to show you. If I showed you a copy of the transcript of that interview, do you think that might help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you again a copy of, and this is the transcript of the March 16, 2023 interview, right?
Yes.
And you were present.
Yep.
And I'm going to show you the bottom of 8481. And again, you can read whatever you want for reference, but it's there at the bottom. And let me know.
Can I go to the next page? It
I
cuts off.
say, review anything that you want to orient yourself. There are other pages, I will say, if you're looking for it, where we talk about the circular and miter saw.
Yes. So in these questions, it doesn't appear we describe what we're showing her.
Right, right. So
Right.
we'll have to get there.
Right.
I understand that.
Yes.
Okay. So if I may?
Yep.
Okay. She had described the old tool that was in the apartment under the counter.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And you showed her a photograph and said, I'm going to show you a picture of a tool. Can you just tell me if you've seen it in the apartment or not? And she said no, right?
Yes.
And you don't know if it was a picture of the fuel grinder, but you probably had one there, right?
Probably.
Overruled.
Right?
Yes, it could have been there. Like I said, I don't recall.
Okay. And you don't know if that was the picture of the circular saw, right?
I believe.
She's referring to.
Correct.
Overruled.
But at some point, she actually did identify the circular saw, right?
Yes.
And so it probably wasn't the circular saw that she was talking about there when she said, I never saw that.
Could you restate the question, please?
Since she recognized the circular saw, it was not the circular picture of the circular saw that you were showing her when she said she had never seen that tool.
Objection, Your Honor. Same objection. Speculation.
Council approach.
So I want to have you, so you do recall that she identified when you showed her the picture of the circular saw, she identified that, right?
Yes.
And that was actually at a different part that you showed her that, right?
Yes.
And she was talking about the tool that was in the apartment when you showed her that, right?
Yes.
And you showed her a picture, and I'm at 84, a picture of a circular saw, and she said it was most like that, right?
Yes. I recall that.
And so this picture of the circular saw is the one that she identified, right?
Yes.
So earlier, when you showed her a photo and she said, I never saw that, it wasn't this photograph, right?
Correct.
And then after that, you showed her a picture of a miter saw, and I'm showing Exhibit H. Right?
Yes.
And you put that on the record that after you showed her that, she said, no, that's not the one, right?
Correct.
You put on the record that you were showing her the miter saw, right?
Correct.
So we have on the record identification of the circular saw after that first photograph we talked about, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And we have on the record identification of a miter saw after that first photograph that you talked about, right?
Yes.
So that first photograph that you talked about, which I lost again, would have been the fuel grinder, right?
Yes, it must have been if those other two were identified.
Okay. you need to see the transcript to know that the other two were specifically identified?
No, I remember those.
Now, Kayla, oops, I get the page, sorry. I'm sorry, my numbers are different, so it takes a little. Sorry. Kayla testified on direct, or on cross, I think, that she had not mentioned anything about Adam, or had not mentioned the story about Adam wanting to take a tool from her mother's house that she told prosecutors in December of 2023. And she said that she didn't say it because it didn't come up. Okay? You actually, one of you that was in the interview, she was actually asked, and I lost it again. She was actually asked if she remembered Adam buying anything or stealing anything or other types of tools like power tools or anything, right?
Yes, she was.
So she was actually asked about anything involving power tools with Adam, right?
That's correct.
And she did not, in this March of 2023 interview, mention Adam saying that he wanted to take her mother's fuel grinder, right?
Correct.
She did not mention in March of 2023 that Adam wanted to use a power tool to unharm him.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. Okay, I totally understand the significance of the power tools. I get it. I'm there. He's given her the answer every way he can. I showed her the miter saw. We're trying to find the difference between what he bought. She said he bought a saw. He bought a saw. They found the ATM withdrawal. They found where a saw was bought, right adjacent from that ATM. They're putting it all together. Again, it's circumstantial. But why did you show her a miter saw? Why did you show her? Because people that don't know about power tools don't know what they're describing. So they had to show her pictures of different saws. OJ, please stop doing that. It really is giving me anxiety. OJ's giving me anxiety too because he keeps knocking all my stuff off. So I went and got some of his cat toys. And I put those up on the desk, but he won't knock those off. He's like, oh, cool, I've been looking for that. It's ridiculous. Aggie said, this lady's voice is giving me anxiety. For real. Good point, Robin. She wants clarification because she doesn't understand it herself. And he's actually being patient. I'm just hope he doesn't have like an aunt or a grandma that might remind, him of her. That's going to really ruin Easter coming up. And I have a feeling that's a suit he's going to be wearing at Easter. Thank you Dennis, for the super sticker. Thank you so much. You guys are way too kind. You keep the channel going. That is for sure. You can't count on me and OJ for nothing. Nothing. Janice said you can't use power tools in water. No. I have a feeling there was no water going on at the time. No, that would cause electrocution. There are some you can, but I don't think that's what he bought.
Detective Ray Hill, you also talked on direct about the removal of the sheetrock at Fit Shelter.
That's correct.
And you were present for the removal or one of the participants?
I was one of the participants.
Okay. And we also had Detective O'Reilly, I believe. Maybe.
He was present.
Okay. Was the one that was sort of underneath the sheetrock and trying to cut it?
Yes.
And so the sheetrock was cut from underneath.
Correct.
That if you're standing in the room, you're looking at it. And from underneath, it was cut around a very large section of sheetrock, right?
That's correct.
And as it's ready to come down, is that when the paper is laid so that it can be laid on something that will capture anything that falls?
Yeah, so specifically during that cutting of the drywall, we cut the drywall and the studs were the last things that were holding it together. So we made sure that we had a piece of paper ready to go once we cut those studs out and had a team ready to transfer the wall to the paper.
Okay. And so the team is also underneath at various positions under the drywall, right?
Correct.
And as the final studs are cut through,
Yes.
People are gently bringing it down, bringing it down, bringing it down, and putting it on the paper.
Correct. It wasn't directly down. It was a little to the side from where we took it off. But yes, that was the motion.
Bringing it down and maybe moving it over
Yes.
and bringing it down and putting it down, right?
Yes,
And then paper, it is sort of wrapped up in paper, right?
that's correct.
So that you've got the paper that is bigger than the sheetrock, right?
Yes.
And as it is put on that paper, the paper is folded over so that it's fully covered by the paper.
Yes, we actually had to use 2 sheets of paper due to the size of the piece that we obtained. One sheet was not enough, so we had to actually take 2 pieces to tape them together.
Meaning that you had a strip of paper and beside it another strip of paper?
That's correct. And I believe we taped it too beforehand before we actually wrapped it.
The
Like
seam
taped
of
it,
the
yes,
two
correct.
Together. So it's all taped up. You come down, you move it, you put it on the ground, and then you step away and somebody moves, probably on both ends, moves that paper to cover it up and moves the other side and covers it up so that it is not exposed to anything that you can help, right?
Correct.
And it was an arduous activity, right?
Yes.
But you all took care to preserve everything that you could.
Yes.
And it may not have worked, but you were certainly trying to keep anything away from the top of that sheetrock, right?
It worked. We made sure that we did everything we could to make sure that nothing got into that sheetrock.
Okay, so it did work,
That's correct.
and people weren't sweating on the sheetrock.
I mean, I can't speak to that. I don't know. Yeah, I guess that could have happened. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and so certainly while the sheetrock is being cut from the ceiling it's hot in there and y'all are sweating, right?
Yes.
And then as you're bringing it down, y'all, it's hot and y'all are sweating, right?
Yes.
And as it being put on the paper, y'all are hot and you're sweating, right?
I can't speak to everyone, but yes, that's a possibility.
Okay. And you don't want your sweat to go onto the sheetrock, right?
Right.
So that as you're putting it down, you're trying to keep your distance as well.
Yes.
And that's why you covered it up right away.
Yes.
Okay. I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just make sure you're standing in front of a microphone, please.
So just two questions for you, Detective Rahill. The defense attorney just asked you about the second proffer with Kayla Montgomery, the June 23rd, 2022 proffer, and then that going into the March 16th, 2023 proffer, where you brought those tools. My question for you is related to the defense attorney's question of what information you went armed to that March 16th, 2023 proffer with.
Mhm.
So information from that second proffer in on June 23rd of 22. During that June 23rd, 2022 proffer with Kayla Montgomery, did she talk about the defendant's statements about dismembering Harmony Montgomery?
Yes.
Okay. And she actually said, he told me he could put her in pieces.
That's correct.
And did she tell you the context of what he said that in? So did she say what he was doing right before he told her that?
I don't recall.
Did she? Well, let me show you what's. Do you think that seeing that proffer, the transcript from that proffer, would refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Yes, you may.
And you can scroll up or down. Just look up when you're done. Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So, do you recall what she said that statement, what he said that statement in context? Or
Yes.
What was he doing?
He was putting her in the bag.
And she described steam coming out of the bathroom.
Yes.
Did she say he was working in the bathroom
Yes.
on Harmony's body?
Yes.
Let me ask you this, Detective. Typically, well, in your experience as a detective with the Manchester Police Department, how would one go about dismembering a female horse?
Objection.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Fully what she said was, I know he was going to try and like put her in pieces because he said he was going to try, but he said he couldn't, or something like that, right?
Yes.
No mention of power tools, right?
Correct.
An inability to actually do what she claimed he was saying.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
trials for Bedard.
Please be careful of the wires.
So, Ms. Bedard, you can remain standing. Just raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you'll provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth and the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. You can have a seat. And if you'd like some water, you can.
Thank you.
Make yourself comfortable, Ms. Bedard. Can you start by telling this jury your name and spelling your last name for the record?
Yep, my name's Brittany, Britney. My last name's Bedard, Bedard.
And Ms. Bedard, what city and state do you live in?
I currently live in Daytona Beach, Florida.
Daytona Beach?
Yes.
Prior to that, where did you reside?
I lived in Auburn, New Hampshire.
And how long did you live in Auburn, New Hampshire?
I grew up there. I've spent the last 10 years minus 3 years in Florida, and yeah.
Ms. Bedard, what do you do for a living?
I currently I'm opening a business. I work for UPS as part-time, but I work from home.
And what's your highest level of what's the highest level of education you've
I've graduated college a few times.
Okay. Are you familiar with an individual named Travis Beach?
I am.
How do you know Mr. Beach?
I dated him for a little while when I came back home 3 years ago.
3 years ago?
Yeah, I came back from Florida. I moved back up here 3 years ago, and then I left a year and a half ago.
So I want to turn your attention to early March of 2020.
Mhm.
Back in early March of 2020, were you dating an individual named Travis Beach?
I was.
And back then, during early March of 2020, did you have an occasion to stay at the Econo Lodge here in town?
I did.
And do you remember the specific dates that you stayed at the Econo Lodge?
I don't know. I don't remember the exact dates.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
So, and I've just showed the defense what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 64. And I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 64 for identification. Can you take a look at that and just let me know when you're done?
Yeah.
So having taken a look at that, do you recall with any specificity the date that you stayed at the Econo Lodge?
It says on the March 3rd to the 4th.
And does that refresh your recollection as to when you stayed there?
I remember staying there, but it doesn't. It says it, so I guess it's there.
Okay. When you say it says it, do you recognize any of the names on that list?
Yeah, my name is there. I remember getting the room. I stayed there quite a few times, so I.
Did you in fact get 2 rooms during that period?
I don't remember getting 2 rooms. I remember them having another room, but I don't remember getting both rooms.
I'm going to take this back from you, Ms. Bedard. When you say you remember them having another room, when you say them, who are you referring to?
I remember Adam and Kayla. It was shortly after I met them that they were staying there too. I don't recall that because it was so long ago. The whole situation on why their room was in my name, but yeah.
Do you remember putting their room in your name?
Vaguely.
Okay.
I don't remember the situation surrounding it, but vaguely.
Okay. Ms. Bedard, let me ask you this. You mentioned someone named Adam. Who is that you were referring to?
It was Travis's friend,
You know Adam's last name?
Montgomery.
And you mentioned someone named Kayla. You know her last name?
Montgomery.
Back in early March of 2020, did you have an occasion to visit them at their home?
I did.
So, Ms. Bedard, I'm handing you, it's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 65, or 55 rather, and 56. Can you take a look at those each in
Yes.
turn and just look up when you're done?
Yes, I remember those.
And you're smiling.
I do because he was the cutest little boy ever.
Okay. Let me ask you this. The images that are depicted on those exhibits, what are they from?
They are from their apartment on Union Street.
Okay, and when you say their apartment,
Adam and Kayla's apartment.
okay. And is there an individual depicted in the exhibit?
Yes. His name is Declan, I believe.
Declan.
I don't remember. We were there for me and Travis were there for a short period of time, and I love little kids because it reminds me of my children. So I sat and played with them the whole time. So
And do you see a phone in that photograph?
I do.
Do you recognize it?
It looks like one of my old phones.
The child that's depicted,
Mhm.
did you take that photograph?
I did.
Okay. And was that a fair and accurate representation of that photo on your phone?
Yes,
And how about the second photo?
it is.
And that's referring to States Exhibit 56 for the record. Also fair and accurate representation?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to strike the ID of States Exhibits 55 and 56 and Marcus Bolt.
Any objection?
No objection.
The ID is stricken. They are entered as full exhibits. They may be published to the jury.
So, Ms. Bedard, you said that you recalled taking this photo. And I believe you said it was at their apartment on Union Street.
Yes.
Did that photo actually record the
The
time and date?
I don't know if it recorded the time, but I know it had. Okay, it must have. Yeah.
So specifically referring to States Exhibit 55, did the photo that you took record the specific time and date that the
Yes,
photo
it
was
did.
taken? And what was that?
It was Sunday, March 1st at 6:02 p.m.
March 1st?
Yes.
Okay. And referring to States Exhibit 56, did that record the location that you took that photo from?
Yes, it did.
And what was the location?
It just says Union. It doesn't give the exact address. It just says Union Street.
Is there an intersection?
Yeah, Orange Street and Union Street.
I'm going to take those back from you. Thank you. So you mentioned you recalled being at their apartment briefly. Is that correct? So I want to go back to this stay of yours at the Econo Lodge. You said that you may have recalled putting a room in your name for them.
Vaguely.
So do you recall putting whose name the room in? Do you recall the defendant, Adam Montgomery, also being at the Econo Lodge?
Yes.
Hotel during your stay? And during that period of time, your stay at the Econo Lodge, did you become aware of a U-Haul?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what your familiarity is with the U-Haul rental?
Mm, there was a U-Haul that was rented in someone's name, but and I don't remember exactly why. They needed a card on file. I'm assuming because they asked if I could use my card to pay for it.
And when you say they asked, who?
It was Adam and the person, I don't remember what his name is, that they ended up putting the U-Haul's name in.
Okay, so you remember another individual being there.
Yes.
Okay, but you don't recall that individual's name.
No, I do not.
And it wasn't Travis Beach.
No, it was not.
So during that time when you were staying in the Econo Lodge, it sounds like you recall putting at least one of the rooms in your name. Is that right?
Yes. Travis and I had gotten a room.
And during that period, did you lose your ID?
Yes. Which happens quite a bit apparently. That was when I first moved back and I had just gotten it and it got stolen from me at the DMV.
So was that recovered? Your
No, it was not.
Did you put the U-Haul in your name? Do you recall?
No, I did not.
And I think you mentioned this other individual. You don't know their name.
I do not remember what his name was.
No further questions.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bedard.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jamie Brooks, and I represent Mr. Montgomery. I'm also just going to ask you a couple of questions. On direct, you were asked about the Econo Lodge,
Mhm.
and you were staying there with Travis.
Yep.
And Adam and Kate were staying in a separate room.
Yes. They were on the floor below us, I believe.
Before you checked into the Econo Lodge, you were at the Comfort Inn.
No, I've never stayed at the Comfort Inn. They have too high of a security deposit.
Okay, but you were at the Comfort Inn in an effort to try to check in there, right?
Yes, and that's when I didn't have the money for the deposit, and so we were leaving to go to another hotel.
While at the Comfort Inn, you saw Kayla in the parking lot.
Kayla and Adam, yes.
And with Kayla, you saw her with a CMC bag, correct?
I seen the stroller and I remember, I don't know if it was exactly a CMC bag. I remember there being a tannish, whitish bag in between the seat of the two boys.
And Kayla was in possession of the stroller where the two boys were?
Yes.
Commissioner Poach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ms. Bedard, I'm handing you what has been marked States 52.
Mhm.
Does this look at all familiar to you?
It does. I mean, from the top, it looked like it had something in it. So, I mean, the bag was set down in between the stroller, so you could only see like the top part of it. But yes,
And again, this was a bag that you saw in Kayla's possession.
yes.
Not
Well, not. It was in the stroller, and she was pushing the stroller.
in the stroller that Kayla was pushing.
Yes.
You did not see the bag in Adam's possession.
No.
Thank you, Ms. Bedard.
Just one question. You said you saw that stroller in the parking lot?
Yeah, they were out. I want to say they were outside when we walked outside to leave to go to the Econo Lodge. Kayla and Adam.
Two boys.
Yes.
Together.
Yes.
All right, you may step down. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Mr. Dennis Cloutier to the stand, please. This way, if you please come up to the bench there, and once you step on the electrical, please. And Mr. Cloutier, sir, if you could please remain standing just for a brief moment. I'm going to have you raise your right hand and swear you in. You solemnly swear to tell, you solemnly swear before this jury that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat.
All right, sir, is that your phone that just?
Yeah,
Okay, I'm
it's
going to ask you
turning
to
it
turn it
off.
off, please.
Thank you.
Sir,
Yep. it's all
just
set.
turn your phone off.
Yep.
And I'll ask you to remove your glasses, please.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cloutier. As we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name, spell both your first and your last name for the record, okay?
Dennis Timothy Cloutier, DennisCloutier.
And Mr. Cloutier, what town do you reside in?
Alstead, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived in New Hampshire?
Pretty much my whole life, but I moved away for a few years.
Okay. And what do you do for work?
I'm a maintenance man.
How long have you been doing maintenance?
25 years.
25 years. Let me ask you, are you familiar with an address called 644 Union Street?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that address? Could you tell the jury?
I contract for maintenance from the landlord, so I take care of it.
And when we talk about contract for maintenance, what kind of work do you do for him?
Paint the apartments when they're empty, fix things when they're broken.
What about when you say fix things that you've broken? Just thinking about all my contractors that I might have. Do you do plumbing?
Yeah, basic.
Electrical?
Yeah, outlets and such, nothing more than that.
Okay. Are there sort of lights repairs? There's a
Yes.
hole in the wall or something like
Yeah,
that?
exactly.
Locks?
Locks,
Screen and doors?
screen and doors,
Okay. And what about flooring?
flooring, yeah.
Okay. And let me ask you, with regards to, I apologize. Also, do you do set up an apartment or do you clean out apartments when old tenants move out?
Both.
You do both.
Yes.
All right. And how long have you been doing that at 644 Union Street?
2007.
Okay.
That's when the landlord purchased it.
And you're still doing it to this day?
Yep, worked there this morning.
All right. I want to know, are you familiar with anybody by the name of Tara Hilbert at that address?
She doesn't live at that address, but she lives around the corner in another building that same landlord owns.
Okay. And do you ever interact with her with regards to doing these setups, clean outs, painting, things like that?
Yeah, every now and then we need her to transfer keys or drop off paperwork for a new tenant. If they're going to look at an apartment and no one's around, she'll open it for us, that sort of thing.
Okay. If I could approach the witness.
Yes, you may.
I want to show you what's been marked States Exhibit 136 and 137 for identification purposes only. Let me show you States 136 first. Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
All right. What do you recognize that to be a photo of?
The corner of Orange and Union Street.
And the building you told me about a moment ago, 644 Union Street, is that shown in that photo?
It is.
Is it labeled in that photo?
It is.
Okay. And what does the label look like, just to tell our jurors?
What, the red little icon?
A red icon, okay. And let me also show you State's Exhibit 137, again, for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that image?
Same property.
Same property?
Correct.
I believe you said before that Ms. Hilbert was living in an adjacent property?
Correct.
Okay.
She lives in this building,
Okay. And by that, you're pointing to a building on the left-hand side?
137 Orange Street.
137, okay.
Correct.
And with regards to these two particular photos, other than the fact that obviously they got a little red sticker down here on the bottom right and they were come off of Google, other than that, do they look to be accurate for the building that you service and that you're
Correct.
familiar with?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask the identification be stricken on stage 136 and 137.
No objection. All right, the ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits.
So, Mr. Gluter, I want to ask you specifically about what other individual besides Ms. Hilbert, and that is showing you State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize this person?
Adam Montgomery.
Have you interacted with Adam Montgomery before?
I have.
And was he, did you ever service a unit that he was staying in at 644 Union Street?
I did.
Well, when you met him, did you meet him in person or over
In
the
person
phone?
in his apartment.
And how many times would you say? More than once?
I think I was in there twice.
Twice. Okay. Let me ask you, did you ever have a maintenance request for that particular property back on February 27th of 2020?
I did.
Okay. And when you have a maintenance request, what sort of paperwork gets generated for when you do service on a unit?
Well, the way it works is everything is pretty much a verbal agreement. And then when the job is performed, we hand the landlord a bill. And there's a record of that.
And so the record of that,
It's all invoices.
and that was going to be my question, the invoice.
Yes.
Could you describe to the jury what those invoices look like?
They're triple carbon. You know, the white, the pink, and the yellow.
So 3 different copies. You
Yes.
fill it out one time,
That's
make a
it.
copy,
Yep.
and then
Yep.
just makes the copies as we go down.
Correct.
Just for a quick second. I'd like to go ahead and I'd like to go ahead and show you State's Exhibit 70 for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that?
I do.
All right, what kind of document is that?
That's one of my invoices.
When you said before you got the white and then the white, pink, green?
Yeah, no,
pink,
white,
yellow,
white, pink, and yellow.
White, pink, yellow, so this is the bottom copy.
Correct.
Okay. And for that particular invoice, you just told us a moment ago about doing some work on February 27th. Is that the invoice from that day?
It is.
And other than the fact that there's a red sticker on it, any changes to that from when you remember turning that copy in?
Not at all.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the identification be stricken from State's Exhibit 70, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, the ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury if you wish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Cludier, I want to ask you just a couple of quick questions about the job that you did on this day. Specifically, when going through, and we'll have an opportunity to look at this more later on. What kind of work did you do for that? And I'm going to leave it there in case you have to refer to it, but what kind of work did you do at that point?
Oh, the guy called about his tub not draining. I knocked on his door. I met him in the kitchen, went around to the bathroom, noticed that the overflow plate where the drain lever is was missing a screw, turned sideways. And he said the drain did not drain.
Right.
So I removed the rest of it, went down to the truck, got a snake, snaked out the drain, discovered that he had dislodged the actual plunger that hooks to the lever. So that was stuck down in the drain. So I removed that completely, went back to the truck, grabbed a brand new plate that doesn't have a lever hookup, and he just didn't get a lever.
Okay.
You see what I mean? And I just put a blank plate on that so it could at least overflow water. And that was that. So I snaked the drain and replaced the plate.
Sounds like it was, would you say that that was a fairly easy repair that day?
Yeah, I was in and out of there in maybe 35 minutes.
Okay. While you were there, did you see anybody else inside the apartment?
Plate.
Sounds like it was. Would you say that that was a fairly easy repair that day?
Yeah, I was in and out of there in maybe 35 minutes.
Okay. While you were there, did you see anybody else inside the apartment?
Yes, I think the woman, Kayla,
Okay.
and some children were on the couch.
Okay. And the children, you said that they were on the couch. Let me ask you the size of the bathroom in that particular apartment. How big are we talking, or how
Really
small? Are we
small.
talking? Really small.
Really small.
Okay.
Like a galley bathroom.
Okay. I see what you mean. So if I come through the door of the bathroom,
If someone's standing behind the door of the bathroom, it won't open.
okay.
It's a small bathroom.
Right. The plate that you said was off.
It wasn't completely off. It was missing a screw. It was hanging sideways.
Hanging
It takes
sideways.
it takes two screws. If you remove one, it's going to rotate over sideways.
So when it was rotated over sideways, could you see kind of down back into where that overflow drain was?
Yeah, that's the point. That's where you enter the snake when you snake out a bathtub. You remove the overflow plate.
Okay.
So
And you're not about to say when, excuse me, let me back up a little bit. Having one screw on an overflow plate, that's not a way that you would typically leave an apartment when you go to get it ready for a new tenant. Am I
No,
right in saying that?
no.
With regards to when you're doing this repair, where is Adam Montgomery?
Right outside the bathroom door.
And are you guys talking at all during that time?
Not really. He's doing more pacing than talking. So
More pacing than talking.
yeah, he was just kind of waiting for us to finish.
With regards to that particular apartment, I'm going to grab that invoice back now, sir. After this time period, were you ever called to go back there to do other sorts of maintenance repairs?
I think I had to go back one more time to fix some lights on the ceiling.
Lights on the ceiling?
Yes,
Could you tell us a little bit about that?
they were just popped off the ceiling. They were hanging by the wires.
Literally
Yeah,
off the ceiling.
yeah. The wires weren't disconnected. I mean, a light isn't heavy. The lights we use are real light. They'll hang by the wires and still work, but they were hanging by the wires. So put them back up.
Any idea how those lights got pulled down? Excuse me. I'll withdraw the question and I'll rephrase. With regards to those lights, did Adam Montgomery tell you how they got pulled down?
He said he took them down because he thought there were cameras in them.
With regards to other electrical work, did you do any other kind of electrical work on that unit while he was residing there?
I had to replace the thermostat.
You had to replace the thermostat.
Correct.
Any other electrical repairs that you know?
No, that's it.
And let me ask, when you later on that particular apartment, when you do clean outs, could you describe for us what you do in the apartment for a clean out?
Throw everything in bags and bring it to the dump. Rip the carpets out and bring those to the dump.
Okay. Do you remember doing a clean out of this particular apartment after the Montgomerys left?
I do.
Okay, quick question before they come back to Kramer. How many of you, when you're having maintenance at your house done, are nervous and pacing? And I was wrong. I heard about snaking the bathroom, that Adam had bought things. I didn't realize he did call the maintenance guy.
For the clean out that you said that you would rip different things out, just in general, correct?
Well, whatever's damaged and needs to be replaced.
Okay. What about appliances? Do you ever remove those?
I do.
Okay. And do you have any recollection whether you ever removed any appliances from that unit?
Yeah, we threw the fridge away.
Mr. Clutie, those are all the questions I have for you. I appreciate your time today. I believe defense counsel may have a couple.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you may step down.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 2:45. Perfect timing for our mid-afternoon break. I remind you, don't talk about the case with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. We'll come back in about 15 minutes. All right, all rise for the jurors, please. take a short break. You'll remember that if you want, when you want Mr. Middleton, we'll just need a little bit of extra time.
Your Honor, I think, you know what, why don't we just go ahead and do that now? We're going to take him out of order. We'll have him right now, so we can get him done today. I want to make sure he's done on time.
So we'll bring him up, put him right there. Okay. And then we'll just, we'll bring him in once the jury is seated. Is that what everybody agrees to do?
Either way, Your Honor, that's fine with the state. No preference. Whatever's best for court staff. Pardon me. We would, because we will be handing him some documents. Thank you.
So tell, I don't want to make the decision for you. Tell me what you want to do. Do you want him on the stand beforehand, or do you want him to be brought in?
I think it's okay for him to be brought in, Your Honor. That's fine.
So let's bring him up, put him in there. As soon as we get the jury in, we'll bring him in. Okay? All right.
I'm wondering if the next witness is not going to be someone that's incarcerated right now. I don't think it's Adam, because it's going to be a witness, and it's not the defense's turn yet. I mean, the state can call Adam. They can bring his ass up there, but all he's going to do is just like he did in his interrogation. It's not going to shock me if it's not the dude that was with Miss Daytona. I can't remember his name now. Timothy Beach. That helped them a lot. Because he didn't ask her very many questions, and I was shocked by that. Because Brittany and Timothy hung out with them at the Econo Lodge and helped get the U-Haul. And from the probable cause affidavit, we know the U-Haul is Adam took off in it. And from there was no more CMC bag. Gone. They have video of him going across the the Tobin Bridge. All right, they're having a news conference about what happened in Kansas City yesterday, which is horrible. Horrible. I'm already getting my ass handed to me on social media. People saying that we shouldn't have any guns in this country. I don't know how to explain it to them. Momo Shark said, did they track the U-Haul? Yes, they did. So I want to see if they're going to reveal who the people were that decided yesterday to shoot the crowd up.
Of the 8 gunshot wound victims that were received, 5 of those were dismissed from the emergency department last evening. 3 individuals remain in the hospital. 1 is in stable condition. The other 2 were admitted in critical condition. They remain in critical condition in our ICU, but they both are improving. So that's good news. It's my pleasure now to introduce a couple of our outstanding trauma surgeons, Dr. Dustin Neal, who serves as medical director for our trauma program, and Dr. Anuj Shah.
Hello, I'm Dustin Neal. I was told to spell my last name. It's Neel, and this is Anuj Shah. I don't know if you spell your name or not.
I don't know. My last name is Shah, S-H-A-H.
So, as Mr. Shields and Dr. Steele mentioned, we're a level 1 trauma center. We just finished our recertification in December. We were the first level 1 trauma center in Kansas City, Missouri. And one of the big things that the American College of Surgeons wants is to know what our mass casualty plan is. We go through that during the survey. We talk to the people who help maintain it. And we practice it, as I'm sure you all are aware. We have a mock mass casualty trauma every year that's citywide. And mock patients come to us from various sites, and we practice this so that should an event like yesterday unfortunately happen, we're prepared for that. The thing that makes us special is the medical director of KC Fire is also an emergency medicine physician here. She was at the scene and was able to triage these patients appropriately, very quickly and efficiently, which ultimately allowed the sickest people to get to us first, as we're the closest hospital. The first person who arrived, as Dr. Steele mentioned, that's in critical condition, had he not made it here as fast as he had, he might not be with us now. He sustained extremely life-threatening injuries, and fortunately, thanks to Dr. Carney's triage, our KC Fire and Police Department, he was able to get here quickly. He was the first person here, and our mass casualty plan then went into effect and got him straight up to the operating room, and were able to stabilize him. And as Dr. Steele mentioned, he has improved overnight despite his life-threatening injuries, with plans for future operations today, and hopefully he'll continue to improve. Dr. Shaw?
I want to reiterate that we did have excellent coordination between KCFD, KCPD, and they did a phenomenal job on scene with their disaster response. Their coordination with University Health has allowed these patients to survive. We're very happy to say that we didn't have any deaths in the hospital. Unfortunately, there was one death from this event, but those that were critically ill were able to get to us in a timely, efficient manner so that we could provide care to them. And so the coordination between all of the departments, citywide, between all the hospitals, especially with University Health, allowed for our disaster response to be as robust as it possibly could be.
Any questions? You spoke about one patient who is in critical condition. Can you talk about the other patient that's in critical condition? What's happening with them?
The other patient who was also in critical condition was the second patient who arrived to us. Fortunately, she was more stable than the first patient, but ultimately did have to go to the operating room as well. She is recovering in the ICU and improving. We're hopeful that in the next day or two, she will be able to be moved from critical to stable condition and get out of the ICU. But again, a lot of it has to do with the coordination between KC Fire and the triage at the scene to get her to us next, because the people who came first and second were the ones that had to go to the operating room, and that's what you...
All right. I didn't mean to get into a debate. I just wanted to see what was going on and if they were going to release those people's names. I did see a lot of stuff in comments and stuff like that. That's really not what it's about. So OJ wants to watch squirrels. So we're going to watch squirrels for a minute. I'll turn on the camera so you can watch squirrels with OJ. Okay, they are getting back in the courtroom. I'm on pins and needles to see what hoodlum they're going to bring in next. The way the judge was talking about different preparation, she's like, bring him through that door. Do you want him brought in and put on the stand first? I'm guessing this person is incarcerated. I would be super giddy if it was actually Teardrop. Big time giddy. Hang on, I'm going through. Boston, did you send it as a reel or a video? Just me said a jailhouse snitch, maybe. Seems like everybody's pissing Teardrop off lately. Dang. It was a video. Okay. What in the hell is going on? You may have to resend it because I got one thing from Connie and it's a kitty with a puppy. It says JJ and Frida. It's adorable. But I didn't get anything from you, Boston. I don't know what in the world. Scheduled posts. Not it. You may have to resend it. I thought you were on auto approve anyway. I don't know what Pat K said. Oh my God, I have 2 lit. I know, stressful. They're adorable, Connie. If you guys are in the Crime Lines and Lies Facebook group, we talk about everything. All kinds of different crimes. There's stuff in there about Summer Wells, Michael Vaughn, Harmony. Okay, Boston said it's still posting. There's jokes. There's a lot of just, how are you doing? You know, don't be shy. Jump in there. We stay away from politics and, you know, my state does it better conversations. Alicia said, and fungi. Yes, we have a lot of stuff going on. Here, I'll put the group in there if you guys want to come in. Talk between shows. We do need a comic relief. Matter of fact, I'll put it up if you don't mind. I don't have any sound on this though. Ah. Can I show it on here, Connie? Or we're waiting on them to bring in Hannibal Lecter.
Lay in there.
Okay. And with regards to the license plate, can we see the license plate on the car? Yes, sir. And could you read the license plate for us? 436-8206. Moving around to State's Exhibit 5, what are we looking at here? That's the front of the vehicle, specifically
Is your cat running away from you, Frida?
Is this
Poor-
do you know where those car parts came from? I believe they came from the front of the vehicle.
Frida, JJ, she wasn't doing anything. Lay in there.
Okay.
Girl, that is funny. All right, they're back. Let's see who they're going to bring in.
Please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Mr. Brendan Middleton to the stand, please.
All right.
afternoon, Mr. Middleton.
Sir, if you could just remain standing for just a moment.
Absolutely.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear that you will tell this jury the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat.
Thank you.
There's some fresh water there.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And Mr. Middleton, as we're being recorded here today on the record, would you please state your first and last name and then spell both your first and last name for us?
Brendan Middleton, first name Brendon, last name Middleton.
And Mr. Middleton, how far did you go in school?
I got my GED.
Okay. And let me ask you, at this time, are you currently residing at the Hillsborough County House of Corrections?
Currently, yes.
Okay. And when's your release date, sir?
I just found out yesterday I get out in July.
In July. Okay. I'd like to ask you with regards to that's where you're living now, but where were you living back in March of 2020?
The Welcome Home,
The Welcome.
Manchester, New Hampshire.
Manchester, New Hampshire. Is that on Concord Street?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me ask you, when you were also one other date. So we've talked about March of 2020. I want to jump forward a little bit in time and talk about July 6th of 2022. Where were you living then?
I believe I was homeless around that time.
Home at that point?
Either welcome home or homeless. I've lived there on and off a couple times.
Okay. I'd like to ask about a name, Brittany Bedard. Do you know who she is?
I know the name and kind of remember her face, yes.
And what about Travis Beach? Do you know that name?
I do.
Okay. And how do you know him?
I met Travis through work when I was doing tree work at Accurate Tree Service. And Brittany was eventually his girlfriend.
That when you met him, Brittany was his girlfriend, or I'm sorry, you just said
later in
eventually.
time. I met Travis and he was single at first.
Okay. All right. Back in March of specifically March 3rd of 2020, did you agree to rent a U-Haul van for Travis Beach?
Yes.
Okay. Could you go ahead and explain to us why did you rent a van for him that day?
To my knowledge, Travis had contacted me. Him and Brittany were dating. They were looking to move furniture from her father's house. They didn't have a card or the money to do so. I've always been told and raised to help my friends and people I care for. So I agreed to do so. I met them at the South Willow U-Haul, or the gas station next to U-Haul. I went to U-Haul, rented the van for them, drove it over to the gas station, met them, and had left it in their hands.
All right. Let me ask you a couple of quick questions about that. The U-Haul, I believe you just said it's the one down on South Willow Street?
Correct.
Okay. And the gas station where you met them and gave them the U-Haul, where was that in relation to like the South Willow Street U-Haul?
I believe it's right next door to it.
Okay.
Maybe I could be wrong. Maybe there's a store in between, but if to my knowledge and what I remember, it's right next to it.
And how did you end up paying for that U-Haul?
With my debit card.
When you rented it, did you have to fill out paperwork or check off some boxes?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And did you have to go through that before they would give you the keys to the
Yes.
van? Did you have to sign for it at one point?
Yes.
Obviously, this was back in March of 2020, so I take it you don't have a copy of that paperwork with you. do
No,
you?
no, sir, I do not.
If I could approach, please, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Mr. Middleton, I'm going to present you with a copy of what's been marked States Exhibit 94 for identification purposes only. And I'll go ahead and take that out for you. You can go ahead and just generally flip through. I'm going to turn the cover page, kind of look at page 1 of the substantive exhibit. Take a minute to look through that and each of the next pages. Take your time. And then I've got a couple of questions for you when you get done, okay? generally, that group of information, do you recognize that as a copy of your contract that you signed for
Yes.
this rental?
Yes.
And when you look through there, did you see anything familiar, like your name or your license number or date of birth, something like that?
Yes.
And with regards to the other details of the rental, are they all contained inside that document?
Correct.
Other than the fact that this does not have your hand signature on it, with that difference and the fact that the first page here has got a little red sticker, any other sort of changes from when you remember going through that same paperwork in those same fill in the blank sections as when you see it here?
No, as far as to my knowledge, this is everything that I remember. Yeah.
Right. At this point, Your Honor, I'd ask for the identification to be stricken from State's Exhibit 94, please, and it to be a full exhibit and published to the jury.
No objection, Judge.
All right, the ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit, and it may be published to the jury.
Thank you. Mr. Minson, I'm going to let you hold on to this exhibit. No, you're good with it.
Okay.
What I want to do is ask you a couple different questions about some of the information that you filled in on this particular rental that's seen there in the documents, the ones that you signed for. And you can look either at what's in front of you, or if you want to turn around and look at the screen, if that's easier to see, let me know.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Mr. Middleton, I want to go ahead and start with a little bit of this agreement that you signed for to get this particular U-Haul. And I want to go ahead and go to the very first page of the document if I can. And so that to let you know, and the jury is also going to be looking at the same pages that you're looking at. Exhibit 94, and we're going to look at the very first page. So at the very top, could you go ahead into the area where it says customer information and contact search and tell us a little bit the name that's filled out. Is that your name, Brendan Middleton?
Yes, it is.
And did they spell it correctly?
Yes, they did.
And with regards to the address that was put down, the 60 Londonderry Road in Wyndham.
So that address was the address on my license at the time. I had gotten out of rehab and a couple years before that, and didn't have my driver's license. My friend that lives at that address, very close friend of mine I've known since 6th grade. They had taken me in. Her mother had taken me to go and get my driver's license reinstated, things like that. That is the address I had, or I needed an address to use. That was the address I had at the time.
All
So
right.
that's what the address they used when I filled this out, because that is what was on my ID.
I understand. That makes sense. Question for you on this is, again, you said that your name was correct. I also want to ask with regards to the phone number on there, that's 603-401-9158. You see that there?
Yep.
Is that your phone number at the time?
One of many old numbers, correct.
Okay. And what about the date of birth, sir? Is that February 14th, 1996?
That is correct.
I wish you a one-day belated birthday.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Going on with continuing to the document, I want to stay here on the very first page again of Exhibit 94, and I want to talk about the address of the rental and where you rented it to. Does it reflect the same place that you just told us a moment ago, the South Willow Street address where you got the rental?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And with regards to the time and the date, is the document accurate in that you got it on March 3rd of 2020 around 3:49 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to staying at the lower part of, again, same page, first page of the exhibit, I want to talk to you a little bit about the information where it says dispatch. If you see there, what was the equipment number that was assigned to the van that you got?
BE4352W.
And the specific time and date that it got sent out, what was that under dispatch date and time?
March 3rd, 2020 at 5:49 p.m.
And then finally, with regards to the pickup odometer, and of course, you're familiar with what an odometer is, right?
Correct.
All right. And what did the odometer, what was it recorded as reading when this van went to you?
5,092.
5,092 miles?
Yes, correct.
Okay. What I'd like to do now is kind of stay with that first one. And I want to ask you about the difference between when the time went out and when the time went in. So you can stay with the dispatch section, or if you'd like, you can also look at the screen. I want to talk about the return just underneath. So again, are we talking, what's the return date that this van went back to U-Haul?
March 4th at 1:47 p.m.
Okay. So that's the following day?
Correct.
All right. And what was the odometer reading when the van went back?
5,225.
And so, if I could direct your attention to the screen just for a minute, I want to be able to put both the out time and the back time, the out odometer and the back odometer up there for when this van got dispatched out. And just to confirm with the jury, this is the van that you rented. Is that correct?
Correct.
So let's see, that's 19 hours, 57 minutes for a rental and what, approximately 5,225 minus 5,082, around 133 miles or so, give or take.
Yeah, I would say so.
I'd like to now, if you would go ahead and flip over to the second page of that exhibit, again, staying with exhibit 95. I'd like to talk a little bit about, there was an additional contact that you listed with U-Haul for the rental, and who was that contact?
Travis Beach.
And the phone number that was put there for Travis Beach, is that you gave that to U-Haul or did Travis give that to U-Haul?
I believe that Travis gave me the okay to give his name and number for it.
Okay.
Again, I mean, this was a few years now, but to my knowledge, yes, I had the okay to do that. And he was willing to do that as well. So.
And I know you said before that, I believe you testified a few minutes ago, you met him at the gas station to get him the van.
Correct.
All right. Did he go into the U-Haul with you to do the rental? or
He
no,
might
was
have.
at the gas station?
I don't exactly remember. I just know that my vehicle was over at the gas station and I did not leave it unattended. So I don't know if one of them came with me or none of them came with me. I can't exactly remember, but I know of me personally, yes, I went into the U-Haul.
Right. And when you say them, one of them came with you, who are you referring to? Who's
I
the
want to
them?
say it might have been Travis, but then again, it could have been Brittany. I don't really remember.
So them is one of those two, Travis or Brittany?
Yes, correct.
All right. Thank you. Skipping now, if you could, I'd like to go to the fourth page, if you would. Oh, you were the authorized driver on that, correct?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to go ahead and if you could go to the fourth page for us of the exhibit, and I've also got it up behind you. I would like to ask you a little bit about, again, the customer information. That's your name, again, being listed down there with 60 Londonderry Road of Wyndham. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And separate from that, also, again, the rental out time, is that reflected on there? That March 3rd, 2020?
Yes, sir.
All right. 5:49 p.m. is when it finally went out?
Correct.
Right. Moving a little bit lower, the equipment, where it's listed below where it says equipment, is that same BE 4352W that you read before? That was the equipment number back on page 1?
Yes.
All right. And what is the string of letters underneath that?
AJ78147-AZ.
And are you familiar with what the license plate was on that U-Haul?
No, I do not remember.
Well, I'd like to go ahead and bring you through a little bit farther into the document. First of all, there is was it your signature block that would have been down at the bottom that you would have signed on page 4?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to jump now to the next page of the document, page 5. Again, it's got yourself listed as the customer. Is that right?
Yes.
Right. And then the phone number, again, I want to make sure that that's accurate. That's the phone number you gave before, 401-9158?
Yes, sir.
Skipping along to page 6, if you would, please. And flip one more. And I want to talk about the rental date time for when it was returned. Do you see that at the top left-hand part of the screen? I'm sorry, the top left-hand part of the page?
Yes.
Where it says rental date and time and then return date and time?
Yeah.
Okay. And could you read for us what the rental date and time was, please?
March 3rd, 2020 at 5:49 p.m. and the return date was March 4th at 1:47 p.m.
And later on that page, if you look a little bit below there, again, down from there and slightly to the left, I wondered if you could go ahead and read us the equipment section where it says equipment before it goes MI out and MI in. What's the equipment information that was listed in your rental?
BE 4352W.
And the next string of numbers and letters?
AJ78147AZ.
So that was AJ 78147AZ.
Correct.
Mr. Middleton, I want to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 100B for identification purposes only. With regards to that exhibit, do you see that same string of letters and numbers in there, the AJ 78147AZ?
Yes, sir.
You see that also on this particular document?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Having seen this document, does that help refresh your recollection of what the license plate number was for that?
Yes, now it does.
And what was it?
AJ78147.
And the mileage back in where it says MIN, could you read again what that last mileage was, the reading from the odometer?
5,225 miles.
Thank you. Finally, on the next page of the document in front of you, Exhibit 94 still, is that a promissory note?
I'm sorry?
Is that listed as what's called a promissory note at the top?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what a promissory note is?
Not exactly. You'd have to I believe from what I read, it's me promising the money that's owed.
Okay. And that's okay. If you don't know, I don't want you to guess. I just want to make sure that.
Yeah, no, I do not fully understand that.
All right. That's all right. Thank you. With regards to that, though, on this particular document at the very top of the page, is your phone number listed again? And your name, your address of 60 Londonderry Road that you gave in Wyndham. So basically your name, your email, it's all of that listed again.
Yes, sir.
And does it also include your date of birth again?
It does.
And then finally, with regards to that same document, if you would look in the middle, sir, of again, top of page 87, does it specifically list out what the license plate is of the vehicle that was rented?
Yes.
And what does it list?
AJ78147. Well,
On this particular trip, when you rented this, or not trip, but when you rented the van, at that point, I believe you testified on direct that you then got it to Travis Beach at the gas station. Did you ever see that van again?
no, sir.
Are you the person that returned that van?
No, sir.
When you got him the van, did you get your car back? Or was your
Yes.
car right there, I should say?
Yes, I had parked the van. I had gotten back into my car and I left and they left in the van.
And who did you see leaving the van, just to be clear for the jurors?
Travis and Brianna.
Brianna, Brittany.
Brittany, I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure we're accurate.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
and was that Brittany Bedard who you were talking about
Yes,
before?
correct. Brittany Bedard.
Did you know Adam Montgomery back
I've
then?
never heard of his name at the time.
And what about Caleb Montgomery back then?
No, sir.
Back then, did you have any idea who they were?
Nope.
Did Travis ever talk about the name Adam Montgomery when he asked you to get this rental for him?
No, sir.
Did Brittany Bedard ever talk about an Adam Montgomery or Caleb Montgomery when you were interacting with her and Travis that day to get this rental?
No, sir.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. Mr. Middleton, I had asked you about where you lived at a couple different times, not only back in 2020, but also on July 2nd of 2022. On that day, do you recall Manchester police officers coming to talk with you?
I do.
And did you agree to talk with them?
I did.
The rental that we just went through, is that what you talked about with them on that day?
Yes, sir.
And at the end of the conversation, did they tell you why they were asking?
Yes, I had asked them.
Well, hold on. I'm not going to go into it. I just want to know whether or not you told them.
Yeah, I
or
did.
if they told you why they were asking.
Yes, they did.
Did you know Harmony Montgomery?
No, I did not. I mean, at the time I had heard of what was going on, but I did not know her.
And so at that time, when you rented it, you had no idea what that van was going to be used for, did you?
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Middleton. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have one or two.
Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Mr. Middleton. I do not have any questions.
Thank you.
So you may sit down.
Appreciate
We'd
it.
ask for the witness to be excused, please, Your Honor.
Any objection? This witness is excused.
Appreciate it. Take care.
State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's going to call Ms. Rose Smith. Ms. Smith, would you please go ahead and watch the cords as you walk up there, and you would just remain standing when you get to the witness stand, please. All right, thank you, Ms. Smith. Would you please raise your right hand, ma'am? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Smith, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first name and your last name for the record?
Roseanne Smith, Roseannne, Most people call me Rose.
Ms. Smith, let me ask you with regards to, are you currently a New Hampshire resident?
I am.
And how long have you been living in New Hampshire?
Since about 1980.
1980. And how far did you go in school?
High school and then some college.
And with regards to work history, what are some of the different jobs you've had in your time?
I was a child care provider. I am currently a yoga teacher. And I drive for a non-emergency medical transportation company.
Can you move this just a little bit closer?
Okay, that's good.
If there's some water there, if you'd like, feel free to pour yourself a fresh glass, if you would care to. Ms. Smith, you said you drive sometimes for was it a medical care transportation?
It is a non-emergency medical care transportation service, and that is fueled by Medicaid.
And what's the name of that service?
That's Pelican Transportation.
Do you still drive for them?
I do,
And how long have you been doing that?
for 5 years.
5 years. Okay. For providing those sort of transportation services, could you just explain to the jury briefly what your day-to-day interaction kind of looks like with a different patient who needs transportation for medical services?
Yes, I provide service to recovering addicts going to methadone clinics, to kidney dialysis patients going for kidney dialysis. I bring people to Easter seals. So I provide a service to people who cannot drive themselves.
Okay. Let me ask you, are you familiar with a person, and did you ever drive a person by the name of Kayla Montgomery?
I have.
And have you ever driven a person by the name of Adam Montgomery?
Yes, I did.
Where did you give them rides to? And I'm sorry, what kind of rides did you give them? What services did you drive them to?
I drove them primarily to the methadone clinics on Market Street.
On Market Street?
That's correct.
When you first started driving them for trips to the methadone clinics on Market Street, where were you picking them up? Generally in the city, excuse me.
December 14th, 2019, I began picking them up from Dubuque Street from their parents' house.
And later on, did you ever pick them up from the vicinity of 644 Union Street?
Yes, I picked them up from Union Street as well.
With regards to the two of them, would you drive both of them at the same time, one at a time, the entire family with children? How would you
Entire
drive them?
family. I would drive the entire family, and they would go in and doze, and I would sing Baby Shark with Declan and Seamus.
And those were the two children that they had with them?
That's correct.
Okay. And did they have a child with them named Harmony?
No, they did not.
I'd like to ask you specifically about one particular incident in 2020 with regards to a ride that you gave Kayla Montgomery. And what I'd like to ask you about this is with regards to a conversation you may or may not have had then with Adam Montgomery, okay? All right. You have to say yes or no. I'm sorry. It's how we record here.
Yes.
All right. Do you know the incident that I'm talking about?
I do believe I have.
So
2021, right around March and spring. Well, hindsight is 2020. It was around 2021 that the incident happened.
Well, then that's what I'd like to ask about. March of 2021. Thank you for correcting me. So in March of 2021, would you say, would you or would you not agree that this incident was not like this driving was not like other driving that you've done for them?
Absolutely. It was something I will never forget.
Okay.
And ma'am, I'm going to need you to raise your voice. It's a big room, and everybody here needs to be able to hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
It was not like other rides.
Okay. I'd like to ask you, when you first saw, did you see Kayla Montgomery on that day for this particular ride?
Yes, I did.
And without going into what Miss Montgomery said, when you saw her face, how did she appear to you?
Her left eye was badly bruised and starting to swell shut.
Did you drive her that day down to the methadone clinic?
I drove both of them that day.
And with regards to, pardon me, excuse me, with regards to that drive, had you driven Miss Montgomery the day before?
Yes, I had.
Did she have that black eye the day before?
No, she had not.
So on that day, when you drove her down to the methadone clinic with the black eye, who else was in the car with you and Miss Montgomery?
Adam.
Adam. And by that, you mean Adam Montgomery?
That's correct.
Yes.
Smith, I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize who this person is?
Yes, that is Adam Montgomery.
This is the other person that you drove in that car?
That's correct.
Were Declan and Seamus with them on this drive?
I do not believe so. I think Kayla said she left them with a neighbor.
Hold on just a
Oh,
second.
okay.
I don't want to ask what Kayla said quite yet. So
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Okay, the children were not in the car with them that day.
Okay. So they were not with them that day. When you saw Kayla with the black eye and you were driving down to the methadone clinic and back, how was she moving in her car? Could you describe physically what you saw in terms of her movements?
She didn't move very much, and she didn't say very much because Adam was in the car.
Okay. At some point in time, did you pull out your cell phone? And can you
She had asked to use.
hold on just a minute, Ms. Smith. I'm sorry. I can't ask you what she said to you.
No.
So I just want to talk a little bit about what happened in the car,
Okay.
physical movements, okay?
Yes.
And I apologize. That's on me. I should ask more clarifying question or a more specific question. With regards to the drive to the methadone clinic,
Yes.
did anything occur in the car on the drive down to the methadone clinic?
No.
Okay. And then for the drive from the methadone clinic on Market Street back to Union Street.
Yes.
Let me ask you, the event that I want to ask you about, did that occur when you were back at Union Street?
Yes.
Okay. When this event occurred, where was Kayla?
In the front seat beside me,
And where was Adam at this point?
walking away from the car.
And with regards to there with Kayla, what, if anything, did you try to give Kayla?
I tried to give her my phone.
What did you believe she was going to do with the phone?
She said, well, I can't do, she said.
No.
She wanted to call for help.
And with regards to that, how was she physically at the time? I know you've described the black eye already. How was she physically when you went to try to give her the phone?
She was shaky.
Where was Adam when you tried to give her the phone?
He was walking back towards the car, but
And so at that point, you said he was walking back towards the car.
I didn't see Adam there. I saw rage. So pure rage walking towards me.
What did Adam do as he, and were you in the driver's seat?
Yes.
And where was Kayla?
Beside me in the passenger seat.
And what did the defendant do?
He reached into the window of the car and twisted my phone out of my hand and said, "You're not giving my wife that phone."
What did you say to him when he did that to you?
I looked at him and I said, "Adam, I love you. Please give me the phone back. I'm trying to help you guys."
What did he do then?
He then gave me the phone back and I was able to give it to Kayla.
Did he say anything else?
No.
So that you begged him for the phone back.
I begged him for the phone back. I did report that
Let me ask about that. You said you reported that.
to my boss, not the police. I reported that to my boss, and I told her that I didn't think I should be picking them up anymore, that I had been very frightened by what had happened. And thereafter, I carried pepper spray.
Thereafter, you started carrying pepper spray because of this.
Yes.
Can you just have a moment, please, Your Honor? Thank you, Your Honor. And I apologize, Mr. Smith. Sometimes we need a minute to confer. One thing I just want to clarify with you, and to make sure that I understand accurately.
Attorney Gotti, if you would use the microphone and keep.
Sorry,
your
Your
voice
Honor, I
up,
thought it was
please.
close
Thank
enough.
you.
One question that I would like to go ahead and ask you and just trying to clarify is I know that you testified a moment ago that this occurred in your memory, that this was back in March of 2021.
Yes.
And I want to ask you whether or not you are sure with regards to that particular date.
I am.
Okay. Do you feel that at all that, or excuse me, have you ever provided statements to others that had occurred in the spring of 2020 other than 2021?
I had to meditate on that. And I concurred with my boss. We have records.
You have records.
My boss at Pelican Transportation has records.
Okay, so let me just try to clarify. So when you say I had to meditate on that,
I asked my boss.
you asked your boss. Okay, all right. Meditation out loud. So you asked your boss about the date and when you asked to not have to drive them anymore. Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct.
Okay. And after doing that, you looked at some records?
Yes, my boss has all the records of when we pick them up and when we drop them off.
And after speaking with your boss, now your memory is that this was in 2021 rather than 2020.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Smith. I don't have any further questions. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Okay.
Hi, Ms. Smith.
Hi.
Are you able to hear me okay?
I can hear you fine. Yes.
I'm sorry about what happened. I can tell that it shook you.
Mhm.
But this was March of 2021.
Yes,
No doubt in your mind about it.
that's correct.
When Adam took the phone, you told him that you loved him,
I did tell him that.
and he gave you the phone back.
He softened and he gave me the phone back.
Thank you so much, Rose.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Very briefly, Ms. Smith, you
Yeah.
said that he softened.
He did. The
Softened.
anger in his face went away, but the rage that he had in his face and then that knee-jerk reaction that he had to it by snatching my phone out of my hand, it was very frightening.
I understand.
It was assault. Thank you. All right.
Nothing here, Judge.
You may step down.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to conclude the testimony for today. It's about 10 of 4. You've been very, very attentive. We all very much appreciate that. I'll remind you, don't speak about the case to anybody, not each other or anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Don't drive by any locations. Don't look up any names or any people on social media. Please avoid all media having anything to do with this case. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 8:45 for a 9 a.m. start. Thank you so much for your time and attention, ladies and gentlemen. All rise for the jurors, please. All right, anything? Yes, okay.
Okay, day 7 is done. Tamara said she got comfortable enough to say it was assault. I like how that got squeezed in without them saying, oh, we can't ask, what you thought of it. I do think it's sad that she didn't call the police. Maybe her boss advised her not to. I don't know. I'm not saying she did anything wrong. Please don't take it that way. Not everyone's comfortable calling the police. Maybe she thought her boss would take care of it. I don't know. But are we good tomorrow? You guys ready for another round? I think we're clicking right along. I think we are. Any thoughts on what went on today? Anybody want to grab the link and come up? Air it out? Ilyanka said, yep. I'm ready. JD Butter, yep. Baby Kisses has got the dartboard up. Connie S, yep, we're ready to go. We are ready to go. All right. Well, again, thank you so much for everything that you guys do for the victims we talk about, what you do for the channel. You put up with OJ. You guys are the channel. I'm not the channel. Thank you for your most generous donations today. Growing the family. I love that with memberships. And I will see you, unless I catch you in Discord or one of the Facebook groups, then I will see you back here tomorrow morning. Early. Well, not early for me. Early for me, it'd be like midnight. Early for some people is 8 a.m. So we will get this going again tomorrow. You guys have a great rest of your day. Get you some good food, a bubble bath, drink of your choice, and just wind down. You guys are the absolute best. Thank you so much for being here and for not giving up on Harmony. It hasn't been easy, but nobody here can complain considering what Harmony went through. Love you. You're the best.